2,000 years after humanity abandoned its cradle, a team of bounty hunters returns to the desolate Earth in pursuit of a fugitive. Robert reminds them that for centuries, Earth has been a forbidden, uninhabitable tomb. Yet, against all odds, their sensors picked up a human life sign. The blonde girl warns that masks are essential. The oxygen below is critically low. After their ship touches down on the barren world, they begin the hunt. The captain questions if they're in the right place, but her assistant assures her they are closing in. Seryong presses forward, channeling energy through her device, and finally pinpoints the signal deep beneath the planet's crust. She unleashes a torrent of energy, blasting a massive crater in the ground and revealing a shockingly deep abyss below. Sunja confirms their readings. The target is directly beneath them. Fearless Captain Seryong leaps into the darkness, discovering a colossal gate bearing an ancient warning. The captain orders Sunja to decipher the inscription. She explains it's an ancient language from 2 millennia ago reading, "They trapped me in here. Do not open, unless you wish to embrace death." Despite the chilling prophecy, the captain scoffs at the warning and shatters the gate's seal. Upon entering, they are all stunned to find Kuribu, a small furry creature sitting peacefully atop a grand structure. Driven by an irresistible curiosity, the captain approaches and playfully pokes the tip of its nose. The moment she makes contact, a strange power jolts through her. In that instant, its long slumber is broken, releasing an overwhelming torrent of raw energy. She desperately tries to contain the power surge, but her own strength is utterly insignificant. The energy erupts with catastrophic force, filling the cavern and rocketing into space, engulfing their orbiting starship. The resulting shockwave is so immense it nearly obliterates their vessel. Captain Seryong is thrown back like a ragdoll by the force of the blast. Unsure if her partner Robert even survived, she watches as a man rises from the smoke and approaches her. "Who dared to awaken me?" he demands, his voice dripping with malice. When she doesn't answer, he declares his intent to slaughter them all. Terrified, Seryong sees his arm begin to rise and decides to strike first. She pours every last bit of her power into a massive explosion that illuminates the entire cavern. The desperate attack leaves her completely drained of energy. But to her horror, the man emerges from the smoke without a single scratch. "My turn." He smirks, levitating as a terrifying purple aura ignites around him. Seryong was certain she was about to experience death firsthand. Trembling with fear, she collapses onto her back, only to watch in shock as the powerful man suddenly faints and falls to the ground. Her partner Robert was alive. He had only been feigning unconsciousness. He theorizes the man simply passed out after eons without any food. Over the comms, Sunja confirms that his life signs are stable. Sometime later, they return to the ship, dragging the mysterious being with them. The rest of the crew is vehemently against this insane decision. But the captain defends her choice, arguing that a creature of such immense power must be worth an astronomical fortune. She claims his value could be beyond calculation. They immediately start debating who would pay the highest price for him. Their focus then returns to his unconscious body as they ponder what to do when this monster inevitably wakes up. Seryong was confident that the celestial silk threads that used to bind him were indestructible. Suddenly, a strange noise breaks the silence. The man is waking up and readying an attack, but Sunja calmly offers him a piece of food. She points out that sausages are a far better alternative to fighting. Overwhelmed by a joy he hasn't felt in centuries, the man begins to feast. Watching the starving creature, Seryong asks Sunja how she knew that would work. The girl simply replies that it was obvious. A starving being that hasn't eaten in millennia would never refuse an offering of food. After he finally fills his stomach, the man who introduces himself as Lee Moy-jin learns they are not tomb raiders but bounty hunters. He who had been sealed away for 2 millennia now discovers that humanity nearly drove itself to extinction through endless war. The few who remained chose to abandon their broken homeworld and forge a new life among the stars. Seryong explains that after migrating to space, all forms of violence were forbidden, and all weapons, even nuclear bombs, were outlawed. Even the practice of martial arts was banned. She tells him they now use a galactic calendar. The man explodes with fury. He refuses to believe it's possible for humanity to live in space and threatens to kill them for their lies. In response, the crew simply directs his attention to the ship's main viewport. From there, he could see the current state of Earth. It was no longer the vibrant blue planet of his memories. Seryong remarks that the planet actually looks healthier, having had 2,000 years to heal from humanity's scars. She then adds that he has a terrible smell after centuries without a single bath. And so they introduce the ancient martial artist to the wonders of the ship's shower room. When the man finally emerged, cleaned up and sharp, the crew could hardly process what they were seeing. This was no monster, no withered old man. Before them stood a young man of almost divine beauty. Sir was stunned, realizing it had been years since any man had looked so perfect. Later, as Lee gazed in awe at the endless ocean of stars, he felt a sudden pinch on his cheek. It was Seryong. She had to know for herself if this man was truly 2,000 years old. With a smirk, she told him his long nap and cryosleep didn't officially count. While the captain started her questioning, Robert and Sunja observed from afar, trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Their ship soon docked with a station carved directly into an asteroid deep within the Pleiades star cluster. This was the legendary Asteroid Space Tavern, a haven for spacers from every corner of the galaxy. Inside at an inn called the Wild Crane, Sunja's eyes widened in utter horror at the spectacle unfolding at their table. The new guy merely glanced back at her, completely oblivious to what the problem could possibly be. The unbelievable scene became clear. Their mysterious guest was stuffing 6 hot dogs into his mouth at once, with a mountain of food still waiting. Robert whispered to Sunja in disbelief. "How can a single human consume that much?" Sunja replied grimly. "He's been starving for the last 2,000 years. Robert's face paled. "You don't think he's planning to eat 2 millennia worth of food, do you?" Judging by the carnage, Sunja feared that was exactly his plan. Moments later, the mountain of food was gone. The man turned his silent gaze upon the bounty hunters, clearly expecting them to order more. Elsewhere, the innkeeper Wang the 18th listened intently to Ser's strange request. He took a slow drag from his pipe. "Let me be clear," he said. "You are looking for a broker." Ser confirmed it. "The best you can find, rich, powerful, because what I have to sell is beyond valuable." He chuckled, smoke curling from his lips. "And what treasure could possibly make the famous Blazing Devil so desperate?" Ser leaned in close. "What is the value of a complete collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuals? All original, all S rank." At those words, Wang's usually squinted eyes snapped wide open, his pipe freezing on its way to his lips. He finally exhaled a long stream of smoke, his mind racing to comprehend the impossible figure she had just proposed. Sometime later, after the captain had left their meeting, Wang sat alone in contemplation. One of his guards approached him cautiously. "Master Wang, could what she said actually be real?" The guard continued. "Original S-rank manuals from 2,000 years ago. Their value would be astronomical." Wang took another long puff. "They are worth precisely 0 credits." The guard was floored. "0? But sir, a treasure like that would be priceless." The innkeeper's voice was ice. "I said, they are worth nothing." He elaborated, if such things truly existed, a single one of those books could buy an entire planet, and then some. So how, he wondered aloud, could a mid-level bounty hunter like the Blazing Devil stumble upon a whole collection? "It means they must be forgeries." He ordered the guard, "Stop dreaming and get them out of my establishment." Meanwhile, Seryong returned to their table, noticing an empty seat. "Hey, where did Sunja disappear to?" "She went to get supplies," Robert answered, then asked, "So how'd it go?" Seryong's face lit up with a triumphant smile. "It went perfectly." She added excitedly, "Wang promised to contact us the second he finds a buyer." But her cheerful expression suddenly vanished as she saw what was in front of her. The new guy was relaxing on a bench surrounded by a towering graveyard of dozens of empty plates. He had eaten everything. He couldn't have eaten all of that," the captain groaned, rubbing her eyes. "You should just be grateful that he stopped." Robert sighed. She clutched her head in agony. "If the potential payout wasn't so massive, I swear I would have already thrown him out the airlock." But as she was fuming, the tavern doors burst open with a deafening slam. Every patron in the room snapped their head toward the sudden intrusion. A group of imposing figures strode in, their very presence radiating danger. Seryong froze her face, draining of all color. She recognized them instantly. These were warriors from the infamous and feared Heavenly Demon sect. A paradox in a name, Heaven and Demon. Their leader began to scan the tavern's patrons, clearly hunting for someone. A futuristic scanner in his eye cycled through the profiles of everyone present. At the same time, Seryong's voice was a terrified whisper. "That's him. Sanjin Wu, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect's Red Wolf Squad." Robert confirmed it. The infamous Red Wolf Platoon. Inspectors from the Demon sect? He questioned their presence, but Seryong knew. They were trackers hunting their prey. She warned him in a hushed tone. "Don't meet their gaze. You don't want to provoke them." But their conversation was overheard. Our hero piped up his voice, cutting through the tension. "Did you say the Demon sect?" Seryong spun around, startled. What could he possibly want with a group like that? With hot dog crumbs still on his face, he asked an innocent question. "You don't mean the Heavenly Demon sect, do you?" A spark of recognition was in his eyes. The captain narrowed her eyes. "How do you know that name? You've been asleep for millennia." Then it dawned on her. Of course, the Heavenly Demon sect would have existed in his era too. His face was a mask of pure confusion. "If they're here," he asked, "why isn't everyone running for their lives?" He insisted that the name alone should cause mass panic and chaos. But Seryong just looked at him, puzzled. "Why would anyone flee?" She explained that while they have their flaws, the Heavenly Demon sect is now seen as the pinnacle of Orthodox faith. They are without a doubt the strongest. He could only stare back, completely stunned. The words demon sect and orthodox felt like a paradox in his mind. How could those two things possibly coexist? And in that moment, something shifted. That impossible distant dream he once held. It seemed it had finally become reality. Meanwhile, Sanjin scanned the tavern. His sharp eyes caught something, off. He paused, his gaze fixed. A nearby couple shifted uncomfortably under his stare. But his target wasn't them. It was a lone man slumped over a table trying to be invisible. Sanjin approached him with menacing steps. "Look up," he commanded. "Let me see your face." As the man lifted his head, a system window flashed in Sanjin's vision. Internal energy, 52.7. His known martial arts appeared along with a warrant for level 2 robbery and assault. "Consider this your lucky day," Sanjin sneered. "You're not the one we're looking for. Go to the Martial Alliance, turn yourself in now," he ordered. "Or I promise, you'll regret it." But his threat was cut short. Sanjin's eyes shot wide open. He felt a presence. A hand rested gently on his head. Sanjin froze, completely bewildered. Who had the audacity to approach him, let alone touch his head like this? It was him, the ancient martial artist. And he was patting Sanjin's head like a stray cat. "How truly admirable," our hero said, still patting his hair as if praising a child. The master spoke again, his voice filled with awe. "My impossible dream. You've actually made it come true." The entire tavern fell silent. Every eye was locked on the scene. No one had ever dared to even breathe near a member of the demon sect like that. A card game halted mid-hand. The players knew instinctively this could only end in bloodshed. "You have realized my dream, young ones," the master continued, beaming with pride. He couldn't stop praising them. The heavenly demon sect's achievement? He found it truly magnificent. He then pulled Sanjin's head into a hug, comforting him for the hardships he imagined the sect must have endured. Even the wanted criminal was frozen, staring at the bizarre spectacle. What in the world was happening? As the master continued his awkward embrace, Sanjin remained perfectly still, his voice cold as ice. "Is this an idiot child?" Robert quickly tried to intervene. "He's not unstable, I swear he just has zero social awareness." "Listen, child," Sanjin growled. "This is your lucky day too." He moved to shove the hands off his head. "If I sensed even a hint of martial power from you, you'd already be a pile of dust." Sanjin grabbed the master's arms to pull them away, but they wouldn't budge. He strained against them, confused. He was shocked. No matter how much force he used, the man's hands were like solid steel. Robert noticed the Red Wolf leader grunting. "Is something wrong?" he whispered to Seryong. She could only shake her head, just as confused. Sanjin gritted his teeth, channeling real power into his arms. He poured his martial arts technique into the effort. But it was useless. He cursed under his breath. It was time to unleash his internal energy. The system responded instantly. Activating Bloodwolf Art maximum output. Sanjin's eyes turned pure white. He had entered a completely different state. A terrifying aura exploded from his body, finally blasting the master away from him. "Stop fooling around!" he roared. The shockwave of his power ripped through the entire tavern, splintering tables and chairs in its path. The patrons stared in terror. They knew it was about to begin. A real fight was breaking out. All eyes were fixed on the two figures. Even Sanjin's own subordinates watched in stunned disbelief, their jaws agape. The master glides back to his friend's side, leaving a safe distance from Sanjin, whose explosive energy threatened to level the entire building. Sanjin's rage begins to cool as he sees his target standing there completely untouched. His eyes then widen in shock, finally grasping the sheer destruction he'd unleashed on the inn. Seryong whispers to Robert, "The Red Wolf Squad leader must be off his game. It's the only reason he couldn't break free from that newcomer's grip." Meanwhile, our protagonist remains perfectly still, his gaze locking onto Sanjin. The Red Wolf Squad leader initiates a scan on this mysterious stranger, demanding, "Just who are you?" How could this man be completely unfazed? He'd released enough power to kill him instantly, yet here he stood without a single scratch. But to his absolute horror, the system scan returned an impossible result. No internal energy, no martial arts data. He wasn't even in the database. Sanjin reeled. How could a natural being with zero energy even exist? As his mind raced, our hero cuts through his thoughts with a casual observation. "That Bloodwolf demon art you just used is merely a low-tier technique within the Heavenly Demon's cultivation arts." Still, he gives a nod of approval. "It is impressive your sect managed to preserve it. The only problem," he continues, "is the discord between your internal energy and chi. Your training methods are clearly flawed." Then, with a condescending smile, our man offers a solution. "But consider this your lucky day. Meeting me is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to have those flaws corrected personally." Sanjin's face twists with rage. "You absolute lunatic!" he roars. He unleashes a torrent of molten demonic flame, determined to incinerate this arrogant fool where he stood. A blazing claw of fire materializes. Red Wolf Demon Claw, first form. The demonic claw lunges forward with blinding speed, but our hero simply leans back, dodging the attack without moving a single step. Behind him, the fiery blast rips through the inn, sending panicked patrons scrambling for their lives. Undeterred, Sanjin's rampage continues. He summons his next technique, Red Wolf Explosion. Yet again, the attack is effortlessly evaded, his hands never leaving his pockets. Sanjin's frustration boils over. He begins unleashing multiple techniques at once. Red Wolf Tremor Wave, Red Wolf Ghost Claw. He launches both simultaneously, but the master weaves through the assault as if it were child's play. Veins bulge on Sanjin's forehead. He pours every ounce of his power and cunning into a desperate attempt to land a single blow. His own hand warps into a demonic claw. A whirlwind of hellfire erupts around him, a clear sign he's bent on total annihilation. And through it all, our protagonist simply watches. He calmly assesses the display. Sanjin's internal energy is sufficient, his forms are precise. He analyzes every single move as the enraged warrior tries desperately to kill him. Finally, he pinpoints the fundamental problem in the technique. Meanwhile, Sanjin goes completely berserk. His eyes glow crimson as he unleashes his entire arsenal. Patience worn thin, our hero's expression hardens. He brings a single hand down upon Sanjin's head. "That's enough," he states coldly. The impact caves the squad leader's head in like soft clay, shattering bone and disfiguring his skull instantly. As Sanjin's body smashes through the floorboards, our hero delivers his final judgment. "Your martial arts are crude." A massive crater forms at the point of impact, the stone floor spiderwebbing with cracks as if struck by a meteor. The rest of the squad stares in utter disbelief, their jaws hanging open at the horrific sight of their leader. Face down with a mouthful of shattered stone, the tavern's patrons are frozen in shock, their eyes wide with terror and astonishment at this unbelievable turn of events. Even Sari and Robert are stunned speechless. Never before had they witnessed someone from the prestigious heavenly demon sect be so utterly and completely humiliated. Sanjin lies motionless, his head buried deep within the crater he created. Standing over him, hands still casually in his pockets, our hero scoffs. "You learned the techniques, yes, but you merely copied them like a parrot." He explains, true martial arts isn't about imitation. It's about adaptation, about making the art truly your own. With the lesson delivered, he issues a command. "Now get up. If you understand, then try again." But Sanjin remains unresponsive in his crater, likely in desperate need of a brain surgeon. "Get up!" The master roars, his anger flaring. The rest of the Red Wolf squad can only stare dumbfounded, wondering what in the heavens just transpired. Their shock finally turns to fury. "Who do you think you are?" they scream. "How dare you lay a hand on our leader? You damn brat!" With bloodthirsty cries, they charge forward intent on murder. Weapons drawn and skills blazing, they leap to attack. But the main character remains motionless, hands buried in his pockets. A moment later, the scene shifts to the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Every single member of the squad that was at the inn is now seen broken and defeated. Back in the tavern, the aftermath was grim. Each man bore the same horrifying mark, a handprint pressed deep into their skulls. The district commander watched it all unfold on his monitor, his mind refusing to process the scene before him. Meanwhile, a medbot scanned the unconscious Sanjin, forcing his eyelids open to verify if he was even alive. He was a bloody mess, leaking from his nose and mouth, a few teeth clearly missing from his grimace. Sanjin's entire crew was loaded onto stretchers, as Heavenly Demon Sect enforcers secured the perimeter, keeping curious onlookers away from the scene of devastation. Commander Jang Reto stared at the screen, the entire situation a nightmare he couldn't grasp. He muttered to himself that this was utterly unbelievable. A senior elder, Joe Chunrock, tried to console him, noting it was fortunate they only suffered severe injuries with their lives spared. "Fortunate," Jang scoffed. All he saw were his elite soldiers, broken and battered, destined for the surgery table. The deepest insult, they were taken down by a complete and utter nobody. He glanced at the stranger's profile picture, a face that looked completely harmless. But they had no idea this man held the knowledge and power of 2,000 years. Jang turned to Joe, demanding to know how their Red Wolf platoon was annihilated by a single unknown man. Was it true this phantom wasn't registered in the Martial Alliance database? Joe confirmed it. He was a ghost, but his companions were not. Joe explained they were a bounty hunter crew, known throughout the sector as the S-Devil. Their usual work involved cleaning up B-class criminals and other low-level scum. He informed Jang that their leader was a woman named Seryong the Blazing Devil. Aboard the S-Devil ship, the mysterious new guy sat humbly at the table, a napkin tucked into his collar with a knife and fork at the ready for a meal. Across from him, Seryong and Robert could only stare, completely at a loss for what to say or who should speak first. Back in the Heavenly Demon District, Jang demanded more information on Seryong. Joe revealed she was a notorious bounty hunter operating in the gray space between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. He reported that the S-Devil crew had vanished after the incident, but they were still trackable. He then asked the commander for permission to dispatch a pursuit team immediately. "Don't bother," Commander Jang declared, his voice cold as ice. "I'll handle this matter personally." Joe simply stared, wondering what the commander had planned. He bowed respectfully and left Jang to contemplate his next move. The commander pressed a button on his console, deciding it was time to call in a favor from a powerful ally. The system initiated a high-priority call, the massive screen flickering to life. Jang waited patiently for the connection. Soon the face of a serene, almost priestly man appeared. Kim Bomb, leader of the Greenwood Group, offered a calm smile. "Commander Jang, it has been a while." Kim greeted him warmly. "What kind of request do you have for me today?" he asked. Jang's face was a mask of fury, but for a moment he said nothing. Elsewhere, Seryong stared out at the stars from the ship's window, trying to wrap her head around what she'd just witnessed. Within the 32nd Heavenly Demon District, the commander had evidently finished his explanation. Kim simply asked if he wanted the Greenwood group to resolve the situation for him. Somewhere in the void, the S-Devil aircraft cut through the blackness of space. Inside, our hero was growing impatient, tired of waiting for a meal that wasn't coming. Seryong and Robert just watched him, their silence deafening. They continued to stare as he waited for the hot dogs to finish grilling the tension in the room, thick enough to cut with a knife. Robert leaned over to his captain, whispering, "Are you honestly as terrified as I am right now?" Seryong shot him an irritated glare. "What are you talking about?" He insisted, reminding her she saw the whole thing with her own 2 eyes. He reminded her that Sanjin Yua and the entire Red Wolf platoon were A-rank martial artists, and this man had flattened them all with a single strike. That one blow had struck all of Sanjin's subordinates at once, sending them flying with teeth scattering across the floor. Robert shuddered, recalling how they were swatted away like insects, one of them smashing full force into a solid pillar. Seryong looked away, refusing to respond. Finally, she broke her silence, claiming she could have handled them too if she got serious. She argued they were only low-tier A-rankers. But Robert had no such pride. He confessed that he, on the other hand, could have only put a scratch on them even if he put his life on the line. He stressed that this master of martial arts tossed them aside like they were nothing, without even breaking a sweat. Fed-up Seryong stormed over to the mysterious man. She slammed her hands on the table, but he just looked up, his expression blank, as if wondering what her problem was. She spoke, her voice tense but quiet. "We need to talk." He just kept staring, his silence an unreadable wall. Finally, he broke the silence himself. "We can talk," he said calmly, "after I've had something to eat." With her arms crossed, Captain Sung's gaze was sharp as steel. She insisted they talk first, her tone demanding, "What is your name?" Robert quickly cut in, suggesting a bit more respect, but she scoffed. "Are you deaf?" before demanding his name again. Just then, Sunja arrived, bearing a platter of freshly grilled hot dogs. The enticing aroma finally caught his attention. "Don't even think about it," the captain warned. "Not until you answer my question." His only reply was a cold, piercing glare. Not a single word escaped his lips. Trying to break the tension, Robert whispered to his captain, "They say it's bad luck to bother a dog when it's eating." He suggested letting him eat first, but she wasn't buying it. A voice finally cut through the silence. "My name is Lee Mok-jin." Seryong pressed on, demanding to know his true identity. How was he capable of such impossible feats? He simply met her gaze with a blank expression, his cutlery held tight. She held his stare, refusing to back down in their silent battle of wills. Finally, he spoke his words, sending a chill down her spine. "I am the Heavenly Demon." He paused, a faint smirk on his lips. "No, I am the Supreme Heavenly Demon." Seryong repeated his words in utter disbelief. Did this man truly just call himself the Supreme Heavenly Demon? She wondered what kind of nonsense he was spouting. "Did someone feed you a bad hot dog? Are you hallucinating?" Suddenly, the ship's alarms began to scream. Red warning lights flashed across the bridge as the crew scrambled to their posts. From a nearby vessel, a cold announcement came through. "Target has been detected." Sunja raced to her console, her face grim. "Someone is targeting us. They're right on top of us." Seryong shot up from her seat. "I knew it, the Heavenly Demon sect. They wouldn't just let us go after we crushed the Red Wolf platoon." She slammed her fist down, realizing the terrible danger they were in. But Sunja quickly corrected her. "Captain, it's not the Heavenly Demon sect." A colossal ship with a terrifying skull painted on its hull emerged from the darkness. Sunja announced their identity. "The group targeting us is Greenwood." In the cold vacuum of space, a swarm of fighters belonging to the Greenwood group had completely surrounded the S-Devil. Aboard the enemy flagship, a subordinate reported to his leader. "The S-Devil is confirmed. They are the bounty we were hired to collect." The man he spoke to was Kim, leader of the Galaxy Division, also known as the fearsome Black Tiger of the Crescent Moon. He watched in silence. His captain asked for the order. "Sir, shall we fire the EMP capture round?" Kim paused, his eyes narrowing. "Are you certain they're just bounty hunters?" "Yes, sir," the captain confirmed. "They operate on the galactic outskirts. Their leader is called the Blazing Devil Seryong." The Black Tiger was lost in thought. Why would the mighty Heavenly Demon sect hire them for such a small-time crew? Something was definitely wrong here. He remembered his meeting with Yang, the man who offered him this lucrative contract. He had accepted the bounty with a confident smile, asking about the conditions for completion. "What should we do once we capture the target?" Yang's response was not what he expected. "Do not capture them," he had said. "Erase them from existence." Kim's eyes had widened in shock. "You mean kill them all?" Back in the present, the Black Tiger knew something was amiss. This whole situation is suspicious. After all, the Heavenly Demon sect were masters of slaughter, far more skilled than his own forces. There had to be a hidden reason they entrusted this specific mission to Greenwood. The captain listened to his leader's deductions, his own surprise growing. Kim came to a chilling conclusion. "There must be a trap waiting for us, inside that S-Devil ship." Inside, the S-Devil captain and Seryong stared out at the enemy fleet that now had them trapped. "Greenwood, filthy space pirates," she sneered. "They're here to rob us." But Robert quickly expressed his doubts. "Captain, why would they bring an entire fleet?" he argued. Just to rob a crew as poor as we are, there's no profit in it. Seryong winced at his blunt assessment. Okay, I get it. But you don't have to put it that way. It doesn't matter. Those Greenwood scumbags are getting what's coming to them. I'll crush them all if they dare stand in our way, she roared. Robert could only sigh while Lee watched the approaching ships with unnerving calm. It was Sunja who finally brought them back to reality. This isn't that simple, Captain, she warned. This is the Galaxy Division of the 72 Strongholds of Greenwood. They mobilized an entire division, just for us. Seryong was stunned into silence. An entire division, she whispered. Does that mean their leader, the Black Tiger Kim, is here too? Meanwhile, Lee is completely mesmerized by the enemy's scanning grid, thinking it's some kind of light show. But Seryong knows better. She recalls the terrifying power of the Black Tiger Kim Sung, and a shiver runs down her spine. Even she would struggle against a monster like that. Robert scoffs at her confidence. Struggle? You wouldn't last 3 moves. He'd obliterate you. Seryong's pride is stung. It wouldn't be that one-sided, she retorts. If I went all out, I'm sure I could land a hit or two, but Robert cuts her off. Forget it. Let's just surrender. It's not like we have anything to lose anyway. His blunt words deflate her ego, but a captain's resolve is forged in fire. Her expression hardens. Everyone listen up. You follow my orders and my orders only. She outlines her plan. First, they'll allow them to fire an EMP capture round. It will disable their ship, cutting all power. Next, they'll board our ship fully armed. We let them. Finally, they will demand to search our vessel. We'll even donate some supplies for their trouble. Robert is baffled. How is that any different from surrendering? Just do as I say, she barks back. She then turns to Pat Lee, who's still lost in the beauty of space. When the EMP hits, the ship will shake. Don't panic, she says calmly. Seryong explains that an EMP isn't lethal. Space laws forbid using destructive ship-to-ship weapons. She smirks, seeing Lee's confusion. Just stay out of the way. They'll take what they want and leave. The only variable is if a fight breaks out. Then all bets are off. Seryong turns to her navigator. Sunja, target locked. Brace for impact. The EMP is coming. But Sunja's voice cracks with terror. Captain, that's not an EMP! Red alerts blare across the bridge. It's a photon cannon. Seryong freezes, her blood turning to ice. Sunja confirms the horrifying truth. They're firing a ship-killer weapon. This wasn't a capture attempt. It was an execution order. They're insane! Seryong screams, diving into action. Back on the Greenwood, the ship's captain voices his concern. Division leader, this blatantly violates interstellar law. The consequences could be severe. Wouldn't it be wiser to capture them and dispose of the target quietly? But Division Leader Kim shakes his head. No, my instincts are screaming at me. Blast them to cosmic dust. We'll muddy the waters. We can pin everything on our client, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Fire as soon as you're charged, Kim commands with cold finality. A suffocating tension grips the S-Devil's bridge. Sunja, can we warp out? Seryong desperately asks. No, Captain, we're completely boxed in. Raise the shields full power. Sunja's voice is filled with despair. They won't hold. We sold the core parts for living expenses. The captain's face contorts in absolute horror. Every escape route was a dead end. Just moments ago she had a plan. Now all that awaited them was annihilation. On the enemy vessel, the final report comes in. Photon cannon is fully charged, sir. Kim's voice is merciless. Fire! A blinding energy converges at the cannon's tip, before unleashing a torrent of destruction aimed squarely at the helpless bounty hunters. Seryong and Sunja can only watch as their fiery end hurtles towards them. Robert lets out a primal scream of terror. Only Lee remains eerily calm, still not grasping the gravity of their situation. A cataclysmic blast tears through the void. This was it, the final act for our heroes. From his bridge, Kim watches the beautiful deadly fireworks. The light of their destruction is so intense it floods his own cockpit. But as the blinding light fades, Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. The S-Devil is completely unharmed, not a single scratch on its hull. It floats defiantly in space, having weathered a storm of pure energy. The attack never reached them, because shielding them from the blast is another much larger ship that appeared from nowhere. It had warped in at the last possible second, taking the full force of the photon cannon head-on, a perfect impossible shield. And standing atop this mysterious vessel is a lone figure in pristine white armor holding a magnificent spear. Seryong, still clinging to Sunja for dear life, can only stammer, What is that? A new kind of horror dawns on Kim's face. He recognizes that woman, the legendary 8-foot fighting ghost. Elena. Elena stands silent and still, her piercing gaze fixed directly on the Greenwood fleet. Aboard the S-Devil. Lee finally looks shocked. Robert and Seryong are pressed against the viewport, their minds reeling, trying to comprehend their salvation. But their mysterious savior Elena never looks back. Her focus is entirely on the enemy before her, daring them to make a move. A single ship against an entire fleet. Yet every vessel was frozen, paralyzed by her presence alone. A cold sweat beads on Kim's brow. Of all the people in the universe, Why was she here? Elna's gaze cuts through the void, pinning him down, silently challenging his next move. On the Greenwood Bridge, the captain reports in. Sir, her shield is terraformation grade. We can break it, but it will take maximum output from the photon cannon. Shall we recharge? Kim scoffs. A space war, don't be ridiculous. We don't unleash Armageddon just to swat a single cockroach. However, he adds grimly, this is no ordinary pest. Prepare the teleporter. I'll deal with this woman myself. As the teleporter hums to life, one question plagues his mind. Why would that monster appear in a place like this? Back on the other ship, Robert's voice is hushed with awe and terror. That's the 8-foot fighting ghost, Elna. An S-class hunter, so infamous, even faction leaders avoid her gaze. But why is she here? Sir agrees, I don't know. But it looks like she just saved our lives. Sir shudders, remembering the blast. If she hadn't blocked that photon cannon, we would be nothing but space dust. Moments later, Kim materializes on Elna's bridge, hoping for a civilized chat. He forces a smile. Sister. Elna, it's been far too long. But his greeting is met with a wall of absolute silence. Her eyes are vacant, as if staring through him. Kim's smile tightens. Surely you haven't forgotten me already. He presses on. I'm your 55th younger brother. We spoke at Mother's birthday party 2 years ago. Elna's response is swift and brutal. Get lost. The words strike him like a physical blow. He was only trying to be civil, but he forces himself to remain calm, swallowing his pride. He drops the family act. Fine, I am Kim, leader of the Galaxy Division for the 72 strongholds of Greenwood. The message is clear, this is no longer a family squabble. Telling me to get lost, he warns, his voice turning to ice, is an insult to all of Greenwood, and that I cannot allow. Elna's only answer is a cold stare, as a devastating martial aura explodes from her body. She's ready for war. Robert's eyes widen. They're going to fight. Seryong shakes her head gravely. This won't be easy, not even for Greenwood. Elna is on another level. Facing Elna alone is a nightmare. But if her mother, the lioness, decides to show up, it would be pure catastrophe. Robert freezes. The mother lioness? As the situation spirals, Kim forces a laugh. Same old Elna, always letting your fists do the talking. He quickly raises his hands in surrender. Easy now, I'm not here to fight. But Elna's killing intent doesn't waver for an instant. Kim grits his teeth. A direct clash here would be a catastrophic loss, especially over such a worthless prize. Let's resolve this peacefully, he insists. Just tell me, why did you interfere? Kim makes an offer. Are the S-Devil bounty hunters your target? If our missions overlap, we will graciously step aside. Without a word, Elna turns her back on him, walking toward the S-Devil ship. Over her shoulder, she throws one last command. Get lost! Kim's face darkens. Reasoning with her is impossible. But why? Why would she appear here for such a trivial matter? Meanwhile, the S-Devil crew watches the entire drama unfold from their cockpit, completely captivated. Elna approaches their ship, her voice suddenly booming over their comms. Hand it over or die! The ultimatum echoes through the bridge. Seryong is completely baffled. What is she talking about? Robert starts to panic. Rob us? But we don't have anything valuable. Why would she target us? He whirls on the captain. Did you hide something priceless on this ship? Before she can answer, his own panic takes over. There's nothing here worth an S-ranker's time. Just then, understanding dawns in Lee's eyes. Instantly, Robert and Seryong whip their heads toward Lee. Could he be the prize Elna is after? But Lee simply continues to gaze out the window, his expression unreadable. Sarah probes him. Do you know her? Was there some messy breakup in your past? Did you run away from her? Lee shakes his head. She's not here for me. Seer frowns. Then what do you mean? He turns from the window, his gaze settling on the empty space behind them. She's here for the child. Everyone spins around to find nothing but empty air. Child? The captain asks, bewildered. There's no one there. Lee speaks to the empty space. You can show yourself now. There's nothing to be afraid of. For a tense moment, silence is the only reply. Then the air begins to shimmer. A young girl materializes from nothing, her head appearing first. The crew reels back in pure shock, their eyes locked on the impossible sight. In seconds, she stands before them, fully formed. Seryong's eyes widened at the sight of the strange girl, while Robert completely lost his composure. The girl stared back, an unnerving silence hanging in the air. On high alert, Seryong grabbed Lee, demanding, Who is this child? Where did she come from? Where did she come? Lee calmly explained that she'd followed them from the inn. She had presence, but no form, he noted, so I saw no harm in it. He even complimented her technique, noting her breathing concealment was an advanced form of stealth. It seemed the martial arts of this era had truly evolved. Yet the girl remained a silent statue, offering no answers. That's no stealth technique, Sunja chimed in, correcting him. She's wearing a stealth ring. It's quantum tech, and it costs a fortune. The captain scoffed. I don't care if it's expensive. She marched toward the girl, her voice booming. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Sir towered over the child, who could only look up in fear. Answer me. Why did you sneak aboard my ship? The young girl trembling introduced herself as young Hua Ren. I didn't ask for your name, the captain snapped. Are those people outside hunting you? Are you their target? Hua Ren, with tears welling in her eyes, could only nod. Probably. Outside, Elena's voice echoed with chilling patience. Inside, Huin whispered a grim truth. As long as I live, they will never stop coming for me. Robert's mind suddenly shattered. The name Huin triggered something shocking the captain. Still reeling, she turned to him. You know this girl? He transformed into a gushing fangirl, exclaiming, Of course I know her. She's the main vocalist of the band, Pernosian. Sari stared blankly. Pernosian never heard of them. Apparently they weren't the galactic superstars Robert believed them to be. What? He cried out. They're the galaxy's top rookie idol duo. You know the song, Dynamite Dudado. The ridiculous name of the song made it perfectly clear why Seryong had no idea what he was talking about. She's the main singer, Robert desperately explained. From that smash hit. I play it all the time, he insisted. You always dance to it. He furiously searched on his device, confirming her identity. It really is her. She's even prettier in person. One has to wonder if there are galactic laws against being this much of a creep. Staring at a gorgeous photo of Huin, he added, She's from Mount Hua, my hometown. He then began listing her stats like a stalker. She's 1647, 4 kilos blood type, ABEFSP, and she's allergic to cats. Elena's voice cut through the comms, dripping with menace. This is your final warning. You have 10 minutes to hand her over. The threat was clear and absolute. Give her to us, or I will slaughter you all. Her chilling words shattered the bizarre moment, reminding everyone they were staring down the barrel of a gun. Robert turned to Miss Hua, his voice cracking. Why are they after you? He looked like he was about to weep at the thought of losing his idol. Sierra remained silent, the weight of an impossible choice pressing down on her. It doesn't matter, Robert, she finally said, her voice heavy. We have to surrender her. Seryong turned to the girl, her tone cold and distant. Let's be clear. You are an uninvited guest. You snuck aboard our ship and have nothing to do with us. The captain's next words felt like a death sentence. To avoid any trouble for my crew, you need to leave. Captain! Robert screamed, horrified by the decision to just hand her over. Seryong turned her back on him, her resolve like steel. My decision is final. I am the captain of this ship. Huin simply stared, her face pale, fully understanding she was being served to her hunters on a silver platter. As they locked Hua in the release chute, Robert pleaded, Captain, this isn't right. She's the main vocalist of Pernosian. We can barely handle Greenwood, Seryong shot back. How can we protect her? Let alone fight that 8-foot demon Elena. Even if we fought, her fate wouldn't change. But ours would. We'd all die. With a heavy heart but a firm hand, Seryong slammed the red button, activating the airlock. She confessed to Robert, her voice a strained whisper. This pains me too. But it was too late. Huin stood alone awaiting her doom as the system announced, Door lock disengaged, opening outer gate. Huin braced herself, preparing for the absolute worst. And then out of nowhere, a hand gently landed on her shoulder. Startled, she looked over to see Lee standing beside her, that familiar, unreadable expression on his face, the one he always wore before something crazy happened. He met her gaze and reminded her, I told you not to worry. She could only stare back in utter shock, unable to believe he would follow her out to face a monster. Peering through the viewport, Seryong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Lee. With Huin, her mind reeled. How did he get in there when? Beside her, Robert was just as stunned. He'd actually followed the girl inside. Seryong scrambled to seal the airlock. That man is insane, she thought, but Robert stopped her. Wait, Lee is powerful. He might even be able to defeat Elena. Are you out of your mind? Seryong shot back. That's the vacuum of space out there. He's not wearing a shield. He can't breathe, but it was too late. The outer doors hissed open. Tension skyrocketed as Lee stepped into the void. He was about to be devoured by space itself, long before Elena could even lay a hand on him. The captain yelled, Sunjaw, seal the gate now! Sunjaw's face was grim. Ma'am, it's already too late. Shock ripped through Seryong. Too late, she rushed back to the observation window. And there they were. Lee and Huin stepping out into the cold, empty expanse. Pure horror washed over her face. That man was an absolute certified madman. He'd actually done it. He'd walked into space. Meanwhile, Lee and Huan drifted silently, gliding through the black towards Elena's vessel. Huin clenched her fists, her body tense, bracing for the inevitable conflict awaiting them. Lee's hand rested reassuringly on her shoulder. She glanced back at him. Thank you for coming with me. Be warned, she said, her voice low. They are martial arts masters of the highest caliber. You must be careful. But when she faced him fully, she froze. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a vacant mask. The horrifying truth dawned on her. He couldn't breathe. A choked gasp escaped his lips as his body fought for the last traces of oxygen. Huin could only stare, bewildered. What's happening to you? Her voice trembled with alarm. Why are you like this? Don't tell me you don't have a shield. Violent coughs racked his body. He flailed desperately, trying to propel himself back to the ship. but it was useless. Hyun watched, paralyzed by shock. He truly didn't have one. Her savior was dying right before her eyes. Lee's struggles grew weaker, his movements frantic but futile. Hyun remained frozen helpless, watching the life fade from him. From her own ship, Elena observed the bizarre scene. She and Kim exchanged baffled looks, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Suddenly, a frantic voice screamed through the comms, "It's 300 degrees out there. The pressure will rupture your organs in 10 seconds. Why would you go out without a shield?" It was terrifyingly clear. Our main character had no idea how deadly space truly was. Lee choked his face, turning a deep, horrifying purple. His arms waved wildly, a desperate, silent scream for help. The sickening color deepened his features, swelling grotesquely as the vacuum suffocated him. His eyes, blood red and bulging, looked ready to burst from their sockets. His eyelids fluttered, and then closed. He went limp, succumbing to the lack of air. Just then, a pair of hands framed his discolored face. It was Seryong. She had braved the void herself to save him. She slapped a nano-shield over his mouth and nose, activating it instantly. But he didn't stir. "Wake up!" she screamed. "Breathe, you idiot! Breathe!" Still nothing. Panic clawed at her throat. "What are you doing? Why aren't you responding?" And then, his eyes snapped open, locking onto hers. She recoiled, a massive wave of relief washing over her. He was alive. "I thought you were dead," she gasped, half laughing, half sobbing. "You absolute bastard." He simply stated, "Your worry was misplaced. I am the supreme being of heaven and earth. Nothing in this universe can threaten my existence." Seryong just stared, dumbfounded. That was definitely not the thank you she'd expected. Lee's gaze shifted back toward the enemy ship. He saw that Hyun, the one he came to save, had already reached her destination and was approaching Elena. "How do I get over there?" he asked Seryong. Back on their ship, Robert let out a relieved sigh. She made it in time, thank goodness. But Sunja's voice was cold and analytical. She was far too late. Even the greatest Grandmaster couldn't survive 1 minute unprotected. And yet, she continued, Lee endured it for 6 minutes and 13 seconds. The impossible part, his internal organs, are completely undamaged. As Seryong guided Lee to the enemy vessel, Hyun turned in shock to see him alive. Sunja's voice was heavy with awe. "That man has shattered every known human limit." On the enemy ship's hull, Elena waited. Hyun and her allies approached. Kim remained faithfully behind her, despite being told to leave. Lee now stood at the forefront with Hyun just behind him. Seryong kept a cautious distance. Elena's gaze swept over them, cold and expressionless. She uttered not a single word. Seryong watched her, feeling a chill run down her spine. The aura of the 8-foot fighting demon was overwhelming. Her reputation as a battle maniac was well-deserved. Then her eyes fell on the figure behind Elena, Kim of Greenwood. This situation had just become infinitely worse. She shot Lee a warning glare. "Don't cause trouble," she ordered, walking toward Elena. "I'll handle this. Do not intervene." She then conjured the most brilliant smile she could manage and waved warmly at her opponent. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she chirped. "I trust you are as healthy as ever." The sheer cringe was palpable. She rambled on. "I've heard so much, but seeing you in person is truly a spectacle." She then announced, "I am Seryong, leader of the S-Devils, also known as the Blazing Devils." Elena just stared back, her face in a motionless mask. It was painfully clear she had never heard of them. Greenwood's expression was just as cold and silent. At the same time, a terrified Hua Ren gripped Lee's hand. He felt her trembling touch and glanced over his shoulder. Hua Ren looked absolutely petrified, as if she'd forgotten how to breathe. "There is no need to be nervous," he said calmly. "Remember, I am here with you." "But she's not human," Hua Ren whispered, her voice cracking with fear. "She's a monster. They call her the Combat Phantom," she explained, "a fighting ghost who has traveled the cosmos since youth, searching for worthy opponents. The legend says no one has ever survived meeting her. She is so obsessed that she built a spaceship as a personal battle arena just to travel and fight." Lee, however, seemed impressed by her resume. "A truly remarkable child," he mused. "A young soul dedicating her heart to martial training," he continued. "That makes her a rare talent indeed." "That's not what I meant," Hin cried, trying to make him understand the absolute danger they were in. Meanwhile, Seryong pressed on with her cheerful introduction, completely oblivious. "Whatever the case may be, as fellow people of the Central Plane, we should talk peacefully." Suddenly, Elena responded with a wave of pure death. "I talk with my sword," she declared. The impact was devastating. The energy wave tore past Seryong's position, slamming into the end of the ship and erupting in a massive explosion. With a single flick of her spear, Elena had tried to erase the annoyance. She had no time for useless chatter. Her eyes blazed with a brilliant blue as she waited for the smoke to clear, anticipating the sight of Seryong's dead body. She held her stance, patiently waiting for the dust from the colossal explosion to settle. The smoke lingered. That move wasn't a threat. It was an execution designed to obliterate everything in its path. But then Seryong landed softly on the ground. It seemed she was quick and cunning enough to evade the lethal energy wave. "What are you doing?" Seryong roared, enraged. "I just proposed we talk. Why are you swinging that thing around out of nowhere?" From behind, Kim watched in awe, thinking to himself that Seryong wasn't so bad after all. Because even if that wasn't a full power attack, it was still a blow that should have been impossible to dodge. Seryong glared at her opponent, waiting for a response to her demand. "What was your name again?" Elena asked coolly. "It would have been better for you if you hadn't dodged." The 8-foot fighting demon began to transform, activating her martial arts. Kim knew Seryong had made a fatal error. She'd provoked a mad scorpion that only gets more poisonous with each taunt. Now she would only die more painfully. Suddenly, a tiny hiccup echoed from inside the smoke still lingering behind them, catching Seryong by surprise. The hiccup sound continued. Kim squinted, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It was Huin choking on the thick smoke. Lee gently patted her back. "Getting scared over such trivial matters," he said lightly. "Her little attacks are just childish pranks." Kim watched this, his mind reeling in utter shock. He wondered how any of this was even possible. Lee kept patting Huin's back. "The attack may look grand," he said softly, "but it's just a noisy firecracker." He told her, "Don't get frightened by an empty tin can." Kim's mind raced. Judging by his position, Lee must have been standing right in the path of that attack. How was he perfectly fine while Elena's power level surged? Lee was simply helping Huin regulate her breathing completely, ignoring the battle raging in front of him. Elena stared at them, her internal energy level continuing to climb higher and higher. She suddenly broke through to a new level. Streaks of bright pink lightning arced from her body. Our hero, however, was still trying to help Huin stop her hiccups. Elena was utterly confused. Why was he ignoring her? She could only stare at him, completely dumbfounded. When Hua Rin finally calmed down, Lee stepped forward and addressed Elena simply as child. Seryong was furious that he interrupted. "I told you to stay out of this," she shrieked. Lee ignored her and asked Elena, "What business do you have here?" He continued, "If you have any business with that child," gesturing towards Huin, "you will speak to me." Kim quickly tried to scan him, but the system returned an error unidentified. No data. He also noticed Lee had no internal energy drive equipped. As the failed scan beeped, Lee's voice cut through the tension. "Hua Rin is under my protection, so any business with her now goes through me." The black tiger stared in disbelief. No identification? No internal drive? Was he just some nameless warrior from the wildlands? Lee simply waved a dismissive hand at Elena. "If you have no business here, you are free to leave." But as he spoke, a blinding light erupted from Elena in defiance. An energy signature as brilliant as a newborn star flared up on their radar. The flash was so intense, it seized the attention of Seryong, Kim, and Hua Rin. The light descended upon the ship, calling down a spear of azure lightning from the heavens. This was a raw, overwhelming demonstration of power. In the chaos, Lee calmly raised his hand, stopping Elena's radiant spear dead in its tracks, the very weapon that had summoned the storm. He caught the deadly weapon with his bare palm, completely unharmed. It was clear Elena had launched a full frontal assault in answer to his dismissal. Yet, our hero stopped her spear with one hand, while the other remained casually tucked in his pocket. Lee's gaze sharpened. "So your purpose here was to fight me all along?" Kim's eyes bulged from their sockets, refusing to process the scene before him. How could anyone, especially someone with no internal energy, deflect a strike from the infamous fighting ghost Elena with a single palm? Unfazed Lee began to dissect Elena's technique with his usual sharp analysis. How odd, he mused. Using the radiant sword technique of the Dian Kang sect with a staff, and channeling the Shaolin's great Brahma divine art for your core. His eyes bored into hers, devoid of emotion. And how does someone so young already possess internal energy, surpassing 3 cycles? He tilted his head. Did you have some sort of fateful encounter? In the world of Miram, a cycle is the ultimate measure of strength, a 60-year cultivation of internal energy. This meant one cycle alone was equal to a master's entire lifetime of training. As he spoke, Elena pushed her internal drive to its limits, cranking it to 90%. As more lightning crackled around her, Lee's expression shifted to one of genuine shock. Not only had she mastered 3 cycles, but she could now instantly switch her entire energy signature to the legendary Red Sun art of Wudong. For the first time, he slowly pulled his other hand from his pocket, watching as she pushed her power to the absolute brink. Her energy drive hit 95%. Kim could only stare, wondering when the fighting ghost had become this monstrously strong. Lee watched her in silence, his mind racing. Just how far was she willing to take this? "Are you planning to go all out?" he asked, as his own martial energy began to gather, his hands glowing with a ferocious light. Suddenly, the ring on Elena's finger began to hum and glow with an urgent light. She held her attack stance, continuing to pour out her power, but the ring's glow only intensified. Then it let out a piercing shriek, a warning that sent a jolt of pure fear through Elena's heart. In a flash, she remembered a promise made long ago. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind. "I will not stop you from chasing your destiny in the outside world." Elena knelt obediently before the powerful woman. "Any battle that serves your training I permit," her mother had said. "But you are forbidden from throwing your life away." Elena remained bowed, absorbing every word from her matriarch. "You are already a powerhouse. In all the world, fewer than 10 martial artists can truly harm you, and even they cannot bring you to the brink of death. Her mother's hand reached for hers. Elena bowed her head even lower. But always remember, her mother's voice was gentle yet firm, that I am your mother. She slid a simple ring onto Elena's finger. If you wish to leave this house, there is one rule you must obey. The moment this ring sounds its alarm, you will turn and flee. No questions asked. It means you face an opponent far beyond your comprehension. Her mother's final words were a chilling promise. Ignore this warning, and you will surely die. Back in the present, the fighting demon's composure shattered. The ring's meaning crashed down on her. She stared at Lee, this unassuming boy who couldn't possibly be. But Elena refused to back down. The cruel words of her past echoed in her ears, fueling her defiance. She heard the taunts of her siblings. What are you hesitating for? Run away with your tail between your legs. Their scornful voices resurfaced. Know your place. What can a weakling like you possibly do? Just hide away and survive, they had sneered. She was just a small child, then lost in a sea of her mother's other children, all of them looking down on her. Greet them, her mother had said. They are your brothers and sisters. Though your fathers are different, you were all born from my womb. But Elena had always stood alone, even as her mother preached unity. You must stay close. You all share my blood. She remembered one of them turning to another, whispering loud enough for her to hear. What was her name again? In this moment, Elena makes her choice. She will stand her ground and fight until the very end. Her energy drive surges past its limits, from 98% to 100, then 110, shattering the impossible barrier of 120%. The 8-foot fighting demon's power erupts, threatening to incinerate the entire ship. But Lee merely frowns, a flicker of alarm in his eyes at how far she's willing to go. Seryong and Kim can only watch in utter disbelief. Our hero stands firm, allowing her to complete her metamorphosis. Her suit twists and reshapes into something utterly new. She has become a different being entirely. She now resembles a primal panther, her hands warped into unnatural claws. She has fully transformed into a high-level killing beast. Lee mutters to himself, recognizing a skill he's never encountered. To use a transcendental awakening for a complete transformation, it was unheard of. It seems he muses that the martial arts have evolved far beyond his time. As he ponders this change, Elena explodes from the ground, launching herself at him like a cannonball. Lee can't help but think, perhaps martial arts have advanced a little too much. Yet he remains perfectly still, hands buried in his pockets. He doesn't move an inch, even as Elena appears right before his face, her weapon already a blur of motion. With a simple tilt of his head, he evades the strike. The chaotic storm sword technique of the IM sect, he calmly observes. She follows with a spiral of roaring fire, but again he weaves away effortlessly. And the sun and moon twin wheels of the Kunlun sect he identifies. Enraged, the 8-foot fighting demon pushes her power even further, reaching a staggering 125%. A flurry of attacks descends upon him, yet he dodges them all. The sun-piercing spear, and the falling sunblade of the Diankang sect. Deciding to end it, Elena's power skyrockets to 140%. She unleashes a swirling fire tornado, but Lee simply bends backward, avoiding the inferno with impossible grace. He recognizes it instantly. The dog-beating stick technique, combined with the drunken 8 immortal steps of the Beggars sect. Still crouched low, Lee's frown deepens. How did she also manage to incorporate the 4,000 red needles of the esoteric sect? Elena is a raging inferno, now cranking her output to 170%. She has never known defeat. She lunges with twin iron claws, her hands crackling with explosive energy. Our hero simply leaps backward, remaining entirely on the defensive. Finally, he raises his voice. That is enough. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrent of pure force erupts, slamming directly into the airborne Elena. The impact triggers a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding wave of power that engulfs the entire ship. For a moment, it seems like annihilation for them all. The smoke hangs heavy in the air as Lee peers into the haze, waiting to see what became of his foe. Suddenly, a form emerges from the smoke, catching his eye. Even Kim gasps in horror. In all his years on the job, he has never witnessed something so monstrous. Warren and Seryong are paralyzed with astonishment. It's Elena, but now she has 8 arms, each one brandishing a deadly weapon. She has descended into madness. Looking like a vengeful war god, she levitates in the air, armed with 8 shimmering swords. In an instant, she streaks toward Lee, a whirlwind of death intent on slicing him to ribbons. Her power level hits 190%, and it shows no signs of stopping. She dives from above in a blazing inferno, but he just stands there staring her down. As she hurtles toward him with furious determination, metallic armor spreads across her body, erasing the last traces of her humanity. Lee just looks up, his expression a mix of disappointment and pity. He had hoped she would stop this madness. Elena does the opposite, accelerating towards him with everything she has. Her talent is admirable, he thinks, but she has strayed far from the path of righteousness. As she closes in, Lee understands. Her awakening has exposed her deepest wounds and desires. She is being consumed from the inside out by her own inner demons. In that instant, an explosive power gathers in Lee's hand. If she takes one more step, he will have no choice but to erase her existence. Behind him, Huin can only watch as the monster descends upon them. A strange celestial sword materializes from thin air in our hero's grasp. He made a promise, he recalls, to protect Huin. Seryong and Kim's eyes widen in shock. They recognize that ethereal blade. It can't be. A heart sword. The 8-foot demon doesn't care. Blinded by rage, she ignores the legendary weapon hellbent on tearing him apart. It's clear now. Only one of them will walk away from this. As her blades are about to strike, his voice echoes with cold fury. Disappear! He swings the sword. The resulting wave of energy is so immense, so brilliant, it blinds everyone watching the battle. From his distant ship, even Robert is forced to shield his eyes from the blinding flash of light that consumes Elena's vessel. The heart sword's impact unleashes a cataclysmic blast, ripping the entire vessel apart. Before the horrified eyes of the Greenwood fleet, the warship erupts in a silent cosmic detonation. The fiery death of the ship blazes like a newborn malevolent star in the void. Aboard the flagship, the captain's face drains of color. He witnessed the epicenter of the blast, right where his master was. No one could have survived that inferno. Then a ragged cough cuts through the silence. It's Kim who warped back to safety just a heartbeat before oblivion struck. Gasping, Lord Chu's name, Kim, battered and bloodied, reassures his captain. He's alive, as Cheju rushes to support his weakened frame. Leaning heavily against a bulkhead, Kim gazes out the viewport at the smoldering wreckage that was once a battleship. He grimly tells Cheju that a delay of even 0.1 seconds would have meant being torn to shreds. Cosmic fires still burn brightly amidst the drifting, shattered remnants of the warship. Meanwhile, standing atop a massive fragment of the destroyed vessel, Seryong rounds on Lee, her voice trembling. Are you insane? We were nearly killed, she yells. Who sets their own ship ablaze in a fit of rage? You should have shown some restraint. A trickle of blood escapes Lee's lips as he struggles to reply. Restraint was not an option. Seeing the blood, Seryong's anger turns to worry. But Lee's gaze is fixed on the void above as he murmurs, I faced a power far greater than I imagined. Following his gaze, Seryong's eyes widen as she sees what has captured his attention. Adrift amongst the debris, her broken weapon nearby, is the lifeless, naked form of Elena. The captain asks the question on everyone's mind. Is she dead? She isn't moving at all. Lee's eyes never leave her form. No, not yet. In that instant, a mysterious woman materializes from nowhere, gathering Elena's unconscious body. Lee explains, the sword's impact wasn't enough to kill the 8-foot ghost. A greater power protected her, he says, looking at the newcomer. A look of profound sympathy crosses the woman's face as she gently covers Elena's exposed body. Her beauty is almost divine, yet her expression is clouded with sorrow as she gazes upon Elena. A brilliant light descends from a massive unseen ship above. The woman ascends with the 8-foot fighting ghost in her arms. Seryong recognizes her instantly with a gasp. The West Heaven Sword Matron? At the same time, Kim whispers in disbelief, Mother. This had to be the mother who gave Elena that ring. The very one she had ignored. Without a single word to the stunned onlookers, the West Heaven Sword Matron carries Elena into her vessel and vanishes. Lee can only stare in astonishment, the heart sword still clutched in his hand. Aboard the matron's ship, a chamber holds a pool of glowing green liquid. And floating within this restorative fluid is Elena's unconscious body. The strange liquid seems to be mending her grievous injuries. Her mother stands vigil before the tube, her gaze unwavering, praying for her to awaken. Her face is a mask of anguish as she watches over her daughter, suspended in the healing chamber. In the next moment, Kim, Seryong, Hua Rin, and Lee materialize behind her, clearly summoned for an audience. Kim immediately drops to his knees, his head bowed in absolute submission before his mother. Nearby, Seryong clutches a terrified Hua Rin's hand, trying to offer what little comfort she can. Kim addresses his mother. I was not aware of your arrival. Please punish me for my lack of loyalty and filial piety. But she cuts him off with ice in her voice. This is not your place to intervene. A room of adults is no place for a child's prattling. Her words strike Kim like a physical blow. Act as if you are not here. He remains kneeling, his face a mask of pain. She then turns approaching Lee. With a formal salute, she introduces herself. I am the West Heaven Sword Matron. Kim's eyes widen in utter disbelief. His mother? Showing respect, Seryong is just as stunned to witness this unexpected courtesy. The sword matron bows slightly. I apologize for violating the sacred dueling code. I allowed familial affection to cloud my judgment and intervened in your battle. If you wish, I will sever my own arm as penance. But Lee simply replies, there's no need for that. His eyes drift to the healing tube. Is Elena your daughter? He asks calmly. Seryong quickly sidles up to Lee, whispering urgently, that is the West Heaven Sword Matron, show some respect. Ignoring the interruption, the matron answers Lee directly. Yes, Elena is my daughter. Lee nods. Then that settles it. The bond of family always takes precedence over the dueling code. As he speaks, his eyes scan the room, noticing many other empty healing tubes lining the walls. Seryong whispers again, her voice pleading, please speak politely. She is one of the 5 immortals. Sir warns him about the sword matron's notorious temper, saying her glare alone is sharp enough to tear a man in two. But in the middle of her warning, an unbelievable sight forces her words to a sudden halt. The legendary West Heaven Sword matron herself suddenly drops to her knees in absolute deference to Lee, leaving Sari utterly speechless. Outside the massive fleet from Greenwood's 72 strongholds lies in wait anticipating Kim's signal. A short while later, atop her personal flagship, a tense and private meeting begins between the sword matron and our guy. She explains her daughter's consciousness has not yet returned, so the true reason for the attack remains a mystery. All she could confirm was that Elena passed through Manhwa just before the incident, likely taking a commission to hunt Hua while she was there. Lee remains completely silent, his gaze lost in the vastness of the cosmos. Then she addresses him with the honorific of revered master, having recognized the art he unleashed as the demon heart Sura sword technique. She has to ask the critical question: does he have any connection to the heavenly demon sect? Lee's answer is cryptic. There was once a deep bond, he admits, but the river of time has worn that certainty away. He continues musing that time corrodes even the strongest bonds until they are nothing more than iron dust. Elsewhere on the ship, Hua Rin and Seryong can only wait in anxious anticipation. Our hero adds that even connections dearer than life itself can be dissolved by time's relentless flow, while Kim secretly eavesdrops from the shadows. The West Heaven Sword matron can only stare back, completely unable to fathom the man standing before her. She thinks to herself that he is truly an extraordinary being. His internal energy and martial arts are perfectly refined without a single trace of artificiality. How could this be possible? Such a state was thought to only exist during the legendary golden age of martial arts. Lee pays her thoughts no mind, his gaze still fixed on the distant void. The matron studies his features. He appears to be in his early 20s. Could he be using some kind of rejuvenation art? Finally, she breaks the suffocating silence, asking if she might make a request of him. Still addressing him as revered master, her thoughts are laid bare when Lee speaks them aloud. Are you proposing a duel to the death? Her shock is palpable. He continues acknowledging her polite facade, but notes that every word she speaks is laced with a murderous intent, like a blade being sharpened to a razor's edge with each passing moment. The sword matron commends his impossibly keen senses for catching even the hidden whispers of her fighting spirit. He declares that he's never once refused a challenge, but warns her plainly if they fight, one of them will not leave this place alive. The problem is, the victor won't escape unscathed. For a power that is too rigid with no room to bend is destined only to break. Accepting this fate, the West Heaven Sword matron begins to awaken her formidable internal energy. Seeing the matron's power surge, Seryong's excitement turns to dread, realizing a true catastrophe is about to unfold. Yet as her aura reaches its peak, Lee asks a simple question, his eyes still fixed on the scenery. Do we truly have a reason to fight? His words catch the sword matron completely off guard, shattering her focus. He finally glances at her. They can settle their score in the future if destiny demands it. For now, he is far more preoccupied with seeing more of this world. Her awakening halts, captivated by the conviction in his voice. She decides to accept his offer, letting her oppressive aura subside completely. All around them, the Greenwood fleet and the matron's ships hang silently in space. Moments later, the S-Devils depart the area. The intense discussion between the two titans has finally come to an end. Sometime later, Kim reports to his mother, revealing the assassination request came directly from the Heavenly Demon Sect to bury a dangerous secret. Still kneeling in absolute submission, Kim reaffirms his intelligence on the sect's involvement, but his mother cannot comprehend it. Why would the sect want to eliminate the S-Devil's crew, and what secret could be so dire? She points out that Lee clearly wields the supreme martial arts, each of the Heavenly Demon Sect itself. It makes no sense for them to want one of their own masters dead. Furthermore, why would a proud sect hire lowly outsiders like Greenwood to do their dirty work? Kim offers a new piece of intel. The sect's infamous Red Wolf Squad was recently annihilated by an unknown force, suggesting it could be them. His mother dismisses his speculation, telling him there is no need to overthink it. She coldly states that his imagination is far too limited to grasp the truth of the situation, a comment that clearly wounds Kim's pride. Instead, she gives him a simple order: track their every move and report back to her. That at least should be a task he can handle. With unshakable pride, Kim declares that his people from Greenwood are the best trackers in the world, revealing that he belongs to Greenwood's command. His mother merely gazes at him, her silence a crushing weight. Kim remains on his knees awaiting her judgment. She finally speaks, agreeing to trust his tracking skills, but warning him to never interfere in her affairs. With a flicker of maternal care, she adds that she wouldn't want her child hurt. The Black Tiger's eyes widen, stunned by her unexpected words. He glances over his shoulder, whispering the one word he's longed to say. Mother. It's a tragic pattern. It seems all the West Heaven Sword Matron's children carry the deep scars of abandonment. But before vanishing, she stops posing one final question. He turns back eagerly, only for her to ask what his name is. Kim can only stare, frozen by the cruel, devastating truth of her words. Meanwhile, aboard the S-Devil ship, Hua Ren cowers behind Lee as Seryong erupts, demanding to know what catastrophic mess she's dragged them into. Seryong's fury is palpable. You can almost see the smoke pouring from her nostrils as she roars. She grills Hua-Ren, asking how she tangled with Greenwood, the 8-foot fighting ghost Alelina, and worst of all, the dreaded Heaven Sword matron. She demands to know if Hua-Ren literally turned the universe upside down on her way here. Outside the ship, the void of space is deceptively calm, a stark contrast to the chaos brewing within. With a heavy heart, Hua-Ren offers a sincere apology, confessing that she has no idea why these terrifying forces are hunting her. She explains that after her tour, she simply returned to her home Manhwa, only to find her world completely shattered. As they gather around a table to talk, Sunja serves a mountain of hot dogs, which Lee immediately begins to obliterate. Hua-Ren continues her story, revealing that the people of her own hometown suddenly turned on her, their eyes filled with murderous intent. She had no choice but to flee for her life, running all the way to this remote sector of space. Meanwhile, Lee, completely lost in his own culinary universe, has already stuffed 7 hot dogs into his mouth, while simultaneously grabbing another 4. Seryong shakes her head, admitting she can't make any sense of the story, and turns to Sunja for her opinion. Sunja appears just as bewildered, finding the entire tale impossible to believe. Hua-Ren falls silent, not knowing how else to explain her desperate situation, as Lee's frantic eating sends bits of food flying everywhere. In a bizarre twist of fate, a stray piece of meat flies directly into Hua-Ren's mouth, and she gags trying to spit it out. But suddenly Robert slams his hands on the table with thunderous force, demanding to know if she just said Mount Hua. He furiously shoves Seryong aside and roars, asking if she means the Mount Hua planet. His own homeworld. Startled, the girl accidentally swallows the piece of meat. It lodges in her throat and she begins to choke violently, but Lee, still eating like a man possessed, is completely oblivious. Robert insists she tell him what happened on Mount Hua, his voice booming while Hua-Ren desperately gasps for air. Watching the utter chaos unfold, Sunja just frowns, muttering that humans are a truly bizarre species. Elsewhere, on the West Heaven Sword matron's ship, one of her colossal stasis tubes lies in shattered ruins. From the wreckage, Elena's conscious body spills onto the cold floor. She begins coughing violently in the matron's imposing presence. Her mother watches with a worried expression, but allows her to recover on her own. The moment Elena can breathe, the matron wastes no time demanding to know what transpired on Mount Hua. But Elena is still lost in a fit of coughing. Finally managing to push herself up, Elena catches her breath and locks eyes with her mother. The scene then shifts back to the Wild Crane Inn, where Lee first met the Red Wolf Squad. Inside the innkeeper, Wang the 18th is captivated by security footage of Lee's battle with Elena. He watches the screen intently as she unleashes a flurry of attacks, each one dodged with impossible grace. He then sees the moment Lee, tired of the game, unleashes the legendary Heart Sword, causing an explosion that literally ripped a hole in space. Wang stares in awe, his guards watching in stunned silence behind him, their faces pale with shock. His mind flashes back to a conversation with Seryong, when she asked him the value of a full collection of 2,000-year-old martial arts manuscripts. He remembers her claim they were all original S-rank masterpieces. In the present, the crushing realization hits him. She was telling the truth, and he had foolishly passed on a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. We cut to the Heavenly Demon Cease 32. On screen, the same footage plays Elena lunging at a perfectly calm Lee. The battle unfolds with Lee effortlessly evading every single one of her devastating strikes. A look of pure terror spreads across the face of District 32's commander Young Ryak. He watches in abject horror, stammering, "What is happening?" as he sees Lee wield the Heart Sword to end the fight. A voice as cold as the void cuts through his shock. The West Heaven Sword matron asks what he thinks of the display, noting that the martial art seems familiar. He slowly turns to face her. She stares him down, her piercing gaze demanding an answer. She hoped he would finally connect the dots, linking the mysterious martial art to the demon sect. Jung admitted the technique was on a level he'd never witnessed, but he couldn't grasp why she called it familiar. The sword. Matron's gaze was ice. Was he truly so oblivious to this new power that had just appeared? Jung met her stare unwavering. To him, the martial art was a complete unknown. She thought to herself that he genuinely had no clue. The very technique Lee used was an art of their own heavenly demon sect. So she pressed him. "Why did you pursue our target, and what was Greenwood's involvement?" The commander shot back. "That is an internal affair of our sect, and it is not something you should concern yourself with, even as the sword matron of the West Heaven Cosmic Zone." He stood his ground with a stern glare, but in the next instant, a crimson line appeared on his neck. A shallow cut opened on Young's throat, and blood began to trickle down. The sword matron hadn't even moved. In the blink of an eye, her blade had found its mark from across the room. A sinister aura exploded from her as she held her sword aloft, a silent ultimatum. She would get her answers one way or another. The fabric of Young's collar was sliced clean, the blade only grazing his skin. It was a warning. She could have ended his life right there, but chose to show a moment of mercy. Clasping a hand to the wound, the commander demanded, "Are you declaring war against the demon sect?" She offered a playful, chilling smile. "Do you honestly think that I, of all people, would fear bloodshed?" He stared at her, the blood warm against his hand. This was the woman rumored to have devoured her own children in her obsession with martial arts. Young realized then that for her there was no profit or loss. There was only the relentless pursuit of power. It was suddenly very clear where Elena got her terrifying passion from. The sword matron's blade ignited with a brilliant crimson fire. The real fight was about to begin. Her power surged, engulfing the room in a violet inferno as she gave her final offer. "Will you answer? Or will you die?" "The choice is obvious," he declared. "Even if all 1,076 masters of District 32 attacked you together, we could never surpass your strength, so it is clear, I choose death." He unleashed his own martial power flames, erupting in both his hands, ready to face his doom with honor. "If you plan to cut down all 1,076 of us, you'd best hurry." The sword matron of West Heaven simply smiled, intrigued by his unwavering resolve. So the rumors were true, she mused. The heavenly demon sect grows tougher by the day. She decided to let it go. "The technique used by this unknown entity," she stated coldly, "is the demon heart Sura sword." Young, who was moments from launching a suicidal attack, froze. The murderous intent vanished from his eyes, replaced by pure disbelief. "What did you just say?" he demanded. She repeated, "The heart sword that defeated my daughter was the demon heart Sura sword technique second in the entire heavenly demon martial hierarchy." The commander was completely and utterly shocked. "That's impossible," he roared. "The demon heart Sura sword is a lost art gone for thousands of years. It exists only in legends. No one in our sect has ever practiced it." The sword matron scoffed. "Your sect's ignorance is not my problem. I've told you what I know," she said, her voice like steel. "So tell me, Anne, why were you pursuing that boy?" Her eyes flicked to the image of Lee on the screen. "Why him?" Young fell silent, his mind racing. Finally, he broke the silence. "We weren't after Lee." He pointed to the monitor. "It was her. We were chasing Huyn." Meanwhile, in the distant Taviatra orbiting star system, ships descended upon the homeworld of Robert and Huyn, the Mount Hua planet. They pierced the atmosphere, touching down in a region called Hua Ham County, a place that looked as peaceful as ancient Japan. But the entire county was deserted. Shops stood abandoned, and not a single person could be found, no matter where they looked. The lights were on, and the homes were pristine, but the land was utterly empty. As they disembarked, Sarah asked, "Huyn, what's wrong with this place? Why is no one here? Is it some kind of holiday?" Robert looked around, a creeping horror on his face. "I don't think so," he whispered. "All the store doors, they're wide open." Their craft touches down. Through the camera, they see a ghost town. Shops, wide open market goods scattered on the ground, but not a soul in sight. Sunja's voice crackles, confirming 10,000 inhabitants lived here. Yet she detects no sign of life whatsoever. Panic grips Robert again as he violently shakes the captain. He screams that something is terribly wrong, demanding they go down right now. He's certain something terrifying happened, that everyone either fled in terror or was wiped out. Sari tries to calm his spiraling panic, asking why he's suddenly so overwhelmed. He roars that Mount Hua is his home, his voice breaking as he screams, "They have to save it!" Sari gasps, caught in his desperate grip. "Let go," she chokes out. "I can't breathe." But as she struggles, silent tears trace paths down Huyn's face, her eyes fixed on her deserted homeland. Huyn weeps uncontrollably, while Lee silently surveys the desolate landscape. He turns to her, his voice low but firm. "What happened here? If you know something, speak." She flinches at his question, her hesitation revealing a hidden painful truth. But before she can answer, Sunja's voice cuts through the tension. "Life signal detected." Their heads snap toward the sound, a sliver of hope in the suffocating silence. The android reports the signal originates from the Jia Pavilion, deep inside Mount Hua's main headquarters. Based on its exact location, Robert's struggle ceases. He recognizes the name, instantly stating the Jia Pavilion is where the sect leader of Mount Hua resides. Sunja confirms this, but adds a chilling detail. The life signal is powerful, but it's coming from a single entity. Huyn remains stone-faced, her silence screaming that she knows exactly who or what is waiting for them. By nightfall, they finally reach the Jia Pavilion. The grand structure is now a haunting silhouette wreathed in an unnatural smoke. Standing at the entrance, they wonder what horrors the eerie building holds. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang makes Sarah whip her head around. It's Robert now, encased in a combat suit that looks like something out of Iron Man. She stares at him, baffled. "What are you doing?" His voice is cold steel. "Whoever is in that pavilion, they touched my home, and for that there is no forgiveness." Sir just raises an eyebrow. "Is that combat suit of yours even functional?" She thought he'd mothballed it in a warehouse the second he was discharged, maybe even sold it for scrap. Once a Special Forces soldier, always a Special Forces soldier. Robert boasts patting the armor. "I polish and oil this baby every single day." As they near the gaping tunnel before the pavilion, the captain speaks into her comms. "Sunja, is it still there?" She needed confirmation. Were they chasing a ghost or walking into a trap? "The life signal is getting stronger," Sunja warns. "Be advised, the signature does not appear to be human." Seryong processes the grim update. "Deploy a recon drone first," she advises. "We need to identify this thing before we engage." Nearby, Robert's eyes widen. "Not human," he mutters, his knuckles turning white. Before the captain can even finish her orders, Robert charges headfirst into the tunnel with a battle cry. "I'll kill you whatever you are." Come out and face me, you monster, the special forces have arrived. Seryong and Lee can only stare dumbfounded by his recklessness. The captain sighs baffled. He's lost his mind just because it's his hometown. Well, so much for reconnaissance, she mutters. Our dear patriot just announced our arrival to the entire planet. With stealth no longer an option, she gestures them forward. All right, team, move in. Stay sharp. But just as they reach the threshold, a torrent of fire erupts from the darkness, roaring straight toward them. Seryong sees the blinding light and her blood runs cold. A river of flames pours from the tunnel, incinerating everything in its path. A terrifying thought crosses her mind. Please don't let it be a dragon. The inferno is unbelievably powerful, blasting past the pavilion and engulfing the houses across the courtyard in a fiery wave. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the fire recedes back into the tunnel, plunging them into silence once more. Sir is frozen, utterly speechless. Win is equally stunned. A cataclysm of fire just missed them by inches. How are they still alive? The answer is complicated. The two women find themselves pressed tightly against each other in a rather awkward life-saving huddle. They were alive because Lee had moved like lightning, sweeping them both into his arms and erecting an energy shield to block the blast. But Lee isn't even looking at them. His gaze is fixed on the dark tunnel, his mind already analyzing the attack. Seryong snaps back to reality, her eyes wide with fear. Where did that fire come from? She asks, peering past his shoulder. We move forward. Our hero states calmly, gently setting Seryong and Tween back on their feet. Seryong collapses, groaning from the sheer force of the blast. As they press onward, they find Robert's suit scorched and blackened, leaving them to wonder if the man inside is even alive. Seryong cautiously approaches his fallen comrade. If you're alive, she pleads, say something. But he remains completely still, frozen, like a statue roasted by the inferno. The captain's voice cuts through the comms, ordering Sunja to run a bioscan. A moment later, Sunja confirms his vitals are stable. His combat suit thankfully absorbed the worst of it. Then why isn't he responding? Seer demands, her voice laced with worry. Sunja sighs. He's likely just catatonic with terror. The captain understands immediately, granting Robert the time he needs to recover from the mental shock. Meanwhile, Lee investigates the tunnel, trying to pinpoint the source of that unnatural firestorm. His eyes are drawn upward to a flicker of ethereal pink lightning, an impossible sight deep underground. Looking closer, he sees the source of the light at the tunnel's end. Tiny, glowing pink flower petals are scattered everywhere, each one pulsing with energy. One delicate petal drifts down, landing in his hair, before instantly disintegrating into dust. The phenomenon leaves him deeply puzzled. In the blink of an eye, the entire cavern floods with a blinding blizzard of these phantom blossoms, materializing from nowhere. Advancing through the storm of light, they discover its origin, a man seated upon a throne of stone. He is none other than the legendary leader of the Manhwa sect. He sits with his eyes closed, utterly still, yet a powerful, overwhelming aura radiates from him in waves. It's as if he's in a world of his own, completely oblivious to their intrusion. A deep frown creases Lee's face. Something is terribly wrong here. Seryong spots him too, her voice hushed. Sunja, is that him? Is he the source of the life signal? Sunja confirms her suspicion. That's him, the master of Mount Hua. They call him the flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign, Yongjak-san, Sanja explains. The name hits Seryong like a physical blow, her eyes widening in disbelief at the legendary figure before her. Lee reaches out, catching a single plum blossom petal as it floats past, examining its ethereal glow. He murmurs, for plum blossoms to bloom from pure heat. It means he's reached the absolute pinnacle of the plum blossom heavenly fragrance technique. But as the petal shatters in his palm, it bleeds a vibrant purple light. But why purple? He wonders aloud. A chilling realization dawns on him. This could only mean one thing: the plum blossom technique has been corrupted, mixed with the forbidden purple mist divine heart art. And all the while, Yongjak-san remains on his throne, ignoring them completely as chaotic streams of pink and purple energy pour from his body. Nearby, Hyun stares at the sovereign, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. In a choked whisper, she calls out, "Father!" The impossible truth is revealed. The sword sovereign, lost in a storm of uncontrolled power, is Hyun's own father. Lee's gaze is fixed on Yang, his mind racing. This situation was spiraling into disaster. The sovereign was trapped in his own power, a god oblivious to the world around him. Seryong approaches Lee, sensing the gravity of the moment. What's wrong? She asks. The plum blossom technique embodies the ultimate yang, he explains, while the purple mist art is the ultimate yin. For this very reason, even the grandmasters of Mount Hua can only ever master one path, never both. Extreme yang is a blazing fire, he says. Extreme yin is a freezing flood. What happens when you force them together? He answers his own question, his voice grim. When a warrior's ambition outstrips their vessel. Demon of power takes root in their heart. At that point, they cease to be human. Lee's aura begins to shift, gathering force. The heart sword, the same technique he used to vanquish Elena, begins to manifest. His intention is clear. He must strike down the sword sovereign before the demon within fully awakens. Take the others and run, he commands Seryong. This battle is not one you can survive. As his power surges, a pure divine aura floods the cavern. In this fight, he warns, even I cannot guarantee your safety. But before he can unleash his attack, Hyun breaks free, sprinting towards Yang, crying out for her dad. Seryong screams for her to stop to come back, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. Lee prepares to strike, realizing with dread that it's too late to get them clear of the fallout. Sunja watches in horror, her mind screaming. What is that girl doing? On her console, a timer flashes just 2 seconds from 1800 hours. In that instant, she knows they are all in catastrophic danger. But despite it all, Hyun ignores every warning, her only focus on reaching her father. She throws her arms around him, embracing him amidst the raging storm of lightning. The clock on Sunja's screen hits 1 second to 1800. Inside the tunnel, the girl holds her father. And the deadly energy pouring from him doesn't harm her in the slightest. Seryong's eyes go wide with astonishment at the impossible scene. But our hero simply watches, waiting to see how fate will unfold. Suddenly, the chaotic blossoms and violent light shift, turning a warm, brilliant yellow before gently fading away. Young Jackson rises from his throne. He hugs his daughter back, his consciousness finally returning. He looks down at her with eyes full of paternal love, holding her close in a tender protective embrace. The captain is completely losing his mind, demanding to know what's going on. How did that man switch from a terrifying monster to a doting father in an instant? Sunja's voice cuts through the comms, explaining that this phenomenon is normal. The world has simply returned to how it should be. Inside the ship, Sunja stares at the monitor in utter disbelief, as Seryong demands to know what she means. The android repeats everything is now normal. The on-screen clock gives a clue. The time is just a few seconds past 1800 hours. Meanwhile, down in the city, life has returned. People walk the streets as if nothing ever happened. Sunja scans the camera feeds confirming it. I see people on the streets. She frantically checks every corner of the city. Places that were completely deserted just moments ago are now bustling with activity. Couples stroll hand-in-hand, shoppers browse the markets, and the city hums with renewed energy. Sunja delivers the unbelievable truth. The people who vanished have all returned. Meanwhile, Yang remains lost in a heartfelt embrace with Hwa. Seryong continues to watch the scene unfolding before her, unable to comprehend how every missing person could reappear all at once. Lee, on the other hand, watches with a grim frown, far from impressed. As the new day dawns, the citizens go about their morning routines, completely oblivious that their city was a ghost town only minutes before. Robert, Seryong, and Sunja take a seat in a restaurant, all of them deeply disturbed by this strange new reality. Seryong confronts Sunja. Why didn't you detect any life forms? Was your bioscanner malfunctioning? Sunja calmly takes a sip of her drink, reminding her they had both confirmed the scanner was working perfectly. She runs another diagnostic and confirms it's still operating flawlessly. But as she scans the people around them, she detects a chilling anomaly. She reports to the bounty hunters in a low voice. The people here, their internal energy has been completely drained. Every last person from adults to children shows no energy reading at all. Robert scoffs that it's not a big deal since they look fine, but Seryong is consumed by a terrible feeling. Hey, we thought they were dead, but they're alive, he argues. I'd call that a win. He glances around this restaurant and his stomach growls. Besides, I'm starving. Let's order some food. Robert cheerfully waves at a waitress, trying to signal her to take their order. Seryong glares at him. A moment ago, you were having a meltdown, and now you only care about food. The waitress begins walking towards them. See? Robert says smugly. She's coming over to take our order. As she gets closer, Robert calls out, I'll have a double serving of noodles and a large special dong pork. But his voice falters as the waitress walks right past their table without so much as a glance in his direction. Robert freezes mid-gesture, his hand still hanging in the air. Was that just terrible service, or did she not even hear him? He watches her serve another table, wondering why she ignored them. Maybe she was just too busy. When she starts walking back in their direction, he feels a wave of relief. She's coming back for them. He shouts a bit louder, Excuse me, we'd like to order. But she glides past him again, not saying a word, as if he were completely invisible. Robert freezes again, hand still raised, his mouth hanging open in pure confusion. He finally snaps, shouting, What in the world is going on? Why does she keep ignoring me? Sunja's calm voice provides the horrifying answer. It's not that she can't hear you, Robert. It's that none of these people can see us. Sunja explains that not a single person in the entire restaurant has even looked their way. Even when they are standing directly in their path, the people simply move around them as if they were part of the scenery. She concludes, They are completely unaware of our presence. It is as if we never existed in the first place. Seryong shivers a deep dread washing over her. She wraps her coat tighter and mutters, I want no part of this. At the same time, Yang is calmly enjoying his morning tea. He pours the steaming liquid from his teapot into small cups and settles down to enjoy the dawn. He slowly sips his tea, lost in his own peaceful world, completely unaware of the guests standing right in front of him. Hyun explains to Lee with a trembling voice, He would never be so rude as to drink tea alone while guests are here. She calls out his name, her tone filled with fear, but he shows no sign of hearing her at all. He can't see us, she whispers, her heart breaking. He has been like this ever since I came back from my tour. Meanwhile, Yang continues to sip and savor his tea in absolute silence. Huyin explains that the strangest part is that he performs all his duties normally. He conducts inspections, eats his meals, and tends to his gardens. He does everything at the exact same time every single day, she says, like a wind-up doll. Lee, now looking deeply disturbed, steps forward and waves a hand directly in front of Yang's face. There is zero response. It's useless, Huyin says softly. He can't see you. She warns him to tread carefully. One wrong move could derail his entire routine. Completely oblivious, Lee snatches the teacup right from Yang's grasp. Huyin's voice rips through the air, pure panic in her eyes. She screams that he's just made a terrible mistake. Startled by her terror, Lee freezes. A fatal mistake. He doesn't see the Sword Sovereign's blade arcing silently for his neck. But before the blade can taste blood, our main character ever the prodigy bends impossibly backward, dodging death by a mere inch. He watches the steel sing past his face. The real battle has begun. His eyes lock onto Yang, who immediately pivots. Thrusting the sword down with enough force to shatter stone, Lee dives rolling clear of the impact. He evades a flurry of strikes, each one aimed to kill. The Sword Sovereign is a blur of motion, a phantom of speed. But luckily, our hero matches him step for blinding step. His movements are so fast it's like facing a dozen blades at once. Lee has no choice but to dance on the edge of survival. Yang gathers a terrifying vortex of energy in his palm, preparing to unleash it directly at Lee. A flash of fury crosses Lee's face. That's enough. He surges forward, summoning his own power. Letting that attack launch would be catastrophic. Our hero slams his palm against Yang's, a desperate gamble to neutralize the martial technique and stop the blast. The collision of power is immense. A cataclysmic shockwave tears the room apart, nearly catching Hua in the deadly crossfire. Watching the terrifying spectacle, she cries out, begging Lee to end this madness. The concussive force hurls Yang back into the dust and smoke. But Lee stands firm, unmoving. From the debris, Yang rises. His eyes burn with pure killing intent. Arcs of lightning crackle across his body, all for a single cup of tea. Our hero instantly recognizes this phenomenon. It's the same chaotic energy from the tunnel, the terrifying clash of extreme yang and yin. Huyin shouts the only solution she knows. Give him back the teacup, it's the only way to stop him. Lee's gaze remains fixed on the raging warrior. He murmurs to himself about those who dare to cross an impossible threshold. Their physical forms simply can't handle the strain. Inevitably, they fall prey to their own inner demons. Their bodies are meant to rupture like a balloon, ending in a gruesome shredded demise. Yet, as Yang's power swells and he stalks forward, Lee is baffled. This is a forbidden realm. By all logic, he should already be dead. Yang advances wreathed in roaring flames and an eerie pink and purple glow. Then it appears once more. A colossal plum blossom materializes from nothing. The beautiful pink petals are corrupted by a sinister violet hue. The monstrous flower glides before Yang, who is now the center of a raging whirlwind. Lee stares bewildered. He seems human, but not entirely. What is the truth behind this bizarre, impossible existence? Huyin's urgent voice cuts through his thoughts. Hurry, you don't have much time. The deadly ethereal blossom descends upon Lee, who holds his ground coiled like a spring. Huyin can only watch her heart pounding with dread, praying he can get the cup back in time. Suddenly, Lee reveals the teacup. He winds back, channeling all his strength for a single perfect throw. With a powerful heave, he launches it. The tiny cup sails through the air like a cannonball straight for Yang. It flies directly into the path of the colossal, dreadful plum blossom. The cup homes in on its very center, as if to halt the flower's deadly advance. Incredibly, the small cup pierces the flower's core, tearing clean through the spectral energy. The moment it passes through, the blossom erupts into a cloud of dark violet mist. Huyin watches with bated breath, praying for the fighting to end. And then, with impossible grace, Yang plucks the cup from the air. It appears this tiny object was the cause of it all. The instant the Sword Sovereign reclaims his prize, the chaos subsides. The furious pink flames and lightning vanish, and an eerie calm returns. Yang reverts to his calm former self, casually taking a seat to resume his tea time. He pours a fresh brew, his movements serene, completely ignoring the two intruders, as if they were mere ghosts. Lee can only scowl in disbelief. One of them was nearly killed, over a simple teacup. Huyin lets out a quiet sigh of relief, glad the terrifying ordeal is finally over. Night falls, cloaking the city in darkness. Huyin begins her story explaining she returned from her interstellar tour just half a month ago. Meanwhile, Seryong and Robert wander the crowded streets, completely lost and confused by the bizarre situation. Huyin explains to Lee that upon her return, she found that her home had changed completely. Back on the streets, the trio feels invisible, wondering if the bustling crowds can even perceive their presence. She describes the citizens as living puppets, repeating the exact same actions at the exact same time day after day. Out on the ghostly streets, Robert reaches out, trying to stop a lone pedestrian. Wynn's voice echoes Lee's thoughts, explaining the town's chilling secret. The man Robert touched freezes in his tracks, not even bothering to turn around. Robert tries to ask about the planet's mysteries, but the man is completely absorbed by his phone. He trails off, realizing the man isn't just ignoring him. He's completely unresponsive. Suddenly, a gasp escapes Robert's lips. The man has turned to stone a frozen statue. Mosai, the middle of the street. Hueen's words paint a grim picture, interrupt anyone's routine, and they simply cease to function. Robert waves a hand in front of the man's face, but gets no reaction. Then the horror spreads, as everyone on the street stops moving. But the true nightmare, as Hueen explains, is what comes next. On the street, every single person begins to fade, dissolving like ghosts. The man right in front of Robert dematerializes into thin air, leaving him absolutely speechless. Shock ripples through him. What's happening? He demands, turning to Sunja. Did they just teleport? Sunja watches the last of the figures disappear, her own sensors baffled. I don't know, she admits. Seryong looks at her in disbelief. What do you mean you don't know? If you don't know, who does? The android offers her analysis. The particle waveform is consistent with teleportation. But the scale is impossibly large. Seryong doesn't grasp the meaning, having not yet seen the full scope of the event. She and Robert finally turn around, only to be met with absolute soul-crushing emptiness. Sunja, she asks, her voice trembling slightly. Where did everyone go? The android's scanners complete their sweep, delivering a chilling verdict. All signs of life have vanished from the entire planet. The captain is floored. Repeat that, she orders. Far away, Hueen tells Lee that this eerie silence is merely the prelude. She gazes out the window at the empty streets. When the people vanish, she says, strange creatures begin to appear. Back in the desolate town, Seryong, Robert, and Sunja sense a new unsettling presence. From the empty city streets, an army of robots marches toward them. They advance in a chaotic formation as a thick mist billows around their feet. The trio stares in horror as Robert whispers, "What in the world are those things?" The robots, all brandishing sharp swords, continue their rhythmic clanking march. The mist grows thicker, and from every direction, hundreds upon hundreds of robots emerge from the fog. The captain grits her teeth. I have no idea, she replies, but it's clear we're in a world of trouble. She's frozen in place, watching the Steel Legion advance. They are completely surrounded. Her eyes stay locked on the enemy. Sunja, are they androids? And why do they look so incomplete? Their torsos are just exposed connecting rods. Sunja's scanner provides an answer. Negative. They are not androids. They are classified as construction droids. She elaborates, they are primitive models designed for simple labor like planetary development. Their AI is low capacity. Therefore, their cognitive abilities are extremely limited. Seryong lets out a sigh of relief. Construction droids, I nearly had a heart attack for nothing. Seryong states confidently, according to the 3 laws of robotics, a droid can never harm a human. But Robert isn't convinced. He points at their weapons. Then why are they carrying swords? Seryong dismisses his concern. Probably using them as tools. She boldly steps forward to confront them. Hey, there are people here, she yells. Move aside and find another route, you're scaring people. Before she can finish, one of the droids surges forward, its blade aimed right at her face. It swings its sword in a vicious arc, intending to split her in two. But she reacts instantly, firing an energy blast from her palm. So much for the 3 laws of robotics. The explosive force sends her flying backward just enough to evade the deadly cut. Enraged, she glares at the droid. What the hell are you doing? Are you malfunctioning? In response, a dozen more leap into the air, their own swords drawn and ready. They descend upon her like metal ninjas, their long swords poised to slice her to ribbons. To end it all at once, Sir unleashes a powerful technique from the Jaw Pavilion, creating a massive explosion of pure energy. Win and Lee see the colossal blast light up the distant city skyline. Win's voice is grave. There they are, she says. Those are the things I told you about. They always arrive when the people disappear. In the heart of the city, Seryong unleashes a torrent of flames at the robotic horde, while Sunja desperately clings to her, and Robert makes a cowardly retreat. Hueen explains to Lee that the machines attack any living thing on sight. The trio desperately leaps onto a rooftop, but the robots follow dead set on ripping them to shreds. A swarm of machines covers the building and the ground below. There's nowhere left to run. Hueen recounts how she was ambushed right after returning home from her tour. Her gaze drifts to the left, toward her father's sacred T-spot. Recalling the moment he vanished, she finds the spot empty and tells Lee that without her father's intervention, she never would have survived. Yang returns to his throne, sinking back into his profound meditation. Win remarks that for some unknown reason, the robots never approach the place where her father resides. Meanwhile, the sword's sovereign settles back onto his throne, resting his arm upon it. As he sits, the chamber once again ignites with an ethereal pink fire, just as it did upon their arrival. He closes his eyes and the pink flames completely envelop his surroundings. As he delves deeper into his meditation, a brilliant pink light erupts, and the illusion of plum blossoms materializes once more. Hueen adds a chilling detail. Even if everyone else were to vanish, her father alone would remain. The only problem is, he's trapped in that state completely unreachable. Lee looks intently at Yang, telling her that the sovereign is desperately trying to hold on. She turns to him confused and asks what he means by that. He explains that Yang is burning his own internal energy, his very soul as fuel to withstand an onslaught of inner demons. This is how he has survived being utterly destroyed. Lee gently places a hand on Hoon's head, telling her that Yang must be protecting something incredibly precious. She realizes he's referring to her, and she can only stare at her father, her eyes filled with sorrow. She wonders what kind of torment he must be enduring. Our hero remarks that the Sword Sovereign's resolve is truly admirable. He then abruptly strides out of the chamber, telling her to follow him so he can end this nightmare. Shocked by his sudden departure, the girl asks where he's going. Without looking back, he declares he's going to see the face of the scum responsible for this tragedy. Elsewhere in the desperate streets, Seryong and Sunja and Robert find themselves cornered in a dead end. With no way out, they must face the machines head-on. Surrounded on all sides, they wonder how they'll survive the coming slaughter. The droids stare them down, their ominous red eyes glowing with malice. It's clear they aren't here for a friendly chat. Sari begins to tremble, asking why this is happening. Why machines are attacking humans. She asks Sunja if it's even possible for droids to turn on their creators. Sunja, hiding behind her, confirms that it should be impossible. The core programming of androids prevents them from violating the 3 laws of robotics. Sunja insists that attacking a human shouldn't even be a possibility for them, and yet the reality is unfolding right before their eyes. The captain demands to know why these robots are acting this way, wondering if they're malfunctioning or if they no longer recognize them as human. Robert frantically connects the dots using his special forces knowledge. He reasons that since androids can't attack humans, these must be the rumored combat androids he's heard whispers of. Done with their chatter, the robots suddenly lunge forward, blades extended to impale them from every direction. The group can only brace for the inevitable impacts. Seryong draws her blade, shouting for Sunja to hold on tight and stay behind her to avoid the deadly clash of steel. Just then, several beams of light pierce the air, striking the flying robots mid-lunge. The blasts hit with such force that they tear some of the machines apart and shatter their blades. The impacts trigger a massive chain reaction, causing explosions to ripple across the sky as more robots detonate. Seryong and Sunja stare in utter shock, wondering who their mysterious savior could be. From behind them, Robert appears clad once again in his combat suit, guns blazing. He roars that these are not droids. He tells them they're facing something called Iron Gangshi. For those who don't know, Gangshi are reanimated corpses, terrifying undead zombies. Their secret exposed the Iron Gangshi show no signs of stopping regrouping in the air for another coordinated strike. Far away, a figure known as Count Ritual watches the entire battle unfold on a monitor. An aide reports identifying the targets on screen as blazing Devil Tang Seryong, and next to her, the PL-0316 KBT intelligent android Suna. The aide brings up an image of the group in a moment of panic, and explains that the third person is the former First Sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division, Robert Carlyle. The presenter, who appears to be an Iron Gangshi herself, informs her boss that the S-Devils are merely bounty hunters operating on the galactic fringe. She casually mentions that they are not a threat and can be eliminated within 10 seconds. Her boss interrupts her, asking if she just said Robert was from the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit. His eyes lock onto the image of Robert's guns blazing as he mows down the Gangshi, and he asks for confirmation that he truly belongs to the elite Special Tactical Division. The Gangshi asks for the command. Should she give the order to eliminate them? Through his half-metallic face, the Count stares at the screen, plotting his next move. Meanwhile, Lee finally arrives at the scene of the battle. He sees a battlefield littered with broken machine parts and wonders what happened. The fight is already over, but how? They were in the middle of a desperate struggle just moments ago. Twisted metal and shattered circuits are strewn across the ground and even piled on the rooftops. Robert steps forward, puffing out his chest. He declares he finally got to go all out on those machines. He's been waiting for a day just like this. It's the whole reason he never scrapped his old suit. Flexing his armor, he shows off its flawless condition, boasting that he kept it perfectly oiled, just waiting for this very moment. Lee can only stare in disbelief as Robert sarcastically wonders what would have happened if he'd listened to someone and sold his gear for scrap. His comment was obviously a jab at Seryong. She just scoffs and crosses her arms, completely done with his endless bragging. Robert reminds her they only considered selling it because they were broke and needed money for food. But as he gloats about how they would have been doomed without him, Lee quietly picks up a metallic hand from the wreckage, examining it with intense curiosity. Sunjob instantly shatters Robert's ego, telling him they didn't defeat the Gangshi at all. They simply retreated on their own. If the machines had kept up their assault, none of them would have survived. Lee holds up the strange metal hand, wondering what it could possibly be. Thinking he's mistaken it for armor, Seryong corrects him. It's not armor, it's a droid, a robot. He stumbles over the word, calling it a dru. He begs her to speak in plain terms he can actually grasp. In his world, such things never existed. The very concept of a robot was unimaginable. Exhausted, Seryong gives up. She tells him he wouldn't get it even if she explained, and asks Sunja to dumb it down for him. Sunja explains that a robot is like a machine that can think and act just like a person. Lee is completely stunned. He argues that no matter how much the world has changed, there's no way a mere chunk of metal could ever mimic a human being. But then something happens that shatters his reality. Sunja casually removes her own head and holds it out to him, offering a terrifyingly clear example. Our hero completely loses it and lets out a wild scream. He scrambles behind Hwaren, nearly knocking her over, demanding to know what kind of monster Sunja is. Seryong sits up asking Sunja if she never told him she was an android. Sunja just replies that they've been a little busy. At that moment, one of the destroyed Gangshi, its intelligence unit still intact, flickers to life. Its eye opens, staring directly at the unsuspecting group. It records the footage of Lee frantically hiding behind Hwaren. Back in the secret lair, the Gangshi reports to Count Richel, connecting to the live feed and informing him that their target is not registered in any database. In the shadowy hideout, they watch the live footage. The Gangshi adds that Lee shows no signs of an internal energy drive, meaning he must be a pure natural-born being. Count Richel rises, dismissing the newcomer. Judging by his foolish behavior, he's nothing to worry about. The Count declares that the one they should truly fear is Robert. If he's from the Special Tactical Division of the Galaxy Combat Unit, he must be an elite soldier. And as a first sergeant, the Count muses, he must be the absolute best of the best. He reasons that a man like Robert wouldn't be in a backwater place like this by chance. He must have a mission. With newfound urgency, he orders his forces to investigate Robert with extreme prejudice. Elsewhere in the vast darkness of the galaxy, a brilliant light shines. It isn't a star, but a transport ship soaring through the cosmos. Its destination, the 32nd district of the legendary Heavenly Demon Sect. Within the district, Commander Jang and the Elder Zhou stand ready, awaiting the arrival of a very important guest. Moments later, the transport ship glides into their spaceport, its doors hissing open. A young man steps out looking incredibly relaxed in a pair of flip-flops. He casually strolls toward the commander and elder, who immediately bow their heads in a deep show of respect for his superior rank. The commander thanks him for making such a long journey, addressing him as officer. The officer lets out a massive yawn, agreeing that it was a terribly long trip. He warns them that this better have been worth his time. This is Zhou Dan, a first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They waste no time. Zhou immediately leans in to inspect the bulging red mark on Zhang's head, the very spot where Lee had struck him. We find Zhang confined to a wheelchair, the physical and mental scars of his ordeal still painfully fresh. Commander Yang turns to his subordinate. Officer Zhou, do you notice anything? The officer's expression turns serious as his gaze locks onto the strange hand mark on Zhang's head. He climbs onto a stool to get a closer look, staring at the mark in heavy silence. Finally, Zhou places a hand over the spot and asks, "Does this hurt?" Zhang replies that the initial agony has faded, but he still feels a persistent, unnatural heat. "Repeat that," Zhou demands, intrigued. "Heat, but no pain. How is that possible?" Zhang looks down, the trauma of the event still weighing on him, and affirms that this is his reality now. But in an instant, a wave of agony washes over Zhang. The officer presses down on his head, perfectly mimicking the move Lee used, causing Zhang to cry out in torment. The squad leader's scream echoes through the entire medical lab, a chilling replay of the original attack over the first mark. Officer Zhou's smaller hand leaves a smaller imprint. But Zhang can't protest. He's facing his superior. When the officer removes his hand, smoke rises from the very same spot, just like it did with Lee. Zhou strokes his chin, pondering the impossible situation. The commander's eyes widen, sensing what he's getting at. He argues this mark is different. The original scar is swollen, but the second one is indented. It can't be the same martial arts technique. Without looking at him, Zhou replies with chilling certainty. They are the same. He declares that the mark is unmistakably from the 9-yin palm technique. The commander is stunned. This confirms the sword matron's warning. Their unidentified foe is connected to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Later, the commander tries to downplay the discovery. The 9-yin palm is the most basic art in their sect. This new technique feels far more advanced. As they talk, Elder Zhou quietly goes to fetch some food for their guest, knowing he must be famished. The commander continues, even boasting that he mastered the 9-yin palm by age 7. Meanwhile, the elder begins setting the table. Zhang interjects that the sensation from the palm strike felt completely different from the original scar. The officer agrees with him. That's because the very essence of the 9-yin palm lies in its cold energy. But this attack, he continues, left behind only heat, so naturally the scars would be different. Zhou then reveals the terrifying truth. Whoever did this has reached a level of mastery where he can perfectly suppress the fundamental coldness of the technique, leaving only the heat of the impact. Officer Zhou explains it was an act of consideration, a display of control designed specifically to not permanently injure his enemy. The commander is utterly shocked, stammering, "Is it even possible to reverse the fundamental nature of a martial art? That's like making fire out of ice." Zhou calmly waits for his food to cool, then replies, "Theoretically, it is possible." His hunger finally winning, he tells the commander to halt the discussion. "Let's eat first," he says, offering him some black bean noodles. Commander Zhang just frowns at him, wondering how he can even think of food at a critical time like this. But ultimately he agrees. There's no point in thinking on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, on the Manhwa planet, the team returns to the S-Devil ship. Robert informs them that the creatures they fought are called Iron Gangi. Sunja drops another mountain of hot dogs in front of Lee, earning a sharp glare from Seryong. The speed at which this guy eats is truly alarming. She joins the meal and asks Robert to explain what iron gangi are. Robert tells them it was a dark rumor he heard back when he was still in service. Apparently, he begins, they were developing a new combat android, one programmed with the capacity to kill humans. Seryong immediately dismisses it. That's ridiculous. Android intelligence is built upon the 3 laws of robotics. They cannot harm humans. Meanwhile, Lee, still struggling to accept that Sunja isn't human, begins pulling on her cheeks to see what they're made of. She just frowns, completely unfazed by his actions. Robert answers Seryong with a grim revelation. To bypass the 3 laws, they replace the intelligence circuits with the brains of deceased humans. The news leaves Seri completely shocked. He tells them that is precisely why it's called the Iron Gangi Project. Lee, still examining Sunja's face, asks one more time just to be sure. Are you really truly not human? She asks dryly. Would you like me to remove my head again for you to see? I can also disassemble my arms and legs, just so you can be sure. Our hero quickly waves her off. No, that won't be necessary. He sighs. This world has become truly bizarre. Utterly stunned, he decides not to press her, and turns his attention to the food. Sarah confessed that his story lined up with the attack they just survived. But the truth was so absurd, she never would have believed it if she hadn't seen it herself. Meanwhile, Lee's entire world froze solid. He realized the plate was completely empty. That duo had devoured every last hot dog while he was busy examining Sunja. Seryong felt Lee's intense gaze on her. She met his eyes and commented on how insane it was that someone would actually use the brains of the dead. All she got back was a deathly cold stare, a look of pure horror, as he processed the complete lack of food. The captain had no idea why he was looking at her with such murderous intent. What's wrong? She asked. Why are you making that face? Then her eyes fell to the tray, and a gasp escaped her lips. She finally understood. Panicked, she spun to Sunja. Grill more hot dogs quickly before there's trouble. But Sunja just stared back blankly and delivered the grim news. We're out of hot dogs. Seer just shrugged it off. Well then, nothing we can do. She immediately turned back to the more pressing issue, getting a clear grasp of what was happening on this planet. Turning away from the table, she sighed. I've got a feeling we're caught in a really unlucky situation here. Behind her, an overwhelming aura exploded. You disrespectful beings! Lee roared, his body beginning to glow, forcing Seryong to whip back around. He seethed. The etiquette of the martial world may have vanished in this era, but to have the sheer nerve to steal my food, that is unforgivable. Seryong was completely stunned. Robert, what in the world is he saying? But he could only shake his head, just as clueless as she was. Power began to awaken within our guy. You can't pretend you didn't know, he bellowed. I declared myself the supreme heavenly demon. I ask you again, what gave you such courage? She put a hand on her hip, trying to remember. He did say he was the supreme heavenly demon, didn't he? Even Robert recalled the grand and utterly bizarre declaration. She mulled it over, but the title was completely meaningless to her. The captain brushed him off. This is confusing. We'll deal with that later. We have bigger priorities. All the while, Lee was still radiating pure, unadulterated anger. The tension at the table was suffocating. Robert, feeling deeply uncomfortable, quickly stopped Seryong so they could escape together. Sunja also made a hasty retreat from the ship, wanting no part in the trouble that was brewing. And so Lee was left all alone. With no one to direct his anger at his powerful awakening, began to fade. His eyes fell upon the tray once more. He saw only the glistening oil and a few tiny bits of hot dog left behind. He stared intently at the small morsels they had left behind, and an idea sparked in his mind. Defeated, he reached out and grabbed a crumb. Even the supreme heavenly demon couldn't afford to starve to death. He popped it into his mouth, his frown never wavering. It seemed he was finally coming to terms with his new life among these lowly mortals. Outside, the wreckage of the Iron Gang's forces still littered the landscape. Sunja picked up a severed robot head and began to inspect it closely, hoping she could figure something out from the remains. Seryong just stood there staring at the sheer chaos, wondering where they could possibly start. Their ship remained hovering in the sky, ready for a quick escape, while the ground looked like a massive scrapyard. Robert picked up a robot arm and noted its weak joints. Why are they so poorly made, he wondered. And this alloy is incredibly flimsy. They're crude because they're not finished products, Sunja explained, holding the head. These are merely prototypes. She looked closer at the head she was holding, her eyes glowing as her internal scanners whirred to life. Sunja scanned it for a long moment, staying completely silent as she processed the information. Seryong noticed her intense focus. Are you seeing something inside that robot's head? Yes, Sunja replied. Its neural networks are also quite simple. With a twist, she pried the head open. A small compartment popped open, ejecting an intelligence chip. A primitive M207 chip, she stated. It would be an embarrassment to call this an artificial intelligence. Sunja told them the M207 chip was only optimized for receiving commands. It had no autonomous will, which meant it technically wasn't an AI at all. Seryong's eyes widened as she connected the dots. So, they were being remotely controlled. To her absolute shock, Sunja gave a chilling confirmation. Yes, every single unit was being controlled remotely. The android quickly scanned the wreckage around them. "Based on what I can detect," she said, "the total number of droids that attacked us was 9,817. She delivered the horrifying conclusion. That means there had to be at least 9,817 humans controlling them. The scene changes to a massive lab filled with liquid-filled tubes. Each tube is connected to a complex series of wires, and inside each one, a shadowy figure can be seen floating. Count Ritchell and his robotic assistants walked through the lab, coming to look at their experiments. He stared at the vast array of tubes, an evil and resolute fire burning in his eyes, just like every other villain ready to change the world. Looking closer, a horrifying scene is revealed. Each tube holds a living person, their brains connected to a mess of wires. This is clearly the control center for the robots. One of the men, a haggard face from the town, floats unconscious in the murky liquid. Back on the streets, Seryong questions Sunja, her mind piecing something together. "What's the total population of Manhwa?" Sunja replies with a chilling certainty, 988 people. Meanwhile, at the Jawa pavilion, swirled Sovereign Yang continues to burn, consuming his own soul as fuel. The group realizes only one person is missing from this ghostly reunion, the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign remains lost to the world, enveloped by pink flames and drifting plum blossom petals. Near the throne, Hua Rin slumps down, watching her father with eyes full of pain. In another part of the world, Commander Jang is floored by Officer Cho's words, politely asking him to repeat the order. Wiping his mouth calmly, Officer Cho declares, "I am ordering a complete lockdown for the entire District 32. He elaborates, "No one moves, no one is allowed in. Recall all dispatched personnel, immediately." The commander is still reeling, demanding, "Why this sudden extreme decision?" The officer simply states, "These are precarious times, Commander. They require such measures." He continues, 2,000 years of peace was too long. The prestige of the Martial Alliance has long since faded." He then poses a chilling question. "Commander, what happens when the tiger that rules a mountain loses its fangs?" Understanding the metaphor, Commander Yang replies, "The wolves will take over." "Wrong," Cho corrects him. "The wolves will try to become tigers themselves. Remember, wolves only form packs because of the tiger." He adds, "When the tiger vanishes, they look at each other with eyes that once feared the great beast. Suddenly, their fellow wolves seem weak, and they feel the urge to attack those much weaker than the tiger they knew." In times like these, he warns, the first target is always the strongest wolf. A war for the empty throne begins. Officer Cho walks back to his flight pod with the commander, as other sect members bow low in respect. He finishes his tale. "The wolves will use the hunting tactics they learned as a pack to band together and kill the strongest among them." The implication of his story becomes terrifyingly clear. "Our sect," he says, "is the strongest wolf in the martial world. We must act with extreme caution." The commander connects the pieces. "Are you saying the person using our sect's martial arts is related to this?" "I don't know," Cho confesses grimly as he steps into his pod. "And that is the greatest problem." Before departing, he reveals, "I received an emergency communication just before arriving. An unknown individual is headed for Mount Hua." The commander freezes. "Mount Hua?" he asks, his voice filled with disbelief. "Are you certain?" The officer affirms it. "An unknown element has been placed on a powder keg ready to explode. We are a single spark away from a fire that will consume the entire martial world." That is why, Officer Cho explains, "It is vital we understand the situation before we act." His pod takes off, leaving a cloud of uncertainty behind. The commander watches him vanish into the sky, unable to process the coming storm. He frowns deeply at the matter. For now, it seems their hands are completely tied. Over at Mount Hua Seryong, and her group head to the Jawa pavilion to meet with Hua Rin. Seryong asks for confirmation. "The people who disappeared. They always reappear at night." Hua Rin nods, adding, "All except my father. He always stays behind." She explains, "He remains here in his fiery form forever on this throne." Seryong stares at the burning figure, completely unable to make sense of the situation. Sword Sovereign. Yang just sits there, consumed by his own inferno, completely unaware of their presence. Seryong asks Sunja urgently, "How long until sunset? When will they appear?" Sunja explains, "On this planet, day and night cycles every 6 hours. By my estimate, we have 1 second until sunset." In the next instant, something happens that shocks the captain to her core. Right on cue, the Sword Sovereign stands and embraces Hua Rin, cradling her head just as he did before. Hua Rin explains softly, "He strokes my hair like this, without any awareness at all." She reveals he even sips tea while surveying the area, later relaxing with a book in the garden. She reveals this was the exact same routine he followed right before she left on her last performance tour, on her birthday a year ago. This means he's been trapped in this horrifying loop for a very long time. Every day as the sun rises, she says the cycle begins anew. With sorrow in her eyes, Huyn confirms it, telling them the others are trapped in the very same endless day. A voice crackles over the comms. It's Robert. "Captain, we have a problem. None of the people are appearing." Perched high on a rooftop, he reports that the streets are utterly deserted. A chill runs down Seryong's spine as she wonders why they're late. She turns to her subordinate. Sunja, are your sensors picking up anything? Sunja's reply is chilling. Something else entirely. Her eyes lock with the captain's. The people aren't appearing, she says. Instead, you are disappearing. Seryong begins to fade before their very eyes. The words strike her like lightning as she looks down at her hands, which are becoming horrifyingly translucent. Her hands vanish completely. A cry of pure terror escapes her lips. Sunja reports the unthinkable. Captain's vitals are flatlining. And just like that, Seryong winks out of existence, leaving only a faint flicker of light. All the while, Hua Rin remains lost in her father's embrace, oblivious. High above the atmosphere of planet Manhwa, a greenwood ship hangs in the void. Inside the Galaxy Division, Leader Kim gazes down upon the world and its twin moons. Captain Chaiju approaches with an urgent report breaking the silence. He explains that a moment ago, a teleportation signature was detected originating from the planet's core. Our analysis confirms the target's identity, the captain reports. It's the blazing devil Seryong. Kim's question is sharp and immediate. Destination, the captain replies. Mount Hua's second moon, a world named Genta. And so our scene shifts to the desolate alien landscape of Genta. Somewhere on the lunar surface, a deep chasm scars the land. From its dark depths, a horrified scream echoes. Inside that dark pit, the faint light that was once Seryong blinks back into existence. Her disembodied voice screams in pure panic, shouting that her body is disappearing, even though there's nothing there. Slowly, her form begins to materialize from nothingness, her desperate cries echoing. Why is this happening to me? She solidifies, but her legs are missing. Pure horror grips her as she wonders if she's died and become a ghost. Desperate, she pleads to whatever god might be listening, begging to be brought back, crying that her work isn't finished. But as she raises her hands to pray, she sees they're fully formed and solid. Her screams die in her throat as she whispers, "What is going on?" Astonished to be visible again, she keeps demanding to know what in the world is happening. Suddenly, her gaze snaps forward. She's not alone. This is definitely not the afterlife. Before her, seated on a lavish sofa, is Count Rel, flanked by his emotionless android assistant. The Count says nothing, simply observing her with cold patience. Seryong stares back, her mind racing. Who is this man? Not a single word escapes his lips, only a faint frown as he watches her, a sinister glint in his eyes. An eerie, heavy silence hangs in the air between them, thick with unspoken threat. Back on the Greenwood ship, the captain's report grows more concerning. Sir, the teleportation signature was highly unusual. He explains, we found no trace of consent from the target during the transfer. The captain's voice is grim. This can only mean one thing, an unauthorized forced transfer, a technology strictly forbidden by galactic law. Leader, he suggests, this is a serious breach. We should report this matter to a higher authority. Without turning around, Kim's voice cuts through the air like ice. Is there anyone higher than me? The message is crystal clear, do not go over his head. The captain wisely falls silent. He quickly corrects himself, bowing low. No, sir. The Black Tiger is my one and only commanding authority. Kim nods, satisfied. Good. For now, your orders are to monitor the situation, nothing more. He warns that the use of such forbidden technology suggests the backing of an incredibly powerful unknown entity. His command is absolute. Do not intervene recklessly. Instead, investigate everything. We must determine if this knowledge is a weapon or a trap set for us. The captain's reply is a sharp, resounding, yes, sir. Kim's calculating gaze remains fixed on the twin moons, piecing together this dangerous new puzzle. Soon after, a report reaches the West Heaven Sword Matron, so shocking that she demands the messenger clarify what she just heard. It seems Elena had just spoken of the man she met on Mount Hua. Repeat that, the matron orders. Every last word. Kneeling before her mother, Elena confessed that the man she had met claimed to be her father. He swore he was the one who gave her life. But worse than that shocking reveal was the duel she had lost against him. The sword matron was stunned. For any martial artist to defeat her daughter Elena was considered an impossible feat. Her mind raced to one place, Mount Hua. The warrior who defeated her child, the man claiming to be her father, was there now. Meanwhile, back on Mount Hua, a thunderous crack echoed as Robert's fist slammed the table. We have to save the captain! He roared, his usual fiery temper blazing to life. What kind of bastard has the nerve to kidnap our captain? He raged as Lee simply listened in silence. When Robert unleashed another volley of curses, Lee turned to Sunja, utterly confused. What is he even saying? It's a storm of profanity, Sunja replied coolly, not even looking up from her work. Not worth translating. Yuyin chimed in, her expression serious. The captain's kidnapping might be connected to the incident on this planet. It's possible the others were taken the same way, she theorized, but we have no proof. Sunja interrupted, her voice sharp. Actually, we do. The disappearances on this planet match the signature of forced teleportation, she explained. A method that moves a target against their will. She added grimly, an act like that is strictly forbidden under galactic law. Robert exploded again. That means everyone is trapped somewhere. We can't just sit here, we have to rescue them, he yelled, grabbing Lee by the shirt. Lee glanced at Sunja for help, but she just turned away, ignoring them. It seems he has post-traumatic stress disorder, she stated calmly, from his time in the military. When he's under this kind of stress, he can't control his anger. And right on cue, Robert unleashed a torrent of curses directly in Lee's face, his grip still tight on his shirt. "Let go," Lee said, his voice dangerously calm. "It's no use," Sunja warned. "Once he starts, he doesn't listen to anyone." But then an ancient power began to stir within our hero. He spoke again, his voice resonating with the authority of a marshal. Sunja's head snapped around. This might actually work. Immediately, Robert recoiled, apologized, and let Lee go. Staring blankly at the two, Sunja deadpanned. He could probably win a contest for anger management. Returning to the mission, she explained, "Forced teleportation has limits to its range. It's technically impossible to teleport her long distance, so we can rule out another planet. This leaves us 3 options. The captain is either on the Manhwa planet or on one of its 2 moons." Lee joined her by the viewport, his eyes fixed on the 2 celestial bodies. "Can you pinpoint which one?" he asked. The android shook her head. "I've scanned the planet. No life signs besides the Sword Sovereign, so we can cross that off the list. We're left with the 2 moons Genta and Cyprus. Both are showing life signs. But they're so close to each other, it's hard to isolate the exact source." Lee glanced at her. "So we have to guess." Sunja agreed, then paused as a memory sparked. The captain's strange obsession with gold. "The captain loves gold," she reasoned. "Let's choose the golden one, Cyprus." Her brilliant deduction, however, was completely and utterly wrong. Our scene shifts to the 2nd moon, Genta. On Genta, Count Rele watched Seryong, who had just been teleported into his facility, returning his gaze with defiant silence. "Who are you?" she demanded. But the Count offered no reply. His personal android began its scan. Subject has an externally mounted 1.4 giga internal energy drive and a 3.3 giga ultra-high-density drive embedded in her body. The only external weapon, the android continued, is the electronic soft sword at her waist. Finally, Count Rele spoke, his voice smooth as silk. "A 3.3 giga internal energy drive." He paused, taking a delicate sip of sparkling water. "And this backwater bounty hunter carries a power she can't even use." Seryong's eyes blazed with fury. "I asked who you are you deaf?" Far across the universe, in a place of profound peace, a single ray of light shone down upon a tiny seedling. Planted in fine sandy soil, it thrived in the direct warmth of its sun. A very old man crouched beside it, watching a new bud form a gentle smile on his face. But that tranquility was shattered. Officer Cho approached, his face grim. "Master," he said, bowing low, "an urgent issue has arisen." The old master cut straight to the point, revealing he knew all about the Manhwa incident and the secret mission Cho was on. His master warned him against any rash moves. "You must wait," he cautioned, "until the bud fully blooms. Only then can we know if it will grow into a simple willow, or something far more dangerous." They had to wait for the shadowy figures backing Count Richel to reveal themselves completely. Only then could they deliver a single decisive blow. The master's voice was firm, reminding him that he had raised him to understand such basic strategy. "Has your resolve weakened?" he asked. "Or is there another reason for this impatience?" Cho remained silent, his silence speaking volumes. The master sensed a deeper trouble, asking what could possibly make his prized student act like a petulant child. Finally, Cho confessed that a mysterious figure had appeared during his investigation. This person's martial arts were so profound, they had reached the legendary state of reversing their own energy flow. Worse still, this stranger somehow knew their sect's ultimate secret art, the demon heart sword technique. As Cho spoke, a chilling dread washed over the master's face, causing Cho to hesitate before delivering the final devastating piece of news. Steeling himself, he finished, "This individual has reached the absolute pinnacle of our art." The problem, Cho explained, was that this master belonged to no sect they knew. The master's face turned to stone, his voice a cold whisper as he gave a single command: "Kill him." In that instant, the vibrant seedling behind them withered into dust, drained of all life by the master's suffocating killing intent. Cho, stunned by the order, asked his master to repeat himself, unable to believe what he'd just heard. The master's face flushed with fury as he roared, "This is an anomaly! A monster! Find this person and erase them from existence!" It was clear the leaders of the heavenly demon sect were desperate to bury a secret of their own. The order made no sense, but seeing the look on his master's face, Cho could only bow in silent acceptance. He then returned to his vessel to carry out his new grim assignment. The transport pod soared through the void of space, a silent bullet carrying a loyal assassin on his mission. Meanwhile, on the Genta moon, Seryong's patience had run out. "I asked who you are," she demanded of Count Richel. "Are you deaf?" Richel merely smirked, ignoring her completely, as he ordered his android to check on her before taking another sip of his drink. In the blink of an eye, the android vanished from behind the Count, its movements defying the laws of physics. Suddenly, it reappeared directly behind Seryong, who was still glaring at the Count, completely unaware of the phantom at her back. Her warrior's instinct screamed. She spun around, a blast of pure energy already forming in her palm, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" But as she unleashed the attack, the android was already gone again, reappearing behind her to lock its cold hand around the back of her neck. This machine was on another level. Seryong felt the chilling grip spread across her face. How was it moving so fast? She'd never witnessed speed like this. Rachel simply chuckled. Resistance is futile. Just accept your fate. He then smugly told her that he would now ask the questions. Answer them truthfully, he promised, and I might spare you an eternity of suffering. Seryong had heard enough. With a roar of defiance, she yelled, "Shut up, beep!" and blasted the android away. The Count's eyes widened in shock. Could she actually use the legendary adaptive variation of martial arts? Seryong drew the electronic soft sword from her waist, its energy humming as she prepared to dismantle the machine piece by piece. She whipped the blade around her, creating a whirlwind of lethal energy, but the android retreated with impossible speed. It flawlessly dodged every single strike, its optical sensors predicting her every move. Finally, it saw an opening. The android surged forward to seize the captain. It got terrifyingly close. Its hand inches from her, but Seryong twisted, aiming her blade with deadly precision. The machine evaded the furious cuts, attempting to grab her arm and neutralize her. Count Rachel laughed. Your struggle is useless. That machine holds the data of every martial art in existence. Seryong continued her desperate assault, but each slash met only empty air as the android flowed around her attacks. She realized with dawning horror that he was telling the truth. The machine was reading her movements before she even made them. But Seryong was not one to give up. Don't make me laugh, she snarled, refusing to surrender. She lunged forward with a powerful frontal thrust, but the android simply sidestepped the deadly blade, missing by a hair's breadth. In that moment of overextension, Seryong felt a crushing blow to her back as the android exploited the opening. It lifted her effortlessly off her feet and slammed her face first into the ground. The impact so sudden, she had no time to brace herself. The android stood over her, impassive and still waiting for her next move, ready to calculate its response. But Seryong staggered back to her feet, bloodied but unbroken. She raised her sword, her stance unwavering, her eyes blazing with the promise of battle. Count Rachel paused, his sipping a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. She got up far too quickly. This woman was proving to be more interesting than he thought. The android's cold, calculating eyes locked onto Seryong, readying for another relentless assault. Seryong held her ground stance unwavering, waiting for the machine to make its move. A bead of cold sweat traced its way down her temple. This fight was far more intense than she'd anticipated. She realized with dawning horror that her usual martial arts were useless. She had to devise a new strategy, and fast. But in the split second she was thinking, the robot vanished in a flash of light. It materialized directly behind her. While her eyes were still facing forward, her every instinct screamed a warning of the danger at her back. As the android's metallic claws reached out to crush her, the captain didn't even flinch, feigning total ignorance of its presence. The moment its arm swung, Seryong disappeared. She gave the machine a taste of its own terrifying medicine. She vaulted high into the air, vanishing from the robot's sensors. The confused machine scanned the area, its target completely gone. As she spiraled through the air, she prepared her sword for a devastating dive. The android instantly locked onto her position and rocketed off the ground to meet her in the sky. Seryong unleashed her technique, Bullet. Her sword shot downwards like a meteor, aiming to impale the android straight through. The flexible blade became a rigid spear plunging towards the earth with unstoppable deadly force. It zeroed in on the robot's face. For a moment, it seemed Seryong's daring plan would succeed. But unfortunately, the android reacted with impossible speed, snatching the sword from the air and redirecting its path to the ground. The clash was over in a heartbeat. The robot continued its ascent, closing in on Seryong, who was now defenseless in midair. The machine was inches away, its claws about to grab the captain as she fell back towards the earth. But this was all part of the plan. Her adaptive sword instantly coiled around the android's arm like a serpent. The robot generated a searing heatwave in its palm, preparing to gut Seryong's stomach. The captain could only watch helplessly, her weapon now out of her hands. Then the sword moved on its own. It twisted violently on the robot's arm and redirected itself upwards in a stunning maneuver. The soft sword launched itself like a missile, aiming straight back at the deadly android. In the next instant, it pierced clean through the android's head, obliterating it. The machine never saw its own doom coming. The light in its optical sensors died. The blade had annihilated its central intelligence unit. This entire deadly ballet happened in a flash as both combatants plummeted towards the ground. The Count roared in fury, smashing his cup as he watched his precious android get destroyed. His mouth fell open in utter shock. He recognized the technique Seryong had just used. The dark heaven blood dragon dagger of the Sichuan Tang clan. With its core destroyed, the android fell lifelessly to the ground. Count Rel could only stare in disbelief as Seryong landed hard right next to it. She staggered to her feet, clutching her stomach seared by the impact of the fall, and the robot's final heat attack. This time it was Rella who demanded, "Who are you?" Seryong just glared back, her face a mask of fury, refusing to utter a word. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The Count, still reeling, stammered, "The Sichuan Tang clan, they vanished without a trace 10 years ago. How can you possibly know their martial arts?" Seryong ignored his question. "Since it has come to this," she declared, "I'll have to use more extreme measures." Suddenly, she activated the 3-3 giga energy drive embedded in her very being, the one Rachel warned was far too complex for her to handle. But she knew desperate times called for desperate measures. The drive's true name, the Zhuanwu Divine Art Drive with the Kios internal operation system. She unleashed the drive to its absolute maximum output. This stunned Rachel even more. The Zhuanwu Divine Art was an exclusive secret passed only to the head of the Tang clan. This situation was getting more fascinating by the second. With the internal drive now roaring at its peak rate, Seryong's power skyrocketed. She exploded from the ground with incredible force, roaring, "Shut up!" Count Rel stood frozen, watching her ascend into the sky. He realized her plan instantly. She was going to dominate the sky and attack him from all directions at once. A brilliant green light enveloped Seryong as she rose. Then a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, releasing thousands of green and white arrows like a storm of fireworks. Rachel could only stare in horrified awe as he recognized the technique. This was the infinite rain blossom. The storm of deadly arrows rained down on him all at once, and he made no move to escape the barrage. In the distance, a massive explosion rocked the facility, a testament to the immense power Seryong had just unleashed. The scene shifts back to the ship of the West Heaven Sword Matron. Inside, Elena continued her story. "Mother, the circumstances of my meeting with that mysterious man were strange to say the least." She told her that she had traveled to Manhwa to accept a bounty request. She recalled, "When I got there, I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I was standing right in front of him." As usual, Count Rel sat enthroned on his couch, his sour gaze silently tracking her every move. Elena recounted the bizarre meeting, admitting she still couldn't understand how it even happened. She remembered a moment where they just stared at each other in a suffocating silence. But her words triggered a realization in the sword matron. What Elena was describing wasn't just a meeting, it was unilateral teleportation. In the flashback, Count Richel's voice cut through the silence. "There's no need to be surprised. I called you here to grant your deepest wish." Elena stared back, completely baffled. What wish was he talking about? He smirked. "Don't you want to become stronger, to see the world beneath your feet?" He knew. He knew her dream was the reason she earned the title of the 8-foot fighting ghost. Why she'd turned her own starship into a dueling arena, chasing nothing but the thrill of battle. He explained that the closer she got to her goal, the more distant the path became, plunging her into despair and leaving her to cry in hopelessness every night. "I have called you," he declared, "to give you strength, the power to look down upon the entire world." Elena had to admit the man knew far too much. In the memory, she demanded, "Who are you? And what in the hell are you talking about?" The accuracy of his knowledge was a deeply infuriating violation. Richel simply rose to his feet. "It seems you only understand the language of combat." And in the present, Elena told her mother, so we decided to fight. There was just one massive problem. Back in the present, Count Richel had Seryong by the throat, her grand power completely crushed. Elena's voice was grim as she recalled, "No matter what I did, every attack was useless against him." The present mirrored the past. Richel held Seryong captive. His clothes, scorched away by her green fire, revealed a body made of cold, hard steel, just like the androids. Seryong choked under the immense pressure, blood trickling from her lips. In the exact same way Count Richel had once held Elena by the throat, utterly defeated. In the flashback, his voice was low. "I will make you strong, just like me. I'm doing this," he said, "because you are my daughter." But Elena's eyes were filled with nothing but skepticism. In the present, the Count ordered the weakened Seryong to answer him. "Answer me," he promised, "and I will make your weak body strong. The only price," he added with a cruel smile, "is abandoning that useless mind of yours." Hearing this, the sword matron was frozen in absolute shock. Elena continued her story. "He gave me something." Suddenly, her entire body erupted in a brilliant blue aura, stunning her mother. "This power I have now," Elena declared. "It was a gift from him." The sword matron stared, the horrifying truth crashing down on her. The power he'd given her daughter was the legendary steel fortification. Meanwhile, Sunja was frantically scanning her instruments, trying to locate the captain as they prepared for takeoff. Robert was losing his patience. "What's the holdup? Why aren't we leaving? Get this ship moving now." Sunja's eyes widened. Something had just appeared on the scanner out of thin air. A single red dot blinked on the screen perilously close. Sunja immediately halted their journey to the Securus moon. A sleek black pod materialized before them, bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The two ships hung in the void, locked in a silent, tense standoff. Neither side made a move. "Aboard the S-Devil." Robert shouted, "What the hell is that? Tell them to move before I blast them to bits." Sunja's voice was grave. "I can't do that." When he asked why, she explained, "That tiny ship is a Celestial-class battleship. We wouldn't even scratch its paint." She delivered the final chilling piece of news. And the worst part is, it belongs to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Robert went pale. The Heavenly Demon Sect. What could a force like that possibly want with them? A moment later, Officer Cho teleported directly onto their bridge, shocking everyone. He completely ignored them, his gaze fixed on the spot where Lee was sitting. Of course, Lee didn't notice. He was too busy waging a desperate war against a single hot dog with a knife and fork. Poor guy. He really should have just used his hands. Cho stared intently, though with his tiny eyes it was hard to tell. He instantly recognized Lee as the person he'd seen on the security feed. Robert cautiously approached the intruder. Ahem, to what do we owe the pleasure of a visit from the esteemed heavenly demon sect? Cho didn't even turn around, continuing his slow, deliberate walk towards Lee. He stopped at the table and announced, I am a first-class officer of the Disaster Safety Headquarters, Central Committee of the Heavenly Demon Sect, before taking a seat. He looked at Lee and said, feel free to speak comfortably with me. But Lee just kept on eating, not sparing him a single glance. Robert's jaw hit the floor. This little kid was a first-class officer. That was one of the highest and most powerful ranks in the entire sect. Officer Cho approaches with a bright smile, telling Lee he has an urgent request that required a personal visit. The officer waves Robert off, telling him to stay out of it. He turns to Lee, his voice dropping, as he reveals the mastermind's name, Michel Archimond. He explains Archimond was once a top scientist, a genius who developed military weapons for a government defense contractor. The code name for his twisted work was Project Steel City. Suddenly it all clicked. The Iron Gang that ambushed them on the mountain. They were Archimond's creations. The officer continues explaining that due to Rachel's inhuman methods, he was officially exiled and then simply vanished. But now he's hiding right here, conducting experiments on a scale far greater than before. Throughout this shocking revelation, Lee doesn't even glance at him, his focus entirely on his hot dog. Cho leans in, adding that Rachel wasn't just expelled. He was secretly given more funding to continue his projects in the shadows. Officer Cho reveals their prime suspects' powerful factions within the human government's own military. After his last bite, Lee simply asks Sunja for some water, completely ignoring the massive conspiracy just laid at his feet. Officer Cho stares in disbelief, stunned by the complete lack of reaction to such world-shattering information. He can only wonder who in the hell Lee really is. Robert, however, latches on. The military faction. Are you saying our own government did this? Cho confirms, it then dismisses him. This situation was far beyond what a mere civilian could handle. As the tension thickens, Sunja hands our hero his water. He still hasn't said a single word. Robert's voice cracks with desperation. What about our captain? She was just kidnapped. Cho's reply is cold. There's nothing we can do. All you can do is pray. That's the last straw. Robert slams his hands on the table, triggered. What kind of nonsense is that? He roars. Shut your mouth and get out. We are going to save our captain. His eyes blaze with defiance. I don't care who you are. If you try to stop us, you'll regret it. Then a calm voice cuts through the chaos. Lee finally speaks. Listen to him. He clarifies his stance. I'm not trying to intervene, but I have no intention of following your orders either. Lee's gaze sharpens. I keep wondering, why would you reveal such valuable information to us in such detail? Our hero lays the trap bare. It could only be because you want to use us as tools to escape the responsibility of handling this mess yourself. Lee scoffs. A kid who's barely grown any hair is trying to manipulate me. Cho's composure finally breaks. Who are you? Noble one. Lee ignores the question, pressing his own. Is that the real reason you came here? The officer's silence is a confession in itself. He doesn't answer, unable to meet Lee's gaze. Lee abruptly stands, his judgment delivered. If that's not why you came, then we have nothing to do with each other, and we never will. Cornered Cho finally asks the real question. Are you connected to the Heavenly Demon Sect? Lee's reply is swift and cold. No connection. The officer forces a smile. I'll believe you, for now. But he pushes again just to be certain. So you're saying you have no connection whatsoever with the Heavenly Demon Sect? Cho lays down the political line. If so, your actions from this point on are yours alone. The sect will make that clear. Without turning around, Lee replies, that's fine. Now leave, he says dismissively. I'm busy. A moment later, Cho's ship blasts off and he's gone. Lee watches the ship disappear, a flicker of interest in his eyes, despite his harsh demeanor. He thinks to himself, a faint smile on his lips. It's a relief. There's still some talent left in the demon sect. Meanwhile, aboard his ship, Cho races through space, his mind trying to figure out what just happened. Lee's assessment is sharp. That officer has some potential, but he's still far too immature. Back to the mission at hand. Robert is ready for war. It's time. Let's go handle this. Sunja agrees, but points out a complication. The coordinates have changed. She pulls up the new data. Their target is no longer the moon Psychus. It has been changed to the moon Genta. It seems Officer Cho, in his own way, had just given them their new target. We cut to Genta, the second moon of the Manhwa planet. A deep artificial chasm mars its surface, leading to Ritual's hidden facility. Deep inside that base, we find Seryong. She lies on the cold floor, utterly defeated and weak. The monstrous Count Ritual appears, dragging her limp body towards his private laboratory. Within the lab waits a horrifying sight, a massive operating table covered in heavy cuffs, designed to restrain its victims. He hauls Seryong into the room, and with a cruel grin begins strapping her to the table. What are you trying to do? Sayer asks, her voice weak as he looks back at her. So you're finally awake, he replies, but she only answers with a confused glare. He sneers, surprised she's already conscious. He muses that the noble bloodlines truly are something special, calling her the Lady of the Sinuan Tang clan. Seri demands to know where they are and what twisted fate he has planned for her. Ritual simply tells her not to worry. He's here to free her from all pain. He promises to erase her memories, wiping away even the darkest shadows of her past. His true goal is revealed. He plans to add her to his horrifying collection of puppets in the tubes. He'll turn her into an iron puppet, he says, giving her a simple life where she'll know nothing but absolute obedience. Hearing this, Seryong grits her teeth, focusing her will into her palm to summon her energy, but nothing happens. Ritual scoffs that it's useless. He's already sealed her meridians and completely paralyzed her nervous system. He casually opens the cuffs on the operating table, telling her the body she inhabits is no longer her own. He boasts that he's severed the connection to her brain and spinal cord, cutting off all control. Seryong strains with every fiber of her being, but her limbs won't obey. He tells her it's futile, so she might as well give up. But in that moment, the impossible happens. Seri forces herself to her feet, defying his control. "Don't dream such foolish dreams," she spits. "You can kill a child of the Tang clan, but you can never dominate our will." She activates a forbidden technique. Her eyes glow a terrifying crimson as blood streams from them and her mouth. Before Ritual can even react, her hand is already pressed against his chest. A strange sweet scent fills the air as a brilliant yellow poison erupts from her palm, melting his steel body as she pushes her hand deeper inside. He realizes with dawning horror, this is a terrifying poison. Count Ritual stands frozen in shock as she drives her hand further into his chest. It is called pigeon's blood, she reveals. Every child of the Tang is gifted a seed of this deadly poison at birth. It is our final resort, meant to take our enemies with us to the grave. As she speaks, blood continues to pour from her eyes. The poison's devastating effect spreads, and the Count desperately tries to pry her arm away. "It's useless," she rasps. "The more my heart burns, the stronger the poison becomes. Strong enough to melt steel itself." True to her word, the gaping hole in Ritual's chest sizzles and widens. She calls him an ugly monster, a chilling smile spreading across her bloody face. He watches in terror, dreading her next words. Her face is a mask of blood as she gives her final invitation, "Won't you die with me?" Suddenly, a silver flash slices between them, severing Seryong's hand. It's his android. It wasn't destroyed after all. Ritual rips her arm from his chest and moves to cut it off completely. On the brink of death, Seryong sees the android, realizing her final gambit has been foiled. A torrent of blood erupts from her severed limb, painting the floor crimson. Just then, blaring alarms echo throughout the entire facility. It seems trouble has arrived. Ritual looks up, his face twisted with pure annoyance, wondering what could possibly be happening now. The system screams out a warning, "Intruders detected!" Meanwhile, Lee equips a space shield, a cold fury burning in his eyes. Robert quickly dons his combat suit, standing ready behind the ever-composed Lee. From a massive hole in the ground, an army of iron puppets swarms out, preparing for battle against the S-Devils. Thousands of them charge forward with swords drawn, their ranks swelling by the second. Robert readies his weapons. "I'll handle this army of scrap metal. You go save the captain." Without wasting a single second, Lee launches himself forward, leaving Robert to face the horde alone. He soars over the incoming army, a blur of motion, heading straight for the enemy's underground base. Robert watches in amazement, muttering, "Wow, he really left in a hurry." Lee dives headfirst into the breach, immediately confronted by a wave of reinforcements pouring out. In that instant, Lee awakens his true form, and a blinding light erupts from the tunnel. Our hero unleashes a massive explosion that completely annihilates the robots and collapses the entrance, leaving Robert staring in awe. Massive chunks of debris rain down from the blast, crushing dozens of puppets below. But even so, a seemingly endless number of them still remain. Robert just sighs. "You know you could have helped out a little more before you took off. No need to take me so literally." A massive horde of iron gangshi charges towards Robert, a tide of steel wielding swords hungry for battle. Cursing under his breath, he realizes he's completely alone. He has no choice but to unleash his entire arsenal on the bots. Meanwhile, from a hidden chamber, a badly injured Count Ritual watches the chaos unfold on a monitor. On screen, he sees Robert going all out, a storm of bullets against the iron gangshi. Robert fights like a man-possessed, hellbent on taking every last one of them down. Ritual's android coolly scans his weapons, cataloging his entire arsenal. It identifies the MZCT-106 recoilless laser cannon. It also detects the TTR-8 automatic laser multi-missile system. Back on the battlefield, Robert fires a volley of missiles, unleashing absolute havoc upon the gangshi. Some of the gangshi get too close, forcing him to blast off the ground. The android's analysis is instant anti-gravity rockets. The android reports to Ritual. All these weapons are high-grade equipment for the special forces, but it adds a crucial detail. However, the equipment is outdated. These models are no longer in use. Ritual smirks. He's not an active soldier, but a retired one. "I was worried for nothing," he scoffs, ordering the android to eliminate Robert and everyone else. But suddenly, a new alarm blares through the facility, catching both Ritual and the android by surprise. He glares at the android, demanding an explanation. It reports calmly, "An intruder has entered District 8. Just seconds later, it updates. The intruder has already passed District 8 and is now entering District 7. A chill runs down Ritual's spine. How could anyone bypass their security measures so quickly? The updates become a blur. The intruder has blazed from District 8 to 7, then 6, then 5. The android continues the count from 4 to 3 to 2, and then it stops, unable to analyze the intruder's entry data any further. Ritual is in absolute shock. "Impossible," he retorts. "No one could have bypassed all our defenses that fast." The android desperately tries to reanalyze the data to pinpoint the intruder's location. Suddenly, a brilliant fiery light erupts right behind it. It tries to report the intruder's location, but its systems freeze. In an instant, the android explodes on the spot. The so-called intruder has arrived. Ritual watches in horror as the android is blown into bits of steel. He frantically scans the room, trying to find where the attack came from. Meanwhile, the alarm triggers a deadly defense system. Gas begins flooding the containment tubes, holding countless trapped people. The tubes fill almost completely with the toxic vapor, a final desperate response to the emergency. Then, just as suddenly, the alarms fall silent and the tubes return to normal. Oxygenation is restored. The room is thick with smoke, and Ritual stands there stunned, trying to comprehend who this intruder could be. He then spots a massive gaping hole torn straight through the reinforced wall. And through that opening, Lee calmly walks into the facility, his hands still casually in his pockets. The horrifying realization dawns on Ritual. This man, he is the intruder who tore through all their defenses. Lee stares back at him with a curious gaze, looking completely and utterly harmless. Our hero steps through the opening, closing the distance to the Count. Lee simply watches him, not saying a word. Ritual stares back in shock, his mind racing. Who in the hell is this guy? How did he get past an army of bots to get here? While the Count is still frozen in place, Lee moves faster than light itself, reappearing in an instant right behind him. He walks toward Seryong's position on the table. Count Ritual spins around to face him. Seer is strapped to the table by one arm. Her other has been severed, and her body is stained crimson with blood. Count Ritual finally breaks the silence, roaring with fury and fear. "Who are you?" Lee pays him no mind, his gaze fixed on Seryong's broken and bloodied form. At last, he speaks, his voice dangerously calm. "You have ruined a child who had just begun to bloom. On top of that," he adds, gesturing to the thousands in tubes, "you don't treat people with respect." Lee looks him dead in the eye and declares, "You are nothing but a monster." The Count is speechless, stunned into silence by the weight of his words. He has no idea how to react to this unknown man. Lee's gaze narrows, and the sheer pressure is enough to make the Count flinch. He barks again. "I asked who you are. What do you want here?" Lee simply reaches out his hand, activating a martial arts skill. On the floor, Seryong's soft sword suddenly hums with energy vibrating against the ground. The blade lifts itself from the floor and glides through the air. Our hero tells Count Ritual, his voice cold as ice, "I refuse to talk to anything that isn't human," as he summons the sword to his hand. The blade hurtles from the earth, aiming straight for Ritual and Lee. Instead of a killing blow, Lee's sword whispers past Ritual's ear, a chilling promise of the power he holds back. The blade flies back to Lee's hand, a feat that shocks the Count. He recognizes the impossible technique instantly. Void manipulation. He frantically scans Lee, searching for the source of this power, but finds nothing. No internal drive. A cold dread washes over him. How could this man be so powerful without a mechanical core? He's wielding a skill of the gods' void manipulation, a technique only achievable by those who've reached the transcendent level. He pushes his ocular scanner to its limits, desperate for answers. He is utterly baffled. Could this be the fabled power of ancient martial arts? Ritual stands his ground, but he knows he's cornered. Why did this monster have to appear now at the most critical moment? The Count glares at his damaged body, the wound from Seryong throbbing painfully. He curses himself for being injured by that crazy woman. Lee closes the distance, his gaze piercing through Ritual. With a simple shrug towards his neck, the Count flinches in surprise. Lee's voice is laced with contempt. "You aren't human, but you're not a real martial warrior either." Our hero scoffs. "How can you let your mind wander in the middle of a battle?" Lee's taunts finally break him. "Silence!" Ritual roars, lunging forward with all his might, aiming to land one decisive blow. But suddenly Ritual feels a searing pain as blood erupts from his side. Lee is already behind him, having sliced his entire left arm clean off. Ritual looks back in horror at his own severed limb on the floor. "That," Lee says coldly, "is for what you did to Seryong." Meanwhile, Seryong lies unconscious on the cold, unforgiving operating table. Lee continues, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "All that's left is for you to pay the price for angering me." A powerful aura begins to radiate from him. "You should brace yourself," he warns, "because that price can be quite expensive." Overwhelming energy floods the laboratory. Count Ritual is in deep trouble, thinking his luck has finally run out. First, he had to face that deadly woman from the Sichuan Tang clan. And now, this absolute demon, all on the same day. His internal drive is operating below 40% thanks to the wound in his chest. In this state, there is absolutely no chance of victory. In a desperate moment, he chooses a desperate measure. He overrides the system, pushing his internal drive to its absolute maximum. His internal systems scream with alarms. His damaged body was never meant to handle this much energy. The system flashes critical alerts. Operational limits surpassed. Heat output uncontrollable. Despite the warnings of imminent system failure, Ritual pushes the internal drive even harder. Lee observes this reckless surge of energy and shakes his head. What a strange and crude skill. He wonders how the world of martial arts fell so far, relying on crude power-ups that destroy the body instead of true mastery. Suddenly, a faint voice cuts through the chaos, pleading with him to kill Ritual. He turns, searching for the source of the desperate plea. It's Seryong. She has regained consciousness, but she looks to be on the verge of death. He's starting a self-destruction sequence, she gasps. Kill him before it's too late. Lee instantly turns back, but he already knows. He's too late. Unstable light is pouring out from every crack in the Count's body. He's about to detonate. Lee can only watch as Ritual chooses to end his own life in a final explosive act. A blinding light erupts from where the Count stood. The explosion has been triggered. The light grows brighter and brighter, swallowing the entire facility in its white-hot embrace. At the same time, Robert's weapon systems begin to fail. Ammunition depleted. His TTR-8 missiles are gone. Reload required. His photon cannon sputters and dies. Energy depleted. Recharge required. His V-10 Laster Claymore sparks and malfunctions. Inspection and repair needed. Even his fireproof suit begins to fail. Item replacement required. To make matters worse, he's still surrounded by hundreds of bots, all still primed for combat. This is a very bad situation. Robert curses under his breath. I told Lee this would happen if he'd just helped me a little earlier. This would have been easy. The mechanical horde doesn't care. Seeing him cease fire, they begin their slow, menacing advance. Hey, stop! Robert yells, holding up his hands. Let's all just take a break, you scrap metal bastards. Then he asks them a simple question. Have you ever wondered who I am? And he begins to take off his combat suit. He ejects the combat suit's frontal armor, preparing to cast it all aside. In a bold move, he sheds the entire suit, standing bare and revealing his true identity. Robert Carlolele, Sergeant Major of the Northern Galaxy's Special Tactical Unit. He brandishes twin daggers, warning the girl not to be afraid. With a roar, Robert lunges forward, challenging them all to face him. This battle just took a dangerous turn. The bots are stunned by his suicidal charge, but their systems flare to life, ready to meet his ferocity. But suddenly, a massive blast erupts before his very eyes, stopping him dead in his tracks. What in the world is happening? A colossal explosion tears its way out from the underground facility right before him. The fiery cataclysm swells, engulfing a huge portion of the moon's surface in a blinding, world-ending light that whites everything out. Robert can only stare at the blast from a distance, his mind struggling to comprehend the chaos. His jaw hangs open in utter disbelief as he scans the horizon. He stands, frozen daggers in hand, paralyzed by this insane turn of events. The explosion billows into a terrifying mushroom cloud, as if a nuclear warhead just detonated on sight. Its sheer power is visible for miles, launching debris and shrapnel high into the vacuum of space. Far out in the void, the crew of the Greenwood ship witnesses the shocking spectacle. Kim, who was secretly monitoring the S-Devil bounty hunters, is floored by the sudden violent eruption. Captain Chu rushes in, reporting a gigaton-scale electromagnetic field explosion, originating from Manhwa's moon. A cold dread fills Kim. This is escalating far beyond anything they could have predicted. He realizes an explosion of this magnitude could only be military-grade, hinting that the human government is somehow involved in this madness. He makes a swift decision, ordering the captain to erase every single record of this incident, including all video feeds. Captain, he says with chilling finality, we saw nothing here. The captain is stunned by his commander's directive, especially after he just suggested they report this to their superiors. Meanwhile, Officer Cho's celestial battleship happens to be patrolling the same sector. From the bridge of his ship, he too detects the mega explosion on Mount Hua's moon, watching the disaster unfold on his main screen. Back on the moon's surface, Robert remains utterly lost, still trying to process what's happening. What is going on? He asks himself. Not only did a bomb go off, but every single bot around him has suddenly powered down. They've all gone silent, completely cut off from their base commands. Then a horrifying thought strikes him. They were here to rescue the captain. Was she caught in that blast? He abandons his post, sprinting frantically toward the facility's ruins. His mind screaming one question, where is the captain? But another brilliant flash of light stops him cold. Please, not another explosion. He looks up to see a radiant light descending from the sky, growing brighter as it approaches him at impossible speeds. From within that light, Lee emerges on his operation board carrying the limp form of Captain Seryong in his arms. As they get closer, Robert's blood runs cold. The captain is gravely wounded. Her arm is gone. Lee's expression is one of profound sorrow as he looks down at her broken body. Robert can only stand there, speechless and horrified. He looks from Lee to the captain, praying that somehow she'll make it through this. Elsewhere, Officer Cho returns to his master, reporting that the Mount Hua planet has mysteriously returned to normal. His master, however, is calmly tending to a blossoming flower in a vast, serene field. Cho continues explaining that the people used as test subjects have all resumed their daily lives. Fortunately, he adds, they have no memory of the events. It's as if nothing ever happened. The master muses that the whole affair sounds like a bizarre ghost story, then asks how a person like Rachel could have possibly pulled it off. Officer Cho offers the only explanation he can think of: they've commercialized entropy inversion. The master is unimpressed. Entropy what? Speak plainly, Cho. Not everyone is a genius like you. Cho explains that entropy inversion is a forbidden technology that allows one to reconfigure time itself, like turning back the clock. Because of the catastrophic risk of creating parallel universes, all experiments on it were banned. Yet Rachel didn't just perfect the technology. He inverted every single test subject simultaneously. But there's more. He's also created other forbidden technologies like unilateral teleportation. Cho concludes with awe in his voice. Ritual is a genius far greater than his reputation. The master insists that with his incredible abilities, the human government's military factions would undoubtedly race to support him. He scoffs at their boundless greed, calling them foolish humans. Do they not realize that playing with fire can incinerate not just themselves, but the entire world? The master's voice cuts through the air. Is Rachel dead? Officer Cho hesitates, admitting he isn't certain. Not certain, the master muses, means she is still alive. Cho can only confirm his superior's sharp deduction. An order is given cold and absolute. Ensure the ritual is dealt with permanently. The master adds another command, his voice laced with disdain. And eliminate the one using our sex martial arts, he says, referring to Lee. Officer Cho offers no protest, simply stating he understands. A flicker of unease crosses his face. The orders don't sit right with him, but he forces himself to remain silent. Later, the officer returns to his ship, taking his usual seat. He sits there for a long time, lost in a sea of troubled thoughts. Meanwhile, back on the Manhwa planet, a fragile peace has returned. Sovereign Yang shares tea with Lee, explaining that his daughter recounted the entire ordeal. I don't know how I can ever repay you, he says, for saving not only my daughter, but also the rebels. Lee corrects him calmly. They weren't rebels, merely puppets controlled by a hidden master. He warns that the true evil behind this incident is still at large. This was information he gleaned from a certain little kid, a clear reference to Officer Cho. Sovereign Yang nods in agreement. That much is certain. Mount Hua may be weakened, he admits. But it's impossible for just anyone to defy our martial laws. Unless they possess the backing of an immense power. Lee sips his tea, unbothered. It seems, he says, you intend to turn a blind eye to all this. Sovereign Yang's eyes widen, caught completely off guard by Lee's insight. He wonders how this young man can see straight through his intentions. Lee doesn't even bother to look up, continuing to enjoy his tea. The sovereign marvels at his composure, discussing such a grave matter with utter calm, despite his youth. Just who is this man? He finally replies, his voice heavy. My first duty is the survival of nearly 10,000 members of the Mount Hua clan. I will cast aside my pride if it ensures their safety. It's clear that a direct confrontation would be a foolish gamble for his people. Sovereign Yang then notes how Lee doesn't show a hint of nervousness while speaking to him. He reflects that since reaching the pinnacle of power, everyone has shown him absolute deference. Yet Lee's casual, almost implied attitude feels natural, a truly baffling experience. Don't dwell on it, Lee advises him coolly. It was simply my personal choice, to live my life looking down upon the world and everyone in it. He states it as a simple fact. That is the path he walks. The words strike Yang like a thunderbolt. Does Lee see himself as an absolute, a supreme being? To dare look down upon the entire world? The Sword Sovereign demands to know, who are you really? Lee replies. It's better that you don't know since you've chosen to live with your eyes closed. Keep them shut, he warns. Opening them will only invite more trouble. Sovereign Yang can only stare, completely perplexed. This had to be the most extraordinary person he had ever met. Lee rises from the table and walks toward the exit. Before departing, he adds, there is something I wish to ask, as I'm unfamiliar with this era. He then poses the question, is there any technology capable of reattaching severed limbs? The Sovereign confesses, the question sounds absurd, but he's witnessed many impossible things lately. Outside the chamber, Huin gazes at the scenery. Far above the S-Devil ship departs the Mount Hua planet, venturing back into the cold expanse of space. Aboard that ship, Seryong lies unconscious and bare inside a containment unit. She's trapped within a life support system that forces her to breathe, keeping her alive. Sunja stands guard, her eyes glued to the flickering vital signs on the monitor. She continues her scan, but the data tells a grim story. The captain's condition is not good at all. Stepping out of the medical bay, Sunja is immediately confronted by Robert. How is she? How's the captain? He asks desperately. Sunja's reply is blunt and devoid of emotion. She's not doing well. What do you mean? Robert argues. It was just an arm. It can be reattached. But the android reveals a far deadlier truth. Her blood is flooded with a poison her own body created. And the worst part, the poison is entirely unique. There is no antidote. I have neutralized what I can, she explains, but it's already spreading to her internal organs. Panic flashes in Robert's eyes as he grabs her. Then we need a real hospital. Why are we just sitting here? Sunja repeats the terrible fact. There is no antidote. Besides, she adds, the nearest advanced hospital is worlds away in places like Kina or Nebula. I'm not sure the captain would even survive the journey. Robert lets her go, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Then, what can we do? Sunja simply walks past him, her final words hanging in the air like a death sentence. We need to prepare to say our goodbyes. She recalls the captain's last wish for her. Attach a shield to her body and release her into the void to explore the endless sea of stars forever. She vows to gather the funds they need to buy the finest armor for their captain's final procession. Robert could only stand there utterly dejected as the crushing reality of her words sank in. The ship once so full of life now feels dark and desolate. Sunja moves to the dispenser, needing a drink of water. She stares into the cup, but knows she can't swallow a single drop. Instead, she pours the water over her head, letting it cascade down her face. It was the only way she could allow herself to weep. Suddenly, her eyes fly open, spotting something impossible. Docked just outside their ship was the grand vessel of the West Heaven Sword Matron. Alarm bells screamed in her mind. Why would the Sword Matron seek them out again? Aboard her ship, the matron gazed down at the S-Devil's vessel. A worried expression graced her features. It was clear she knew of the recent tragedy that had befallen them. Her intense gaze remained fixed on the ship, a silent request for an audience with the bounty hunters. Back on the Manhwa planet, Vien, Yang sensed a disturbance in the heavens. The West Heaven Sword Matron's ship had breached their airspace, her intentions completely unknown. The Sword Sovereign's expression darkened. This was an intrusion he had not anticipated. The head of Mount Hua's security, Sanjin, rushed to report that the vessel belonged to the West Heaven Sword Matron. The Sword Sovereign recognized the name instantly. Kim Yanhua, the West Heaven Sword Matron herself. Sanjin explained they'd attempted contact multiple times, but the ship remained silent, offering no response. It appears she is not here for me, Sovereign Yang stated calmly, telling him to simply let her be. Sanjin's frustration boiled over. Sovereign, he protested. This is the sacred territory of our sect. He argued that her title gave her no right to disrespect their domain with such blatant disregard. Sovereign Yang simply offered a calm smile, urging his subordinate to quell his anger. He explained that the Mount Hua sect was in a delicate state of rebuilding. They could not afford conflict with other major powers right now. It was clear Sanjin was oblivious to the cataclysmic event that had recently shattered their sect. As Sanjin tried to argue further, the Sword Sovereign cut him off, declaring that patience was their greatest weapon at this moment. Walking away, the Sovereign's final words echoed, "We must endure until we are strong enough to stand tall once more." Sanjin was left stunned and confused, but a direct order was a direct order. He had to obey. He couldn't shake the Sovereign's words, wondering what rebuilding could possibly mean. Meanwhile, the Sword Matron's ship hovered silently in orbit, ignoring all hails from the planet's security forces. Inside her vessel, the matron addressed Li as revered master, stating she had come to seek an audience regarding a delicate matter. "I believe," she said with confidence, "I can offer you some unexpected assistance." It appears the Sword Matron had already retrieved Seryong's unconscious form. She told Li she could mend the girl as per his unspoken wish. Li was stunned. "Are you saying you can reattach her severed arm?" He wondered just how far medical technology had truly come. The Sword Matron dismissed his concern. Reattaching a limb is a simple matter, basic medical knowledge. The real challenge, she continued, is purging the blood poison from her heart that has now spread through her entire body. Li's eyes widened. He had no idea she'd been afflicted with such a deadly poison. So Seryong is from the Sichuan Tang clan, he mused. No wonder she's both a fool and a hothead. The Sword Matron acknowledged his keen insight, confirming the blood poison was a secret art permitted only for the clan's direct bloodline. Our main character cut to the chase. "And how would you know something like that?" After a moment's thought, he relented, formally requesting her help to heal Seryong. The matron remained silent, waiting. He understood. "Since I am accepting your aid, feel free to state your price." With a steely gaze, he asked her directly, "What is it that you want from me?" The Sword Matron's voice was grim. "There is someone I wish to meet, and I am certain you can open the path for me." Li felt a chilling, killing intent in her voice. The rage was palpable. For some reason, he felt she was talking about someone he already knew. Ritual. "Not long ago," he said, "I met someone who filled me with that same urge to beat them to death." He told her bluntly, "If he's the one you're looking for, you're too late. That bastard is already dead." "Ritual is still alive," the Sword Matron stated with absolute certainty. "The problem is, he has hidden himself in a much deeper darkness. He is hiding within a place called the Galactic Nebula, in the Vista Union system, particularly on the 108 ZUR4H moon. She declares that this is precisely why she needs his power. Meanwhile, on that very moon lies a military droid disposal site, a junkyard owned by the human government's Southern Galactic Core. A mysterious woman approaches a lone cryopod, standing amidst the scrap. In her hands, she carries a cloth ready to cover the one who sleeps inside. The woman waits with unnerving patience for the pod to awaken. With a hiss, the pod slowly cracks open, spilling a blinding white light into the desolate landscape. It continues its deliberate reveal of the figure within. As the seal breaks further, a viscous liquid drains out disturbingly similar to the fluids from Ritual's lab. The strange substance pools on the ground, streaming past the woman's bare feet. The pod empties completely, but the blinding light conceals whatever or whoever it held. She steps closer to the blinding glow, and a figure becomes clear. A naked man crouched inside the pod. The man desperately tries to cover himself, his body a canvas of cruel experiments. The woman draws near, gently draping him with the cloth she brought. "Congratulations on your return to this life," she whispers, addressing him as the Count. Count Ritual stares back, his eyes clouded with confusion. Nothing makes sense. He asks who she is, his memory a complete blank. She introduces herself as Rachel Archimond, one of his loyal vessels. The strangest part, Ritual's own surname is Archimond. But even stranger, this woman is a perfect living copy of the West Heaven sword matron. She tells him to be patient, assuring him that all of his memories will soon flood back. Ritual just stares, completely lost in her words. Rachel meets his gaze with an unwavering intensity, saying nothing more. Soon, she thinks to herself, when your memories return, you will love me again. Elsewhere, the real sword matron reveals to Lee the moon where Ritual is hiding. She explains that the moon is a massive droid graveyard for the military, the perfect place for a ghost like him to hide. But there's a problem. The entire facility is run by the human government, which means it's crawling with the planetary defense forces. Lee raises an eyebrow, asking if this human government is some kind of official power. He notes that a child once told him something similar, recalling his conversation with Cho. The sword matron scoffs, remarking that official body is a term she hasn't heard in millennia. A faint smile plays on her lips. She admits he certainly has a way of sparking one's curiosity. She confirms the human government is a formal power, one that maintains a distant but neutral relationship with the martial arts world. Lee understands immediately, close enough to watch but far enough not to interfere. He muses that the elite's desire to cling to their power hasn't changed one bit over the ages. The sword matron shoots him a sideways glance. Why does he speak as if he's lived for thousands of years? Just, who is this man? Cutting through her thoughts, he tells her to get to the point. What does she need him to do? Miles away, the planetary defense commander, Major Bernardo, gazes out from his office window. The sword matron lays out her plan. She needs Lee to create a major distraction, drawing the full attention of the defense forces so she can slip in and reach Ritual. Outside his window, Major Bernardo watches his facility at work. He speaks to someone behind him, informing them of a report he just received. The lab has been utterly annihilated. Seated behind him is Count Ritual, with the ever-present Rachel standing guard. "We encountered an unexpected complication," Ritual states calmly. Ritual explains that he had no choice but to erase all evidence. The secrecy of their project, he reminds him, is the absolute top priority. The commander chuckles darkly. It seems his tongue wasn't damaged in the incident, given how smoothly he speaks. He wonders if that same silver tongue will work on the project's investors. He doubts even one of Ritual's many lives will be enough to appease their fury over the destroyed lab. Ritual remains unfazed, declaring that the project is far from a failure. The Steel City project, he explains, was merely one small part of a much larger plan. He continues, stating they've gathered more than enough data from the experiments. In that sense, the project was a resounding success. And now, Ritual announces as he stands to leave, we proceed with the main event, the Iron Gangshi project. Before he can leave, Major Bernardo stops him with a favor. He asks if Ritual can make him another copy of that thing he has with him, gesturing towards Rachel. Ritual's back stiffens with controlled rage, but he doesn't give the commander the satisfaction of turning around. The commander sighs, complaining he's been stuck at this dead-end post for far too long and he's growing bored. If making a new one is too much trouble, he adds with a smirk, you can just lend me yours for a few days. I'll consider it, Ritual replies through gritted teeth before striding out with Rachel. He's boiling with fury, but now is not the time to make a scene. What an absolute piece of trash, he thinks to himself. The commander watches them go, baffled. Why treat something that isn't even human like a real person? How utterly insolent. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a heavy rain begins to fall. Soaked by the relentless downpour, Seryong stood with her soft sword in hand, her gaze lost in the gloom. She wondered why her memories felt like an endless, desolate storm, mirroring the rain that beat down on her. And then a figure emerged from the rain. The sword matron. You carry yourself with such a careless air, she said. But it's all a facade, isn't it? A thick mask to hide the noble blood of the Sichuan Tang clan. Seryong's eyes remained vacant, the words echoing around her without any meaning. Follow me, the matron commanded. I've come to take you. But Seryong stood her ground, refusing. I must protect the transference gate behind me. The sword matron's voice was cold. This isn't reality. It is a prison of your own mind. She continued, you have nothing left to protect. You've already lost everything. And that is why you are trapped in this delusion. Come back with me. But rage finally flared in Seryong's eyes. Never. I will protect this gate with my life. No one can pass. In that moment, Seryong's eyes widened in disbelief as the unthinkable happened. The sword matron drove her blade straight through Seryong's chest. Her mind went blank, staring at the steel buried in her body. "If you refuse to listen," the matron whispered, "then I will take you by force." And with that, Seryong awoke, floating inside a tube on the sword matron's ship. Consciousness returned in a rush as she tried to swim, her mind racing. Where am I? Sometime later, the sword matron connected to her charging terminal, replenishing the internal energy she'd spent saving Seryong. The system chimed. Internal energy drive recharging, 3.6 cycles restored, current capacity 84%. Just then, Seryong stepped into the room. The sword matron turned. "How are you feeling?" Seryong hesitated for a moment, knowing a private audience with the sword matron was a privilege few were ever granted. "Your reattached arm will feel foreign for some time," the matron explained. "Focus on rehabilitation until your neural network fully stabilizes." Seryong bowed her head. "Thank you for saving my life. I promise to repay this debt." The sword matron scoffed, her tone like ice. "You overestimate your worth. Debts are only shared between equals. Regardless of your ties to the Sichuan Tang clan, you are less than a speck of dust to your peers. Frankly, you weren't worth the internal energy I used to save you." "Then why?" Seryong demanded. "Why did you save me?" Her question was met with cold, dismissive silence. The sword matron's gaze hardened. "The Sichuan Tang family? How truly cruel to cultivate the half-blood poison within your very heart. It was so deeply rooted I almost failed to extract it." Her eyes drifted to a nearby container where a parasite now floated. "So the rumors were true. The deadliest poison passed down only to the head of the Tang family." The conversation twisted like a knife in Seryong's soul, striking at the secrets of her clan and her past. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling. "Give it back. That poison is my soul." Just then, the system declared, "Internal energy drive is now fully charged." The matron disconnected the cables. "You activated that poison when you chose death. It means you abandoned your soul." Her voice was final. "Therefore, it is no longer yours." Despair washed over Seryong, leaving her powerless to fight back. "The poison," the matron declared coolly, "now belongs to me." But in a shocking twist, she added, "However, I will give it back to you." "In return," the sword matron said, her eyes glinting, "you will tell me everything you know about that man. Do not miss a single detail." Seryong stared blankly. Who could she mean? And then it hit her like a thunderclap. She was talking about Li. Meanwhile, Li himself had returned to the Manhwa planet for a discussion with Sovereign Yang. The sword sovereign greeted him with a deep bow. "Revered master, we wish to see you again to properly repay the kindness you have shown us." Li simply waved a hand. "Forget about it. I did what I wanted to do. A cup of tea is more than enough." "I understand your heart, revered master," the sovereign replied. "But the roles of debtor and creditor are vastly different. And the Mount Hua sect is not accustomed to owing debts. Therefore, allow me to repay you with a piece of sincere advice." His expression grew serious. "Do not get close to the West Heaven sword matron. She is a venomous spider that lives in the deep, dark abyss." As he spoke those words, Seryong was leaving the matron's chambers. As she walked down the corridor, she sensed a strange figure standing beside her. When she glanced over, she saw Elena standing there with a look of profound sadness as the sovereign's warning echoed, "She infects everything she comes near with her darkness." But Seryong's gaze was hard and empty. She walked right past Elena as if she were nothing more than air. But Elena shatters the peace, warning her not to feel safe, for her death would come by Elena's own hands. This chilling threat proves the sword sovereign's point. The matron's poison infects everyone she touches, even her own daughter. Aboard the ship, Seryong confronts Elena, demanding to know why she's being threatened. She searches her memory for some forgotten debt, but comes up empty. Elena's answer is cold and simple. The only reason this score hasn't been settled is because Seryong's mother intervened. An icy silence hangs between the two women, their unspoken war raging in their eyes. Seryong finally turns away, remarking how she and her mother are one and the same. Enraged, Elena screams not to be ignored, reminding her of her grim promise. But Seryong is unfazed, brushing her off with a casual, "Whatever you say." Just as she's about to leave, the captain pivots a single question on her mind. She turns to face Elena, who leans in waiting with rapt attention. Seryong's eyes narrow. She demands to know why Elena dares to speak to her so informally, and then asks the ultimate question. "Just how old are you?" Meanwhile, back on the Manhwa planet, Li respectfully declines the Sword Sovereign's advice, stating he'll handle things his own way. Sovereign Young adds that while he doesn't know her exact request, he's certain her true intentions lie hidden beneath the surface. He suspects she's hunting for someone truly significant to her. He warns Li of a legend in Jianghu, a tale that says any man who encounters the West Heaven Sword Matron is forever caught in her web. This is because the ideals she pursues are on an entirely different plane. The Sovereign admits he too crossed paths with her in his youth. She had boldly declared her desire to bear his child, believing their combined genes would create the world's most perfect being. He remembers her as a breathtakingly radiant and beautiful woman. He confesses that despite being engaged, refusing her was one of the hardest things he'd ever done. Even now, a part of him still regrets that choice. The Sovereign reveals a shocking rumor. Over 100 men have already fallen for her allure. As he speaks, Rachel herself steps into a lunar facility in Nebula. All those men, the sovereign explains, willingly provided her with their genes. In the lab, we see Rachel, a living replica of the sword matron, a product of his own creation. A bitter expression clouds his face as the sight of her stirs up a storm of painful memories. The sword sovereign tells our hero that after taking their seed, the sword matron abandons every single man without a second thought. He explains that's how she earned her terrifying nickname, the Black Widow. Just like the spider, she devours her partners after mating. Lee questions if this means she has a vast number of children. The sovereign confirms it's over 100 likely one for every seed she has collected. Lee is stunned. He can't believe it's possible for someone who looks so young to have given birth to so many. But Sovereign Yang clarifies that's not how she creates her children. He reveals her chilling method gene cultivation in test tubes, a process that would allow her to create 100 children at once if she wished. Our hero is completely fascinated by this revelation, remarking on how bizarre the world has truly become. He then asks the sovereign why she would want so many children, knowing what a monumental task it is to raise even one. Yang explains her ultimate goal to birth the absolute one, a perfect being destined to achieve the dream she never could. Yet so far, not a single one of her creations has ever satisfied her. It seems this relentless quest is what led her to humanity. The sovereign gives one last grave warning. Getting close to her is a danger beyond imagination. Lee simply says, "What a shame," and rises after finishing his tea. A surprised sovereign asks him what he means. Walking away, Lee casually remarks that it would have been nice if she were his type, since he sometimes wishes he had a child of his own. The sovereign is left utterly speechless, staring after him with a look of pure bewilderment. Sometime later, Seryong returns to the bridge of the S-Devil, only to be ambushed by her overjoyed crew. Robert crushes her in a tight hug, while Sunja clings to her leg, both shouting about how they always knew she would make it back alive. Clearly overwhelmed, Seryong tries to pry Robert's hands off, begging for some personal space. But he refuses, asking how she could feel uncomfortable when her comrades had missed her so terribly. In the corner, the ancient warrior Lee continues to munch on his hot dog, completely unfazed by the chaos. Finally, Free Seryong makes her way toward him. She awkwardly acknowledges that she heard he was the one who saved her, a roundabout way of giving thanks. She tells him she has just one question, hesitating for a beat before asking if he was older than her. Lee just stares back, confused and silent. Taking his silence as a yes, she confidently answers her own question. "He was definitely older," she declared. "Probably uncle older, or maybe even grandpa older." With her mind made up, she snatched the plate of hot dogs right out of his hands. Declaring he couldn't eat them, she ordered Sunja to bring organic food, citing his advanced age. With the final piece of hot dog poised on his fork, her voice cut through the air, demanding he surrender it. In a flash, his calm mask shattered. A menacing aura exploded from him, his martial form awakened a silent threat: back away, or perish. Robert and Sunja stared dumbfounded as their captain and the ancient warrior clashed yet again. For Seryong, it seemed that passion and conflict were two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, light years away in the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a man named Jang Ryak reeled from a shocking report. He stammered, begging the sword matron before him to repeat her words. Her voice, cold as steel, confirmed the intel on the man they called Lee. 2,000 years ago, a man willingly entombed himself in a stone chamber deep beneath Earth's Mount Tai. His name, she declared, was Lee M. Jin, and his connection to their Heavenly Demon Sect was undeniable. Jang Ryak waved a dismissive hand, claiming he knew that part. He demanded she repeat what came next. The sword matron met his gaze, delivering the final soul-shattering blow of her report. She revealed that this man, Lee M. Jin, once held the title of Heavenly Demon Supreme. Jang Ryak's world crumbled. His eyes widened in disbelief, the name striking him like a physical blow elsewhere. The Duke was in his lab syncing data from a biochip, as his assistant confirmed all systems were green. Once the upload was complete, the Duke gave the command, "Return to your master." And just like that, the chip flew directly into his hand. His work finished, he approached his aide Bernardo to present the requested product. Bernardo stared in disgust. "You can't be serious, the Iron Gangshi project. It turns living humans into combat droids. And not just any droids. They were designed to wield superhuman martial arts." But this monstrosity barely looked human. The Duke simply smirked, "It will soon." In a flash, the creature leaped onto a soldier's face, burrowing straight into his nose. The soldier's body convulsed, veins bulging across his skin like writhing snakes. This nanodroid is engineered for infiltration, paralyzing the brain's neural pathways to seize control and convert the host into a living weapon. It's also uploaded with combat data on the world's most lethal martial arts techniques. In short, a perfect killing machine. So why the grotesque appearance? The answer, a genetic mismatch with the test subject, resulting in this horrific deformation. The chip ejected itself, and the host collapsed a lifeless husk on the floor. The Duke ordered them to prepare for tomorrow's demonstration. The prototype was ready, and the investors needed to be silenced. 10 years, Bernardo protested. "How can I explain that my $500 million investment created that thing?" But the Duke was unfazed. "Don't worry," he sneered. "It simply hasn't met its true master yet. Once it finds him, its true potential will be unleashed." He gestured to the fallen soldier. "Go now, become its true master. Witness the perfection of Project Iron Gangshi." Back on our hero's ship, Sunja reported they'd reached their limit. Any closer and they would breach the security perimeter. Seryong hesitated, but Robert laid out the stakes. One wrong move and they'd be branded fugitives of the entire human government, a life on the run with no peace in sight. They checked the matriarch's ship. It was holding the same distance but on the opposite flank. Seryong made the call. Prep the landing pod. If things go south, we're strangers. She found Lee telling him this was his stop. But from this point forward, she declared it would only be the two of them. Lee's response was firm. Don't follow me, I go alone. Seryong insisted, calling him Mr. Lee and claiming the landing pod needed a pilot. But Robert yelled, what about the autopilot? Besides, her piloting skills were a joke. Cornered Seryong confessed she had her own unfinished business with that man. Lee urged her to stay behind. He had a far greater debt to repay. Consider your business with me settled, he advised. Let it go. Because clinging to the past, he warned, will only prevent you from moving forward. The deeper you dwell in what was, the more you lose sight of what is. Suddenly, alarms blared in Bernardo's ears. An intruder had breached the perimeter. The heavenly demon had arrived. At the same time, a new voice sneered at the chief. This was Warren mistaking him for a bug and asking where he crawled from. The Duke froze his eyes wide with utter disbelief. It couldn't be. Was he really seeing him? That man was actually here? Bernardo's scans confirmed it. He was a natural pure with no internal implants or integrated weapons. At first glance, he looked like a wandering demon. What awful luck for a mere beggar to encounter. Bernardo ordered his immediate elimination, and a combat droid erupted from the sand to attack. But the Duke arrived in a desperate panic, screaming that this man was beyond their power to handle. He commanded Bernardo to switch to emergency alert, activating every single defensive weapon on the base. Bernardo scoffed. He's just a simple natural. He couldn't understand what the big deal was. But the moment Lee took a single step forward, the droid simply disintegrated from his overwhelming presence. Witnessing the protective aura, the Duke frantically ordered an analysis of the man's martial arts technique. He even authorized a connection to the government's central database to identify it. Bernardo shot up, demanding to know what he was doing. He was the commander here. The Duke shot back that if the project failed because of his insubordination, not even Bernardo's rank would save him. Use everything you have to stop him, he warned, if you value your life. As Lee drew closer, successive lines of defense flared to life, trying to halt his advance. The Duke made a call, urging someone to bring it immediately. They had to accelerate the project no matter the cost. We then see who he was calling Warren, standing in the heart of some lush green chamber. A moment later, Rachel reported in. She had arrived and would bring Warren herself. Suddenly, Lee noticed a swirling tornado that grew exponentially until a colossal Buddha statue materialized from within the storm. The heavenly demon demanded to know who dared to summon it, but a giant hand descended to crush him instantly. From orbit, the sheer scale of the vortex was visible. Bernardo smirked, thinking the Duke had overreacted. But from beneath the colossal hand, a blast of energy tore a hole straight through it, and Lee flew out, ascending to the very top. "Kill him!" Bernardo shrieked in terror. "Kill him now!" The tornado began to glow a sinister red, as Arlie observed that the true energy of a Buddha is born from emptiness. How could this form be filled with such impure violence? He realized this was no divine power, but a cheap forgery, merely using the Buddha's holy image. The heavenly demon raised his sword, carving a massive hole through the statue's palm, before launching himself straight toward its head. In that moment, Bernardo was gripped by a primal, soul-crushing terror. Back on the ground, Lee smirked. The commotion he caused should be the perfect cover for her infiltration. And just like that, thousands of droids swarmed, beginning their hunt. Elsewhere, the Duke finally got a positive ID on the martial art. It was the ultimate technique of the heavenly demon sect, the Heart Sword. He immediately tried to contact Bernardo, but there was no response. A voice behind him declared it was useless. Communications would be down for a while. The Duke froze. He recognized that voice. It was the matriarch. He breathed her name, Yongha, but she replied with cold formality. "To speak my name so casually," she said, "implies we once shared a deep connection." The Duke's expression fell. He asked with a hint of pain if she truly didn't remember him. The matriarch's icy stare was all the confirmation he needed. He guessed it was because of his appearance, since he'd lost half his face in a lab accident. An accident that happened 25 years ago, on the very night she visited his laboratory in the Galactic Citadel. He remembered it perfectly the moment he first laid eyes on such a beautiful woman. The matriarch had told him then he was handsome even more so than the rumors claimed. The most brilliant scientist in history also possessed a captivating beauty. "It seems I am quite fortunate today," Yongha had said, cupping his face. She made her proposal to have a child with him, a perfect being born from their combined genes. She wanted his seed. So why did she look at him now with such an empty gaze? "Have you truly forgotten me?" the Duke screamed. Her answer was a blade of ice. "I don't keep memories of failures." She drew her sword, her voice dripping with annoyance. "You have forced me to remember, and it has made me uncomfortable." Meanwhile, Bernardo's situation had become a living nightmare. The poor man was completely out of his depth. 73% of the perimeter forces were gone. He desperately requested backup from headquarters, but it was far too late. Lee strolled past him as if he were nothing more than air. Who in the hell are you? Bernardo stammered. Lee gave a chilling smile. It's already engraved on your tombstone. Now I have a question for you. Where is that half-monster you're hiding? The Duke couldn't understand. Why did she call him a failure? Was he truly so insignificant? He wasn't even worth remembering. No, you're mistaken, he pleaded. I can grant your deepest wish. I can create the most perfect and absolute being. Even if you failed, I will see it done. I am not the failure here. You are the one who left me. He roared that he had already completed it, pouring his entire life, his heart, and his soul into the project. As the words left his lips, the matriarch's sword pierced through his chest. She did remember him, but the more she remembered, the more his endless talking annoyed her. When Lee finally arrived, he found only the Duke's cooling body, noting the flawlessly clean cuts. She had truly carved out his heart without a flicker of hesitation. No matter how deep their connection once was, she showed zero mercy. But the Duke began to speak, revealing that she was blind to his true worth. He prophesied that she would soon understand and see him for the legend he was. Lee told him to let it go, that he was already a ghost, because forgetting is the final mercy of death. The sooner he accepted that truth, the better. But the Duke refused to see it that way. He would never truly die because his very creation was a monument to his eternal value. Just then, Warren entered the room with Rachel right beside her. A look of pure shock washed over Lee's face. Why was that girl here of all places? He rushed over to demand an explanation, but the entire chamber was suddenly flooded with a brilliant golden light. Bernardo's alarms shrieked to life again as he wondered what fresh hell was breaking loose. The base's AI blared a warning to escape on the emergency ship, an order he never even gave. A girl's voice echoed through the chaos, claiming she gave the order as a final courtesy. She said if he truly wanted a warrior's death, then staying behind would be a fitting end for him as well. Another colossal warship had materialized from thin air, leaving Seryong and the others absolutely speechless. They had never witnessed such a thing. Sunjaw stammered that it had just appeared a few seconds ago. But Robert knew that wasn't the real problem. If they looked at the insignia on its hull, they'd realize that ship belonged to the Human Federation government. Meanwhile, Lee instinctively backed away, watching as Warren unleashed a terrifying torrent of energy. The Duke only laughed, his prophecy proven true. What Lee was witnessing was his other self, the vessel that contained his true unimaginable value. And this incredible power was only the beginning. Because that girl is an empty vessel, capable of containing and absorbing anything until she reaches the absolute peak of existence. Rachel's voice cut through the air, ordering him to be silent. She declared that Warren urgently needed treatment. The Duke simply replied that his time was already over, a truth she also knew, because she was his other self too. Therefore, he now granted her true free will, commanding her to live as she desired. He reached into his chest and pulled out a brilliant blue heart, the key to wielding the girl's power. He urged her to step out into the world and live a life of her own making, because with that strength, no one in the universe would ever dare to meet her gaze. Rachel watched him in silence. But as she reached for the heart, Lee shouted for her to stop. He warned that one madman's legacy was more than enough for this world. Whatever twisted story was behind this, she had to ignore it and return the girl to normal. That was his final warning. He would not say it again. But Rachel calmly replied that the Duke's life wasn't one of madness. He simply lived with a desperate and ferocious passion. But she added that Lee didn't need to worry, because his own life would also end right here and now. From this moment on, she would live the life she had always dreamed of. With those words, she approached Warren, embracing her gently and whispering that she was now granting her freedom too. In return, she gave just one last command. If they ever met again, Warren was to hug her with all her strength. The moment she finished speaking, Rachel's body dissolved into motes of light, and Warren, now back to her old self, collapsed to the floor. Suddenly, alarms blared. A Leviathan-class battleship was detected on the edge of the atmosphere. It belonged to the Human Federation's Office of Inspection. And for them to bring a ship of that caliber, it could only mean one thing. They were preparing for an orbital bombardment. Robert screamed in terror, realizing they were all doomed. Seryong frantically asked why the ship wasn't moving. Was it possible they hadn't been spotted? Sanja gravely doubted it. They had definitely been seen. And at that exact moment, the girl from before appeared silently behind them. Where did you come from? They cried out in shock. But she just offered a faint smile, her eyes fixed on Ser. She called her by name, the last descendant of the Tang family of Sichuan. Seri was frozen in shock. The redhead told her not to be afraid and to simply pretend they had never met. She would even delete the mission report she had just received. As a mere bureaucrat, she would let someone else handle their insignificant case. It was better for everyone if this encounter never officially happened. Suddenly, she began to request a plan modification, coldly designating it Plan 6RT. Sir frantically asked Sunjaw what was happening on the surface. Sunjaw reported that every single droid had just shut down. They were deactivated, because the orbital bombardment was about to begin. Robert began to tremble with fear. And with a sweet, chilling smile, the redhead gave the order, open fire. A single sleek drill dropped from the heavens, falling toward the desert where the droids lay dormant. The redhead casually mentioned that bureaucrats like her despise writing long, tedious reports. She then snapped at them, asking why they were still here. They needed to leave immediately and get at least half a light year away within 5 minutes if they wanted to survive. As she vanished into thin air, she left them with one final cold warning: never appear before her again. Seryong still couldn't grasp the meaning of an orbital bombardment. But Robert, with his military background, screamed that the woman was completely insane. He had heard whispers of a forbidden weapon capable of annihilating moons or even entire planets, a power that only they possessed. Sanja's trembling voice confirmed his worst fears. The energy readings were off the charts. It was true. Something was drilling into the moon's very core. If it detonates, the entire satellite will vanish into dust. They had just 3 minutes to escape this death trap. But for some reason, Sarah issued no orders. Her gaze remained fixed on the redhead's ship, a chilling focus in her eyes. She couldn't mask the thrill she felt watching the chaos unfold. Slowly but surely, the ground began to tremble and rise. The countdown ticked on. Only 2 minutes left until total annihilation. Her ship could tank the shockwave with shields at 100% power. But she deliberately lowered them to 80%. Why? Because it made things far more exciting. There was no doubt about it. Redheads are absolutely insane. From her bridge, she even spotted Bernardo making a desperate escape just as predicted. But a new mystery emerged. Why hadn't the others fled, even with her advance warning? Suddenly, our hero's ship lurched into motion, but not to escape. It charged directly toward the doomed moon. Robert's screams echoed through the ship, certain this was a suicide run. There was no way out. No chance of survival. But Seryong calmly declared she wouldn't die here. Her lifeline was long, and she planned to live until at least 80. Sunja, on the other hand, had no lines of fate etched into her palm. Still, she knew her own destiny. A lifespan of 5,000 years. Even so, she recognized Seryong's actions for what they were. Pure, undeniable madness. As they plunged closer, the atmospheric heat skyrocketed to 300 degrees. Robert shrieked, not wanting his final moments to be as a roasted corpse. Sunja's senses picked up a faint life signal ahead, but the temperature there was a blistering 700 degrees. Just then, a figure emerged from the inferno. It was Lee carrying Warren's body as flames licked away at his very skin. Lee grimaced, muttering that this was truly bizarre. This searing heat, this storm of destruction, it felt like the very pits of hell. And in that hell, a demon larger than life itself was watching him. So, is this finally my end? The heavenly demon wondered. He found the timing pitiful. If this had been yesterday, he would have gladly thrown himself into that monster's maw. But today was different. He had made a sacred promise to protect that girl. He commanded the demon to stand down, vowing that once she was safe, he would personally hunt it down. However, this demonic vision was something only Lee could perceive. Seryong's voice snapped him back to reality, screaming at him to stop hallucinating and get aboard. The redhead's ship reported the ambient temperature had now hit 1,500 degrees. A cataclysmic explosion was just 10 seconds away. Yet that faint sign of life stubbornly persisted. It seemed their warnings were utterly useless. When the core finally blew, the heat would spike to 6,000 degrees, a temperature not even a god could withstand. Great, she thought with a smirk, less paperwork for me. But Lee and Warren were trapped. Even inside the pressurized airlock, the heat was too intense to enter the main ship. Opening the door now would incinerate everyone instantly. It doesn't matter, Seryong said with grim acceptance. We're all going to die anyway. We might as well die together. After the blast, silence. The flames around Lee were gone. Before him stood a serene, monk-like figure. Lee whispered that he never expected to see him again. The monk simply replied that their fates were intertwined, a meeting destined to happen, even after 2,000 years. The scene shifts to the distant past, to a world steeped in dampness and shadow. The monk urges Lee to ask his question, telling him not to hesitate. After all, it was Lee who had sought him out, journeying to the very edge of the world of the living. There sat the heavenly demon beside his katana, his entire being exuding exhaustion. He had climbed a mountain of corpses, but a deep, unyielding cold still clung to his soul. The heavenly demon asked if the monk knew who he was. The monk admitted that he did not. However, he continued, one can see things without knowing. Before you learned to walk, you were already a demon. For they stole your right to choose life. And so he lived a cursed existence, forced to feast on death itself instead of food. But even an ocean of death could never satisfy his soul-deep hunger. He knew it all too well. He had lost his very reason to exist. It doesn't matter, the heavenly demon growled. I am still the strongest. The monk acknowledged this truth. In terms of sheer power, there was no higher peak for him to conquer. Even now, he could slaughter hundreds of thousands who dared to challenge his supremacy. Again, the monk agreed. But with every life he took, his hunger only deepened. Because blood was never the proper nourishment for a being like him. I will now answer the question in your heart, the monk stated. Though you wish for this meaningless existence to end, There is no one in this age strong enough to grant you that release. Only your own hand can bring about your end. The thought of choosing his own death? It was a concept that had never once entered his mind, not even for a second. His life was his, and his alone. If this life is not truly mine, he questioned, how can my death belong to me? The monk offered no reply. Finding the silence unsatisfactory, the heavenly demon prepared to depart. But the monk stopped him. If you can choose neither life nor death, I will send you to a place that is neither. He offered a final warning. It may be a dream from which you never awaken. But if fate is kind and you do return, perhaps a new path will finally open for you. Excellent. Here is the rewritten recap of the next chapter. And with that, we return to the present. The monk observed that his entire presence had transformed from 2,000 years ago. The suffocating darkness on his back was gone, replaced by a spark of life in his gaze. And so he asked if Lee had found a new reason for his existence. But Lee's answer was no. On the contrary, that reason had vanished entirely. The heavenly demon sect was finally free from the chains of darkness, now living under the warmth of the sun. The one purpose that defined him was gone. His life was once again an empty vessel. Then why do you still draw breath? The monk asked. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? If he embraced the inferno that could melt even his very being, he would become ash and fade into perfect nothingness. Why was he clinging so desperately to this fleeting life? Why this stubborn refusal to simply let go? For a single promise. A vow he made to protect that girl. The monk scoffed, calling it meaningless, since death erases all things including the promises themselves. Had he not witnessed the vastness of the cosmos? Did he not realize in the face of the universe that he was less than a speck of dust? What weight could a promise from something so insignificant possibly hold? Besides, he clung to a girl whose name he barely even knew. No matter how hard he fought, he was powerless to protect her. Lee knew they were all destined to perish. But even so, shouldn't he have the right to fight until the very last moment? Even if his body is burned to cinders, until not a single speck of dust remains. Shouldn't he at least try? What does life or death even matter in the face of that resolve? If death renders a life meaningless, then that is only proof that the life itself was lived in vain. He now understood that death can never truly erase a life, so long as that life leaves behind precious memories. Even if your smaller than dust life itself transcends death. In that very instant, the monk bowed his head in reverence, acknowledging that Lee had reached the boundary of life and death, the realm of eternity. Just as everything was about to be annihilated, a brilliant light erupted from the doorway where Lee stood, and the raging inferno vanished in a heartbeat. Seryong watched in utter disbelief, staring at the silhouette of a white-haired man. It was Lee. However, their ship was a wreck. They were dead in the water, completely stranded. Sunja cried out that the repair bill would be astronomical, and they were completely broke. But Robert and Sir couldn't take their eyes off Lee. Suddenly, the red-haired girl teleported onto their deck, demanding to know what in the world they had done. But they were just as clueless. So all eyes turned to Lee, who was now casually devouring a mountain of sausages. The redhead was baffled. Who was this guy? She had scoured every database, but found no record of him. She finally screamed, "Who in the hell are you, and what did you do?" But she instantly froze solid, because Lee's piercing gaze locked right onto hers. He calmly flipped the question back. "And who might you be?" The redhead introduced herself as Athena, a 24-year-old administrative officer for the Human Government's Inspection Office. She was also single and had dated 4 men her entire life. She broke up with 3 of them, but one dumped her first, though they had never even shared a kiss. She claimed to have no interest in physical contact, but deep down, she actually liked it. She wondered why she was spilling her entire life story, and Lee cut her off asking if she caused the explosion. Athena confessed she was simply executing the command given to her. Her orders were to cover up the Ganji project at all costs, as the government feared the incident would ignite a civil war between factions. But Lee couldn't care less about their politics. He silenced her excuses, declaring that because of her blast, these kids had suffered. Therefore, she would restore everything to its original state. "Can you handle that?" he challenged. Athena, brimming with confidence, replied that of course she could. Instantly, a swarm of insectoid robots descended upon the ship, beginning their repairs. Meanwhile, Sunja analyzed Waren's condition, finding no brain or physical trauma. She had simply fainted and would be waking up soon. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Athena started grilling Sir, demanding to know who that person from before was. Seryong shot back that she should ask him herself, because she didn't have a clue either, and began questioning Athena about her own secret activities, like where she disappears to in the dead of night. Athena snapped, telling her to shut her mouth and threatening her not to breathe a single word of what she'd just said. Seryong just smirked. "Or what are you going to do?" And once again, Athena was frozen solid. Lee was standing right behind her, his gaze like ice. The next thing she knew, she was back on her own ship, wondering what just happened. "What on earth is he?" Robert and Sunja reported that everything was back online. All systems were functioning perfectly. Seryong corrected them, "No, almost everything is back to normal," as she eyed Lee's new hair and asked if he liked the look. Lee just asked for her opinion. Seryong didn't hold back admitting she wasn't a big fan. It gave off the vibe of a wannabe tough guy who was trying way too hard to look cool. Lee conceded that the entire situation displeased him as well. His hair was restored to its former glory cut and dyed a familiar jet black. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Demon sect, Retag's mind was reeling from his conversation with the matriarch. He was requesting permission to transmit critical data to headquarters. The query was simple. Was there any record of a man who voluntarily sealed himself in stone 2,000 years ago? The archives returned a hit. Age unknown. Name Lee Mok-jin. But as he dug deeper for information, the entire system shrieked flashing crimson in a high-level alert. On the planet of Manhwa, Warren's father was being crushed by a wave of shame, unable to believe he hadn't noticed his own daughter's terrible ordeal. Lee calmly asked, "Is the girl all right?" After a thorough medical scan, they found no lasting damage. But the greatest blessing was that she had absolutely no memory of what had transpired. At that very moment, she was in the kitchen, preparing a fragrant plum blossom tea, a special tradition she reserved for esteemed guests. However, Warren was sensing something had changed. A whirlwind of petals enveloped her, a phenomenon her father chose to ignore. But her affection for him was a treasure he would guard silently in the depths of his heart. And right beside that treasure, he would forever keep this burning shame. Lee's voice was steady. Bowing your head for a child's safety is never shameful. It is a father's duty. For a man with 1,000 children, shame is a luxury you cannot afford. Warren's father watched him, thinking this man was on a different level entirely. The aura he radiated was just as overwhelming as before, a pressure almost too immense to withstand. "We will leave at first light," Lee announced. "Let us forget we ever crossed paths." As he departed, Warren's father lowered his head in a deep, respectful bow. In another place, Seryong was staring intently into her room's mirror. Her eyes were fixed on the mark that had been rebranded onto her arm. Suddenly, Lee appeared. "May I come in?" he asked. Seryong shot back, "A question you should have asked before opening the door." Later, they sat atop the ship under the open sky. "Why did you come to my room?" Seryong asked. Lee met her gaze and asked a question of his own. What happened to the Tang clan of Sichuan Sarong was visibly stunned. "To put it simply," she whispered, "they were all wiped out. A total annihilation where I was the only survivor." The weight of the question was too much. "Let's end it there." Lee pressed on. "Are you seeking revenge? It's a futile effort. However, if you wish for it, I will help you." Seryong scoffed. "Why contradict yourself? Why offer to help with something you call worthless?" "Because your life has value," Lee stated. "And I know that to start over, you must first see this revenge through to the end." Seryong hesitated. "Those are kind words, and I know you are powerful. But I don't believe we are close enough to share the weight of vengeance. It's better if I handle my own affairs." "To me, we are close," Lee countered. "In this new world, I have awoken to you are the only people I truly know. And if that is not enough, then I will call upon an old bond from my past. A debt I owe to the Tang family. Long ago, the one man I chose to remember was named Tang Chongwu. Though I never admitted it then, he was the only one who insisted on calling me his friend. As the young master of the Tang clan, he is the reason I owe this debt." Seryong was in disbelief. From 2,000 years ago, that's more than 100 generations. "It is a debt far too old to be inherited. You must forget it," she pleaded. "Revenge does not choose its sword. Revenge will use any means to achieve its goal, even if it must pierce its own wielder's heart. If I cannot stop you from being a fool, then I will become that sword for you." With those powerful words, Lee stood up. "Think about it." Seryong finally spoke. "There is one thing I need." "What is it?" Lee asked. She replied, "Help me make some money." And so, in the Andromeda Nebula on the planet Tartaruga Seryong, led Lee to the notorious Scoundrels Market, a den where martial arts and all kinds of forbidden items were sold. Lee looked around at the empty streets. "Why does this place feel so deserted?" "It is the way of scoundrels," she explained. "They rarely show themselves in the daylight, afraid of making accidental eye contact." "And what happens if they do?" Lee asked. "Here, a single glance is an invitation to fight. Showing weakness is a death sentence. That is why they only emerge at night, when they can pretend not to see each other even when their eyes lock." "So why have we come during the day?" Lee inquired. "Simple," she smirked. "We needed to find someone bold enough to move in broad daylight." As if on cue, 3 figures landed behind them. The girl perched atop one of their shoulders recognized Seryong immediately. "Well, look what we have here. I can't believe you came back on your own. You must have finally gotten tired of living." Seryong simply joked, "Still haven't grown an inch, I see." The other girl's face twisted in rage as she drew a crimson sword. "You are desperate to die today." Now, don't lose your temper," Seryong said calmly. "It has been 7 years, you could at least offer a greeting." She turned to Lee. "This is Byakusahi. Even though she looks small, she's the exact same age as me. She was once so kind, before she hit the wall of her own potential. But we were inseparable back then." Seeing the murderous glare in the girl's eyes, Lee doubted they were as close as she claimed. Seryong just called it a tantrum over a little joke. "I only borrowed her family's ultimate technique, the demonic ghost sword scroll. Isn't that what best friends are for? And after borrowing that priceless heirloom sarang, casually admitted that she sold it. That's how she earned the name Demon, and that enormous ship. Sahi's fury exploded. How could she sell it? That woman was utterly insane. But Seryong told her to calm down, insisting she came to offer something far greater. A treasure worth dozens of times more than the demonic sword manual. The other girl just scoffed, telling her to stop spewing nonsense. That scroll was a peak-tier treasure of the ancient martial world. What could possibly be more valuable? If she had it, she needed to prove it right now. Seryong cheekily hid behind Lee, declaring, "This is it." He could only wonder, me. "Didn't you promise to help me get rich?" she reminded him. With that, Sahi dragged them to her father, not for a reunion, but to request permission for an execution. Seryong whispered to Lee, "Don't listen to her. Deep down, she really loves me." But they were standing in the heart of the Triad's headquarters. One of the 4 factions that ruled Tartaruga and her father was the supreme leader. Lee sighed, asking what he was expected to do. She grinned. "It's simple. You just need to sell yourself for an unbelievably high price." The Triad leader's voice was ice. He couldn't believe she dared to show her face again, hoping he'd never see her again in this life. And now, the laws of the Triad were absolute. To betray the organization and steal its sacred treasure, the only price for such a crime was death. Sahi smiled, knowing judgment was finally at hand. Seryong argued that she merely borrowed it and was here to make things right. But he replied that even returning the manual wouldn't be enough. A debt like this always accrues interest. Again, she took cover behind Lee, telling him not to worry. "Stop stalling the inevitable," Sahi hissed. "Accept your fate and I'll grant you a quick, clean death." But her father held up a hand, deciding to hear her out one last time. Sahi warned, "If you let her slip away again, I will be deeply disappointed." He simply replied that if she couldn't pay the steep price, her death was already sealed. Relieved, Seryong turned to Lee. "By any chance did you ever meet an ancient master called the Ghost Sword Demon? I heard he was from your era." Lee's answer was blunt. "Never heard of him. If he was a martial artist from my time, he must have been a third-rate nobody." "Then prove your worth," the leader demanded. Seryong quickly agreed. "Yes, show them something. Anything you want. Oh, but make sure it's one of your weakest techniques, just enough to cover my debt. Now hurry." The weakest, most insignificant art he knew? Lee slowly pushed his fist forward in a simple motion. The room held its breath. This was the supreme fist strike, the very first martial art he mastered, when he was just 1 year old. "Wait, that's too weak," Seryong cried out in a panic. "Show them something a little stronger," Lee calmly replied. "It's not weak, just simple and direct." So she begged him to demonstrate it as if hitting a target. "This place is a bit too narrow," Lee noted. The sect leader scoffed, telling him to do as he pleased. The next instant, a gigantic, perfectly carved hole obliterated a path through the entire fortress. Lee broke the stunned silence. "I tried to hold back, but I guess my control slipped. It's been a long time since I used this one." The sect leader's voice trembled. "How is it possible for a human to live for over 2,000 years? Seryong shrugged. "I don't know how, but it's true. I found him sealed in an underground chamber on planet Earth. Isolated cultivation," the leader thought. Seryong continued her pitch. "As you saw, his martial arts are incredible. All of them ancient and lost to time. You could say that Lee is a living library of martial arts. And since we're so close," she added slyly, "I can ask him to recite a few techniques for our sect's private collection. If we turn those into secret manuals, they'll sell for a fortune far greater than the Ghost Sword Demon Scroll." That night, the Triad's underlings stared at the impossible hole in their headquarters, unable to comprehend the power that created it. A lone man in a green hood stood watching until Lee approached him and asked when the store opened. "Are you talking to me?" the man growled. Lee replied, "Yes, since there's no one else here." The hooded man's hand moved to his blade. "Are you looking for a fight?" Lee simply told him to relax, calling him Kid, and saying he had nothing to fear. "Kid," the man repeated. In a blur of motion, he unleashed a vicious slash aimed straight at Lee, but in a flash, his sword was gone. Lee held the blade casually, saying, "I'll give this back, but first just tell me when the shop opens." "You're dead," the man roared, lunging forward with a palm strike. But Lee merely raised a barrier, and the scoundrel's hand instantly shattered into a million pieces. Sahi, who was just passing by, could only stare in utter astonishment. Moments later, that same man served a plate to Lee, respectfully admitting it was his first time cooking, but he'd given it his all. That's right, Lee had made him cook. Satisfied with the effort, Lee not only healed his shattered hand, but also unblocked several of his clogged meridian points as a bonus. Just as Sahi walked up to Lee, she was suddenly showered in a storm of noodles. Turns out the dish tasted absolutely repulsive to Lee. He offered a quick apology, then asked what business brought her to him. She explained that her father had sent for him. Lee's face hardened. Such disrespect, summoning the Supreme One so casually. If her father wished to see him, he should come in person. Sahi immediately apologized, admitting she had misspoken. In truth, her father had humbly requested to invite him, asking her to accompany him if he'd be so kind. Hearing this, Lee finally accepted the invitation. As they walked, Sahi asked, "Is it true? Do you really know every martial art in existence, including the ancient ones?
Something like that, he replied coolly. And if a technique doesn't exist, I simply create it.
What a barbaric thought, she shivered nervously.
Then, is there perhaps a martial art that can reopen one's growth plates? He stated plainly that no such art existed. Undeterred, Sahi asked if he could create one just for her. Our main character replied that it was impossible. Our bodies carry the weight of history, a gift from our parents, and the legacy of all humanity. Martial arts exist to train the body, allowing you to live out your destiny in its full glory. To go against that is forbidden. She hung on his every word, absorbing the profound meaning.
Seeing her deep contemplation, Lee mentioned there was a martial art that could change the body's appearance, but it was a transformation technique.
And there was another called bone restructuring, which focused solely on altering the skeleton. Hearing this, her eyes lit up. She stepped before him, bowing. That last one will do. Please teach me. His response was cold. And why should I?
Of course, little Sahi had no answer. With her head hung low, she accepted her cruel fate once again.
But just then, Lee asked if she knew how to make a type of food made with a long, curved meat on both ends. She thought for a moment. Isn't that a hot dog? Yes, she replied, and Lee asked if she could make him one. Of course, she shouted, her spirits instantly lifted. And now we see Sahi's father and Seryong staring intently as Lee casually enjoys some skewers, while Sahi gives him a massage. Sahi herself asked her father to greet her master, but Lee immediately corrected her, saying he wasn't her master. He would simply teach her a trivial martial arts technique. And so everyone gathered around the place where the Supreme One was eating. Sahi's father still couldn't wrap his head around it. 2,000 years of cultivation behind closed doors, but he had seen the proof with his own eyes, so he couldn't deny it. He had to acknowledge that the martial art Lee demonstrated was leagues more powerful than the ghost sword demon technique. And according to Mrs. Jung Seryong had heard he could pass that legendary technique on to them. Lee replied that it was nothing special, telling Sahi she didn't have to massage him if she was tired. But with a sweet smile, she insisted she was doing it because she wanted to. Her father then commented that if he made a manual detailing the method and techniques, he would completely forget about the time Seryong stole and sold their own manual. But Seer chimed in saying that wouldn't be fair. Because even with all the interest added, they would still be at a huge loss. So he had to make a much better offer. He asked what she wanted. Sir was interested in an internal energy unit. It didn't matter if it was used as long as it worked well. She had heard rumors they traded in military-grade energy units, so she wanted at least a decent one for them. A core-level one would be enough. But Sahi's father thought she was crazy for asking for something like that. Furious, he shouted that this would never be allowed. The Heartle core was a treasure among treasures. And no matter how powerful an ancient martial technique was, it couldn't possibly cover its value. Seryong held up her palm, proposing not 1, but 5 ancient martial techniques. Of course, she also asked Lee if he could offer 5 techniques of the same level as the one he performed. Lee said such a basic level was no problem for him. Even so, Sahi's father refused. But now Seryong declared it would be 10. He finally accepted on the condition that the execution method's stances and recorded forms had to be detailed and precise. They had to be clear enough for anyone who saw them to learn easily. Lee said that was simple, asking for paper and a brush. In the end, Seryong and the sect leader were staring at Lee's drawings, which, as requested, made the instructions very simple. The sect leader asked, "What is this?" And Ser didn't have the heart to explain, thinking it was a total disaster. Even so, the sect leader called an expert elder to see if those techniques were real. While Sahi was playing the part of Lee's personal cook Sarat, stood by fuming. The payment they offered wouldn't even cover the cost of the paper. They'd dismissed his profound diagrams as mere gymnastics, not true martial techniques. Their demand? Elevate them to the level of an advanced secret art. Lee patiently explained that at the pinnacle of martial arts, all techniques become one, their distinctions blurring into nothing. However, the arts he provided were simple to master, yet all led to the same peak of perfection, making them fundamentally superior. Seryong understood his point, but their desperate situation required a more marketable product. Lee's refusal was absolute. Techniques bound to a master cannot be shared carelessly. It violates the sacred laws of the martial world, and he urged her to drop the matter. For now, he would bestow the inverse body transformation technique upon the girl. As Lee led her away, despair washed over Seryong. They were utterly ruined. Her only hope now was to plead her case directly with the sect leader. But his cold, silent dismissal made her flicker of hope begin to die. Then he spoke of a martial technique the world had never witnessed before, a power one might only see once in a generation. He questioned if she could truly sway this master to aid the Three Poles Alliance. Seri's response was swift. "Of course we need each other. Without me, he doesn't even eat." Then she added the true price for her cooperation, the heart-level core. The sect leader simply agreed. He then led Seri to a hidden place, demanding to know how she learned of their most protected secret. Even Seri herself was shocked. It had been a wild guess, a gamble she never expected to be true. He revealed that the heart-level core was one of the 3 legendary artifacts in the entire martial world.
Despite endless rumors, no one had ever laid eyes on its true form. That's because its very creation must be approved by the Central Alliance. In essence, its development is an open secret, much like the forbidden weapons of the old world. To create such overwhelming power in secret would mean becoming a public enemy to all. So, she pressed, how did you forge it? We didn't, he answered ominously. It simply arrived. In a chamber dominated by a colossal crater, he gestured into the abyss. What you're searching for is right there. Deep within the chasm sat a figure that looked like an armored knight clutching a longsword. A year ago, during the harshest winter, a modular transport pod made an emergency crash landing on Tartaruga, and from the wreckage that entity appeared. On that fateful day, everyone who encountered it met a swift end. It was only after hundreds of deaths that they understood the horrifying truth. It was a supreme master, a being far beyond their ability to handle. And the source of its incredible power is the heart-level core it's equipped with. But why is it just sitting there? Seryong asked. The leader had no answer. A year ago, it simply walked into the chasm and has remained there dormant ever since. The only certainty is that this being is a ticking time bomb. With rumors of the core now spreading like wildfire, every major power in the world will soon descend upon them. The first signs of that storm were already beginning to appear. If you desire the core so desperately, say. He challenged her, then take it, and convinced that being to fight on behalf of the old martial world. Later, as Seryong departed, she crossed paths with a surprisingly tall woman. But as she looked closer, she stopped dead in her tracks, realizing it was Sahi. Sahi was stunned she could be seen. It was clear the technique Lee had bestowed upon her was already bearing incredible results. Sahi explained that if she were fully grown, this is the form she would naturally take. Seryong watched as Sahi reverted to her smaller self. As a novice, she couldn't hold the form for long. But once she mastered it, she could last for an entire week. Fine, whatever, Seri said, shaking her head. Where is your master? Once they were reunited, Seri laid out the mission for Lee approach, that being demand the core level unit and retrieve it. If it refuses, a gentle reminder of his power should be enough. The heavenly demon noted a sinister energy leaking from the core, like the corrupting aura of a dragon. He sternly warned Seri that if she tried to take that power for herself, the artifact would utterly consume her. It was best to leave it untouched. If cultivating internal energy was her goal, he would simply share his own with her. Seri was taken aback by his offer, refusing it immediately. Lee questioned her logic. How was his method any different? Because I will have my revenge with my own two hands, she shot back annoyed. A slight contradiction, don't you think? Lee replied calmly. Sunja suddenly appeared between them. Don't even try to question it, she advised. That's just how Seri is. Her logic can overload even a genius brain like mine. At that, Seri started throwing a childish tantrum. Seeing this, Lee simply sighed and relented. Elsewhere, an aide in glasses delivered an urgent report to Sahi's father. Elena had just arrived in the city. The leader already knew. The other factions were undoubtedly calling in all their connections to recruit the strongest masters. Their best move was to stay back and simply observe the chaos. At a tavern, a monk approached a table of 3 ruffians. Just as one of them lifted his cup to drink, the monk snatched it and downed it in a single gulp. For beings such as them, offering tea to an enlightened high monk was the greatest honor imaginable. A challenger launched a sneak attack from the shadows. But despite the direct hit, his strike was utterly useless. Seeing the strange sacred aura radiating from his body, the attacker realized this was no ordinary monk. He was an Asura Buddha. In an instant, the monk reduced the man's body to dust, saying only, "I did warn you!" The other warriors froze, then immediately prostrated themselves. That was the only proper posture one could take before a living Buddha. The monk joined his palms, announcing he sought guidance to the Black Waters faction from a kind-hearted soul. But silence was his only answer. The monk sneered, "Wretched insects! Do you all have a death wish?" Terrified, 3 warriors shot their hands up, volunteering to lead the way. Just then, a new figure descended into the crater, a knight crackling with immense energy. Seeing this powerful knight, the newcomer began a slow, deliberate approach. He analyzed the knight, his eyes widening at the immense internal energy. Then, pointing his sword, he roared, "Hand over the core!" His blade struck true, piercing the knight's armor. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was casually munching on some sausages. From a distance, Elena watched the chaos unfold, as did the monk. A blinding beacon of light now illuminated the entire city. Moments ago, the Triad faction had activated all defenses around the monster, issuing a city-wide lockdown. The faction leader's voice echoed with grim proclamations. That man is Mo Jung, the indomitable turtle of the south. So he's pulling out of the fight for the core impossible. He's just letting the lion and the tiger tear each other apart. He's clearly planning to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, where a lion and tiger fight a bear is sure to follow. This battle is about to descend into absolute madness. Back at the crater, Elena had arrived, her eyes fixed on a distant building, where the impaled body of a warrior was displayed. This was a divine master, a member of the elite piercing spear faction. The monk materialized beside her. Do you know of this faction? They seem to boast of their strength. They claimed he was a genius who appears only once in 1,000 years. But this is the fate of all arrogant fools.
No one can obstruct a Buddha's path. All that awaits them is death. Elena finally turned asking why he was here. The monk grinned. Where there is a grand offering, of course a Buddha must be present to devour it. It seems my luck has finally turned. Elena's own power began to surge, her voice cold. Do not interfere if you value your life. Such an ignorant mortal daring to threaten a Buddha who has achieved nirvana. You do not even grasp the meaning of enlightenment. However, as Elena's aura flared even higher, the Buddha held up a hand. Wait, there is an order to things. If we fight now, the victor will be gravely wounded and the jackals will move in. Besides, that monster below us is the biggest problem. In the end, we'll both wind up like that impaled fool. He proposed they join forces to defeat the monster, but Elena had no intention of allying with a creature like him. Get in my way and I will kill you! With that, Elena leaped directly toward the knight. The Buddha scoffed. Such a simpleton! She rushes blindly to her own demise. When Elena finally landed, she was utterly stunned. But it wasn't because of the knight. It was because of someone else's presence. And yes, it was him. Lee was already there. Why is he in a place like this? She wondered in terror. The matriarch's warning echoed in her mind. If you ever face this person again, do not even raise your head. Disobey, and she would sever their blood ties forever. Your face tells me this is a real pain. Lee's calm voice cut through her thoughts. Judging by your steady breathing, all your wounds have completely healed? You've come at a perfect time. I have several questions, and I was looking for someone to answer them. A crushing pressure suddenly descended upon Elena's body. What is this feeling? I feel like I can't even breathe, she thought. Flushing, she forced the words out. Speak. I will answer your questions. Why isn't this knight's internal energy concentrated? It seems to be distributed throughout his entire body. Elena analyzed the knight, replying, It's because the vessel containing his power couldn't handle the strain and ultimately melted down. This state is what we call internal demon possession. The heavenly demon shook his head. If that were true, there would be signs of corrupt desires. But this man, he's like a blank slate. Elena shouted at him to be careful, but he didn't even flinch as a massive wave of energy overflowed from the knight. Elena had to shield her eyes from the blinding force, but the heavenly demon walked into the storm as if it were a gentle breeze. Elena knew the power of a core detonation was like a nuclear explosion, yet he was suppressing the raw energy with his body alone. Lee reached out and removed the knight's helmet. Underneath was the face of a normal man with glasses. Now then, who are you? Elsewhere, Sahi gazed into her reflection. Using the art Lee had taught her, her form had finally blossomed. She had transformed in every way. She whispered to someone unseen. What do you think? This is the real me. Do you like what you see? Her heartfelt words were for a single photograph on her desk. A picture of her and the same young man with glasses who once held the core. Sahi wondered, where did you go? What have you been doing all this time? With tears in her eyes, she pleaded for him to return soon. She had changed herself just for him, but the one person she wanted to see most wasn't there. The heavenly demon peered deep into the boy's eyes, the fabled gateway to the soul. But what he found was a terrifying hollow void. Elena's diagnosis was grim. No brain signals. The unit's overload must have completely melted his mind. That is no longer a living person. It's a vessel running on pure instinct. But if that instinct survives, then the core memories that fuel it must still exist somewhere. This life hasn't been extinguished yet. But how do we possibly remove this wretched thing that has seized control of the boy? It's embedded in the deepest chamber of his heart. The only way is to tear it out completely by the root. Lee knew that would surely kill him, but there was no other path. With a heavy heart, he approached accepting the horrible truth that there was no way to save him. However, if any part of you can still hear my voice, I swear I will be the one to hear your final words. Unleashing his power, he began his dive into the boy's consciousness, urging him to concentrate. This abyss is dark, and we may be lost forever. But if you hold on, we can find each other. As he pushed deeper, the raw, uncontrolled energy made the veins across Lee's body swell and pulse. It seems I found him. A flicker of light appeared in the boy's mind. Or perhaps it was a memory. He saw his past with Sahi. On a sun-drenched day, the two of them chased after butterflies that danced just beyond their reach. Those warm summer days were filled with endless joy and adventure. An entire youth spent together. Even in their last days, they were still chasing butterflies. Look, I caught one, he said proudly. But Sahi's voice was cold as ice. Just let it go. But why would I do that? He asked, confused. You never asked for my help, she snapped. I could have done it on my own. He couldn't grasp her sudden fury. If I did something wrong, I'll fix it. But Sahi offered only silence. Do your feet hurt? The young man asked. Do you want me to carry you? Sahi flared up. Do you still think I'm a child? I'm already in my 20s, it's just my growth was delayed. He replied, I never thought of you that way. To me, you've always been an adult. Frustrated, Sahi shouted at him, Don't come looking for me anymore. We'll meet again when I've finally grown up. The memory shattered, and the boy's eyes focused on Lee.
A chilling laugh escaped his lips as he saw the helmet triggering a far bloodier memory of a massacred man.
He recalled the man's final words. The man couldn't believe he was still breathing. He was the only one left. The other knights had perished, but at least the enemy had been annihilated. He was their commander, but he spat, "Don't you ever call me that again." The entire order of the Star Knights has been wiped out. How can I possibly still call myself their leader? The only thing I can't figure out is how you escaped this bloodbath without a scratch. Did you hide? The boy simply replied, "Yes. But in the 6 years since you joined our ranks, I have never once seen you hesitate in battle. You always fought on the front lines as if you had a death wish. Why did you hold back this time? Did it have to do with this mission? You want this object, don't you?" The boy confessed. "This object is for someone very precious to me." "You fool!" the commander roared. "Not even a core-level unit can handle that power. Only a select few transcendents can even use it." The boy's response was chillingly logical. "To a warrior of your high-level commander, this object is of no use."
What nonsense are you spouting? This unit can reorganize a person's entire genetic code, including their nervous system.
The commander declared, "Then I will stop you, as the 126th successor, Sir Andres Colt."
My sacred duty is to deliver this artifact, and kill anyone who interferes. With that, the commander raised his sword for one last desperate slash.
With that vision, we return to the present. Lee had witnessed the internal demon. The heavenly demon roared at him to get a grip. A demon was taking root in the boy's heart. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light exploded from the hole. The monk from before could only wonder what that power was. Then a crimson light burst forth, chasing the blue one. The red streak was Lee desperately trying to stop it at full speed. The scene was like a waking dream. At that exact moment, Robert, Seryong, and Sunja were sharing a bowl of ramen. It had been far too long since they'd gone out to eat as a family and enjoy a proper feast. Sari said this was a luxury they only enjoyed once a year, wishing Robert a happy birthday. But in that instant, those two overwhelming presences flashed past their ship, sending their precious plates of food flying. Their peaceful meal was ruined. The knight landed first, touching down in a desolate, forgotten corner of the world. A dark shadow hung over his face. "It's not too late," Lee pleaded. "Fight the demon clawing at your heart. Don't let it devour your soul. If you are to die, then die as a human being." In response, he charged his sword strike, cleaving the very landscape in two. "Your techniques are powerful, I admit," he snarled. "But you know as well as I do, they don't belong to you."
In the past, when he first opened the box, his dying commander had begged him to stop.
"I won't judge you," he'd said. "I understand there was something greater at stake for you to sell your very soul to a demon. After all these years, I came to think of you as my own son. That is why I am telling you this from the bottom of my heart. Drop that object and leave this place. The moment you wield it, your soul will be devoured. And even if you survive, the entire world will hunt you down to claim it." The boy already knew the price, but he was willing to pay it for that one person. "I don't mind selling my soul." The instant he touched it, a torrent of demonic energy coursed through his body. Lee watched in disbelief. "So that is your choice," he said grimly. "If that is your path, then I will be the one to stop you." The commotion was so intense, even Sahi peered out her window to see what was happening. In the distance, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the sky.
After the chaos settled, Elena arrived at the scene. The boy was making strange sounds as if he's lost his mind.
"You said it's embedded in his heart," Lee asked her. "Then the only way to remove it," Elena confirmed, "is by extracting his heart." She had even brought a specialized tool to remove the core without it contaminating him again. And if he wished, she would perform the task herself. "Absolutely not. This act involves taking a life. Burdens engraved upon the heart must be faced personally, for that too is a part of one's karma. Young man, just close your eyes and rest in peace. Instead of taking your life, I will take on your karma. I shall go to hell in your place." In that moment, someone shouted for him to stop. It was Seryong who had arrived, calling out the name Garan. "You know this boy." "Well, I think there's someone who knows him far better than I." Sahi had also reached them, her eyes widening in horror to see Lee's hand piercing Guren's chest. The heavenly demon knew of their fated relationship, for he had already seen their memories. He moved away. Seryong then revealed that Garan was Sahi's childhood friend. They were always together so much so that it made me jealous. But one day he suddenly vanished, and after his disappearance she changed. She used to be distant and cold, but then she became clumsy and smiled constantly. But to me, that smile always seemed like she was crying. Sahi cried out, "What have you done to yourself? Why won't you look at me? Have we been apart so long that you no longer recognize me?" The only sounds that came from the boy were like those of an infant trying to speak. Elena stated that whatever she did, it was useless. His brain has completely melted. There are no memories left. But the boy raised his arm, slowly bringing it closer to Sahi. You still remember me."
Just as they were about to hold hands, Sari appeared to stop her. "Master Lee says he is overflowing with contaminated radioactive energy."
"If you touch him, you will die." Sahi simply replied that he was still the same Guran. Seeing her resolve, Sarai let her go. Do as you wish, but don't blame me later. Elena told Lee that they had to stop them. His response was that sometimes our bonds are our destiny. As their hands were about to touch, Guran closed his fist, shouting for Sahi to step back. The warning caught them by surprise, just as a banner fell from the sky behind her. It wasn't just one, but several. Then a gigantic flower bloomed, covering them both. This is a barrier? Lee immediately split it in half, but there was nothing inside anymore. All that remained was a seal, one he recognized instantly. This is the primordial formation of the Shaolin, created by one who has reached nirvana. He asked the two if they knew anyone from there, a master close to the realm of transcendence. Elena remembered the monk whispering his title out loud, Asura Buddha. Now, at the headquarters of the Blackwaters faction, the monk finds himself transported there along with Sahi and Guran. Amitabha, the Buddha who crossed hell itself to come here. He asked why they couldn't have waited just a little longer. He had managed to cross through hell, but now he had to collect the remaining payment. A man dressed in white stood up. Are you the one who is going to pay the debt? The monk asked. Judging by the size of those pockets, you must hold the amount they owe me. That man stood before him, known to the world as the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The Buddha greeted him, and the other asked if he knew him. The Buddha replied that he was just another acquaintance, that at some point their lives had crossed paths. But the Emperor ordered him to answer properly. With a snap of his fingers, he completely hid him from sight, though of course someone of his level wouldn't die from such a simple technique. The Emperor realized the truth. So you're one of those damned Shaolin monks. It's admirable that a 30-year-old boy possesses a technique that only elders and superiors can learn. A faint memory flickered in the Emperor's mind. A boy who served the great elder Mong Chun 20 years ago. So it was you. A chilling smile spread across his face. Being Mong Chun's disciple, that alone gives me a reason to spare your life. You need only leave behind what you are guarding. But the monk didn't move an inch, as steadfast as a mountain. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Did you not hear my command? Why do you not flee for your life? The monk simply extended his palm. I will leave as soon as the bill is settled. The payment is 85,000 credits. The Emperor's voice turned to ice. So you truly wish to die? How can you threaten one who has already traversed life and death? The monk calmly asked. Has living so long made you senile? The Emperor scoffed. That fool Mong Chun certainly raised a defiant brat. And since you are begging for death, do not blame me for granting it. As he reached for the mystical flower, the monk roared, Stay away! You have not yet settled your debt. But a sharp pain lanced through him as he clutched his side. The previous attack had left a devastating injury. You're a madman, the Emperor spat. The monk calmly replied, and you still owe me 85,000 credits. He was fixated on payment. Among the fallen corpses lay the monk's contractor, and the Emperor had slaughtered them all. Keep spouting that nonsense, the Emperor challenged. I can do this all night, the monk retorted, as long as I get paid. The monk unleashed the Lion of Prajna, a forbidden art of the Shaolin Temple. But it was useless. The Emperor possessed a body of Vajra, a substance like living diamond, unbreakable as a bolt of lightning. With a single brutal blow, he shattered the monk's defense. Are you still going to spout this foolishness? He demanded. Unable to speak, the bloodied monk simply raised his hand in defiance. The Emperor rained down punch after devastating punch upon his face. Yet amidst the chaos, the cocoon protecting Guran and Sahi began to bloom. After completely shattering the monk's skull, the Emperor declared, Every monk I've ever known was far too eager to visit nirvana. To his utter shock, the flower revealed nothing but a shimmering Shaolin seal. The monk had played him. He had teleported Sahi and Guran somewhere else entirely. Blinded by fury, the Emperor shattered the seal to chase their trail. By the time the others arrived, the monk appeared to be a lifeless corpse. But who could possibly kill an Asura Buddha? Elena wondered. Only a legendary master could perform such a feat. The only name that came to mind was the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. But the heavenly demon interjected, He is not dead. What makes you so certain? Lee asked. He's grievously wounded, but a faint trace of life still flickers within. This man possesses an extraordinary spirit. Tell me, where did you send those children? The monk could only raise his hand one last time. In another realm, Guran held a glowing butterfly. Beside him, Sahi watched in wonder. Look, he whispered, I caught it. But unlike before, she reached out with both hands, mesmerized by its beauty. Guran asked, What's with that expression on your face? Why are you crying? Don't you like it? It's not that, she murmured. I just don't understand. Why doesn't it fly away? This doesn't feel real. Guran just laughed softly. Beside them, the Shaolin's yin and yang seal shimmered with a gentle light. You might be right, Guran agreed. Until just a moment ago, it felt like a ball of fire was burning in my chest. But right now, I think we should just enjoy this happiness. We finally found each other again. Sahi cried, knowing that if this was a dream, she would eventually wake up, and he would be gone. I would lose you all over again. I'm sorry. They sat together on a barren tree. Guran confessed, I never thought of you as a girl, you know. You were always so much more mature than me. I'm just a small girl, she replied quietly. That must not please you. You know it's not about being small. You're charming and adorable. After traveling the universe for years, I finally understood one thing. There is only one Sahi in the entire universe. And that is why I have always loved you. I know you hate being short, but don't worry. I brought you something to help you grow again. Sahi suddenly shouted, No, I don't hate being short. What I hate is your body. In that instant, Guran's form began to destabilize. The monster had invaded his sacred place. Realizing the immense power of the intruder, Guran lunged forward with a furious roar.
Back with the monk, he wheezed 86,000 credits. Seryong was utterly confused. Lee just sighed. Pay the man later? After taking a beating like that, he's more than earned such a small payment. But Seryong cried out, That's impossible. I couldn't raise that much money, even if I sold the ship along with Robert and Sunjaw.
Well, if we add Elena as payment, that's another 10,000 credits? Elena shot back. Why did you exclude yourself? Do you want to die? In that case, put it on my tab. I swear on my name, Lee declared. Seryong protested. That's impossible. This monk is known as the greedy demon. He's a man who wouldn't even trust his own parents when it comes to money. Blood erupted from the monk's mouth, painting a massive circle on the ground and forming the sacred Shaolin seal.
Sahi witnessed the overwhelming difference in their power. Guran had been completely and utterly crushed.
The emperor scoffed. Do you truly believe a bigger sword can cut down everything you don't even possess the strength to wield it? And yet you dared to trust in it. You're not the only one who holds a core-level unit. And now I will claim it as my own. Sahi leaped forward, screaming at him to let go, but her attack was futile. The emperor simply tossed her aside like a rag doll. From the ground, the girl pleaded desperately, Let him go. I'll do anything. Just please let him go. With his bare hands, he pierced Guran's chest and ripped out his still-beating heart, casting the body aside. But at that very moment, they arrived. Sari's eyes filled with sorrow, locked onto the boy's broken form. Enraged, she screamed and launched a devastating wave of purple energy. But with a single hand, he effortlessly deflected the blast and countered with a powerful punch of his own. Before the blow could connect, the heavenly demon laid a hand on her, completely repelling the attack. The emperor was stunned. How did you do that? Was it him behind you? Don't tell me that's the internal energy transfer technique.
Elena quickly provided context on the newcomer. That is a master without equal.
He and his mother are known as 2 of the 5 great supreme masters. In the entire galaxy, less than 10 warriors could ever hope to match him. After hearing this, Lee stepped forward to face him. The emperor realized this man was not to be underestimated, despite being a natural pure. Your body, it is as solid as forged steel. I see you've mastered the iron body technique, a discipline that requires enduring such extreme pain that most martial artists abandon it. But you have done well. Who are you? The heavenly demon replied, I would love nothing more than to give you a thrashing.
But unfortunately, by the rules of the martial world, I lack a sufficient reason.
So I'll give you one opportunity. Drop what you're holding and leave. The emperor snarled, You damn lunatic. In the next instant, the heavenly demon's fist slammed into his gut, driving him to his knees. Lee stated, You just gave me a reason. There will be no second chances. How dare you? The emperor's internal energy surged, but Lee's voice boomed, Enough. If this is the path you want, then watch closely. With a sickening crunch, he crushed Guran's heart along with the core inside. And now, the emperor taunted, What will you do, you madman? The heavenly demon responded by unleashing a torrent of blows. The emperor couldn't comprehend how these simple attacks could inflict so much damage. After the brutal assault, Lee stood silently before him. His face now a swollen and unrecognizable mess, the once mighty emperor collapsed to the ground. Afterwards, Sahi cradled Guran's body in her lap beneath the tree. It had been so long. Seryong spoke softly, We have to take her. If we leave her, she will never move, not even to draw her last breath. We must do this even by force. Lee approached her, his voice firm but gentle. Step aside. I will grant you a proper farewell. Move. The heavenly demon then channeled his power, imbuing a vibrant red energy into Guran's cold, dead body. Seryong asked Elena if she knew what he was doing. Astonished, she whispered, It's the return to the origin. But what is that? It is the state of becoming one with nature itself, for nature is the origin of all things, including the very cycle of life and death. I thought it was just a legend. Such a state should be impossible. What in the world is this man? He was channeling his own origin energy to replace the lifeless blood. Borrow my life, and glimpse this world one more time. Against all odds, Guran had returned. Sahi's tears flowed uncontrollably. He whispered that he had a favor to ask. She cried, Of course you can ask for anything you want. Even 1,000 favors I would grant them all. Just don't cry. You look more beautiful when you're smiling. And also, don't hide your eyes anymore. They are truly beautiful. With trembling hands, Sahi removed her eye patch. Elena asked if her eye was injured, but it was flawless. She had only pretended, because she didn't want to appear weak. Guran gently held her face, gently held. Just as I thought. You are beautiful. With one sweet kiss, he said his final goodbye. His last favor was for her to forget him. After he passed, they made a tomb and buried him under the dry tree. Later, aboard Sari's ship, she urged Sanja to get them away from that place. She couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon stared into a mirror, recalling what Sahi had asked him about the inverted body transformation technique. She had wanted him to take it away. He had refused, saying, "You can keep it, but I will never use it again." Not being able to use something and choosing not to are two very different things. And so their party continued their journey. Elsewhere, the matriarch entered a ruined land filled with incinerated bodies as far as the eye could see. Before her stood the emperor himself. "So you haven't changed one bit," she spat. "Still sacrificing your own disciples just to soothe your petty rage." "Disciples who only wished for your happiness," he countered coolly. "Disciples," the emperor scoffed. "I merely taught them a few parlor tricks to make them useful pawns. Trash like that holds no true value." "Is that so?" she whispered. "Then allow me to express my surprise. I'm impressed you're still standing after the beating you took. Truly impressed. If you came here hoping to provoke me, you're wasting your breath. My rage only makes me stronger." "Oh, you misunderstand," she purred. "I didn't come here to mock you. I came to deliver a warning. Stay away from that man. He is mine. Ignore this warning, and I guarantee your luck will run out." "What did you just say to me?" he seethed. The matriarch's voice echoed. "The world believes your iron cloth technique is invincible. But its true nature is a curse, gathering every weakness into a single hidden fatal flaw. Why do you think he struck every part of your body, except your left forearm? Perhaps he merely intended to break you, not to end you." Meanwhile, as Lee happily devoured a mountain of sausages, Seryong spoke without meeting his gaze. "Since my energy core is gone, I will permit you to transfer your internal energy to me. But this is the only time." Lee just sighed. "It's too late for that. I used up all my original energy restoring that boy's soul. Now it'll take me at least 3 years just to recover. But I promise when it returns, I'll share it with you." "And how does that help us now?" she snapped. "We're 85,000 credits in debt, and that money-grubbing lunatic of a monk will chase us to the ends of the universe." Speaking of whom the monk was with his accountant. "You received a 100,000 credit advance from the Blackwaters faction. How much do you wish to transfer this time? Send all of it to the Shaolin Temple as usual." "Everything, sir. Shouldn't you keep some for yourself just to survive?" "Send it all," the monk insisted. "The older and sicker they get, the better they must eat. As for me, I'll just steal whatever I need." 2,000 years ago, in a hidden chamber deep within the star system, a man named Lamogan, a master of our sect's arts, entered seclusion and declared himself the heavenly demon. His subordinate replied, "I will investigate, but it's likely a rumor fabricated to destabilize us. This secret has been buried for 2 millennia. Not even the highest-ranking elders know of it. So how could it be an outsider's fabrication, when it's a history we ourselves have almost forgotten? If he has truly been reincarnated, if Logan is truly the 6th heavenly demon, then, for the first time in history, 3 heavenly demons walk this universe." The heavenly demon sect's 94th demon Ho-chun understood the gravity of the situation. "Leaving this to anyone else would be a massive headache," he muttered. Back on our main character's ship, chaos reigned. Sunja had just dropped a bombshell. They were completely broke. They had barely any fuel and only 4 days of rations left, assuming they only ate once a day. When Seryong suggested using Robert's wedding fund, he exploded, revealing he'd already lost it all. "You're the one who pushed me to invest in the market." 10 years of his military savings, gone in a puff of smoke. "But there's an even bigger problem," Sunja whispered in horror. That blasted Lee was casually munching on the very last of their sausages, and none of them dared to imagine what would happen when he got hungry again. Desperate Seryong headed to the First Moon Tavern, presenting the owner with pages from Lee's martial arts manual. "These are rare, one of a kind. The value is immense." "So they are originals," the owner mused. "And just for you," Siri added with a practiced smile. "I'll offer a special discount if you buy the whole set." The tavern master scoffed. "Don't be greedy. These are too valuable for a simple trade." Sari pleaded for just 1 month's worth of food and fuel sausages included. "We'll even take expired ones, I don't care." But the master remained silent, and Sari thought she'd have to find another buyer. Just as she was about to leave, the owner spoke up. "Instead of a trade, I'll offer you a job. It's a simple transport mission. Pick up a client and take them to their destination." "How dare you ask me, the burning demon of the Tang clan, to be a common taxi driver?" "Of course," he added smoothly. "I'll give you everything you asked for in return." Her anger vanished instantly. "Deal," she chirped. "You should have just led with the meeting point, the Hogwarts Galactic Academy." Back on the ship, the captain's face was a mask of pure dread, a look that deeply confused Robert. "Just try to be patient," Sunja pleaded with him. She's about to face a nightmare from her past.
Planet B-17, G-06, the Hogwarts Galactic Academy. Robert stared in absolute awe. He'd never imagined a school of this magnitude. What kind of place was this? Sunja explained this was a school for the 0.1%, the absolute elite of the most prestigious families. Basically a den of diamonds. The admission fee alone cost 10,000 credits. So why was it completely deserted?
Was the fee just too absurd? Seryong corrected him. The academy was on vacation. Anyone still lingering here instead of at their lavish homes must be leading a truly miserable life. Was anyone even there? Then Robert spotted a lone figure in the distance. A girl with fiery red hair who demanded to know their business. The academy was closed for vacation. In that instant, Seryong launched an attack at full speed, an assault aimed to kill. And yet the girl dodged it with impossible ease. "Are you bandits?" she sneered. "Then I'll put you down." Seryong had already summoned a sword of light lunging forward. But now, seeing her face up close, the redhead recognized her. "You're Seryong," she realized. "And you must be Jewy." "No wonder my blade unsheathed itself to strike you," Seryong retorted. "So you've come for revenge." Seryong scoffed. "No, it was a misunderstanding, a simple instinctive attack. But you should be careful. My instincts can take over at any moment." Robert demanded to know their history. Sunja, on high alert, whispered she was the favored daughter of the powerful SUJ family. They were sworn enemies. They had to intervene before this spiraled out of control, and Lee? He just stood there watching it all unfold. Sunja urged him to do something. The captain could be seriously injured if you just stand there, but the heavenly demon was more focused on another observer, a girl watching the entire confrontation from a high window. "If those are your instincts, then this will be fun," the redhead replied coldly. "I have a hobby of crushing cockroaches." Just before their blades could clash again, a figure appeared, stopping them cold. Sari recognized him instantly. "That's Namong Xian." Meanwhile, in a tavern far away, the master confirmed the news. "So it's true. The heavenly demon sect truly surpasses the beggar's sect. Just as you predicted, Seryong arrived yesterday. And as you wished, we guided them straight to that place. They should be at Hogwarts Academy right now." "Right?" Back inside one of the Academy's grand rooms, the man in the beanie admitted he was the one who called for them, but he never expected Seryong herself to appear. Seryong declared she had no problem with that. "My sword simply moved on its own," she claimed. "I dare you to try it again." Outside, Robert and Sunja waited anxiously. Robert mused that the man in the beanie was either incredibly powerful or just acting tough, stepping in so suddenly to stop Seryong. Sunja corrected him. He was indeed powerful, as the third son of the legendary Namong family. So he's Namong Cheon, the warrior they call the Blue Storm. He was on a completely different plane of existence. At just 20 years old, he became a legend by reaching the finals of the Northern Galaxy Heroes Tournament. He forfeited the final match against the Emperor of the Eastern Skyfist. But everyone knew he hadn't truly been trying to win. So this man was the greatest prodigy among the new generation of Murim. Sunja wondered why Robert was so starstruck. It turns out Robert's own fiancé is a massive fan of Cheon. Just then, a girl appeared from thin air, startling Robert. Where did she even come from? She simply stared at the door, murmuring, "This isn't the right place." Was she some kind of academy ghost? Oh, she was just incredibly strange. Sunja analyzed her, sensing no internal energy whatsoever. She was a natural pure, just like the heavenly demon. But what was truly bizarre was that this academy only accepted prodigies, the absolute apex predators of their generation. Lee was watching from the academy's highest point when the strange girl suddenly appeared beside him. He asked her to get to the point. Who did she want them to retrieve? But when Lee turned to face her, her expression was one of pure annoyance. "You're the girl from the window," he stated. "Did you come all this way just to glare at me?" "Do I know you?" she asked flatly. "No, we've never met," he confirmed. "Then why?" she pressed. "Does your face seem so familiar? It's like looking at the father who abandoned me at birth." He paused. "Did that really happen to you?" She scoffed. "Of course not. I'm not the kind of person who gets abandoned. And if that had happened, I would have already hunted him down and ended him." She finished letting out an enraged cry as she stormed off. But before she left, she turned back and asked, "By the way, do you want to marry me? I'm good at everything. I would make a perfect wife for you." When he naturally refused, the girl left with a chilling warning. "I'm going to ask you again later, and you better not refuse me next time. You don't want to see what happens when I get angry." Elsewhere, Ji was speaking. "You'll meet him when I introduce him." Seryong, impatient, asked if they could speed things up. "You don't need to rush. Take all the time in the world," Cheon offered. "If you want me to stay, then pay me 1,000 times the original commission." "Even that wouldn't be enough. Goodbye." Cheon pleaded for Ji to calm down. "We were friends. We haven't seen each other in 10 years. The girl didn't respond. She only thought, it hasn't been 10 years. "It's been 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days since we last met." After that, Jaya led Seryong to a room where a man sat waiting in a wheelchair. And this was the student, a boy hidden behind a mask who instantly flinched at Ser's presence. Ji explained his tragic state. He was completely paralyzed, unable to even draw breath on his own. His sight had all but faded to black. Ser was stunned. Seriously, why would the Academy accept someone in his condition? What kind of family does he have? Jai admitted she knew little. The only thing she knew was his staggering wealth. He paid 10 years of the Academy's entire budget just to enroll. He usually stayed in the dorms over vacation, but his family had suddenly demanded his immediate return. That's where the taxi came in. Be careful, Jai warned. He's so fragile, the slightest touch could shatter him. A voice cut through the air. Did you take a liking to that woman? It was the boy. There's no need to hide it. It's written all over your face. Lee's response was a silent thought. The light in my eyes died long ago, but somehow the boy understood. Oh, there's light. It's just buried deep. So tell me what about her interests you. I want to witness her pain. I imagine she'd scream beautifully right as she finally breaks. So you saw something, didn't you, tell me? I'm dying to know what you saw. Death and a demon. You know Gia, she has your face. You don't need to tell me that. I'm already aware. As I said, your only job is to get him to the terminal on planet Tanalugan.
Ah, that reminds me, G, you always loved bamboo leaf tea, right? Seer shot back. I've always hated it, and now I despise it even more.
Cheon seemed taken aback. Really? That's not how I remember it. Perhaps memories simply warp with the passing of time. Then he announced he was coming along. Why would I stay at an empty academy with no students to watch over? Don't tell me Gia is tagging along, Seer groaned. Cheon waved it off. Don't worry, she still has other students to handle. Meanwhile, as they spoke, Gia was soaking in a bath, her thoughts turning sour. This is also irritating.
Why in the hell did she have to appear now? You should have just stayed dead.
Suddenly, the door slid open. Who's there? She demanded. A girl named Soya stepped out from the shadows. An annoyed Seryong spat. It's not that I care if you tag along. In fact, I hope you board my ship so I can arrange a mysterious disappearance. Maybe I'll accidentally separate your head from your shoulders. To her utter shock, Soya and the other girl were already boarding her vessel. Jai explained simply. That girl needs to get home too. Aren't you happy the man you asked about is here? Jai asked her question, but from a nearby window, Lee watched them all, his gaze locking with the girls once more. And with that, the ship launched into the void. But upon seeing their quarters, Jie and Soja recoiled. What is this garbage dump? This is a first-class guest room? Sunja replied flatly. The captain ordered them to stay put. It was close by, which meant she could keep them under surveillance. Jie erupted. Don't give me that nonsense. This damn woman is stuffing us in a storage closet. But Soja just tilted her head. You know, I kind of like it. With a little cleaning, it could be cozy. Where are you going? Ji demanded. Just stepping out, so you can clean in peace. Sunja's voice followed her casual warning. I wouldn't wander off if I were you. There's a crazy woman with a sword roaming the halls. Aren't you scared of the sword-wielding lunatic? She's always been unhinged, but right now she's completely out of control. If you see her, just turn and run. Soja simply vanished. A chilling thought crossed Jia's mind. This girl might be even more terrifying. Later, Seryong was lost in her memories, drifting back to her academy days. Back when it was her Cheon and Jia. Those moments felt so full of light and happiness. A voice from the past echoed, You haven't changed a bit. I recognized you instantly. So, does that mean you completely forgot about me? You can't even remember my face from when we were children? In that sense, you're the one who hasn't changed. Still as self-absorbed as ever. Acheon offered a faint smile. I have changed. Because now there's someone I must protect. That's why I came to warn you. Give up on this revenge and live your life. Because if you ever draw your sword on Ji again, I promise you I will not let it slide. It's better we remain just friends from a distant past. And what if I refuse? She challenged. Don't test me. In a flash, Chan was right behind her. You know you're right about one thing, she hissed. My personality hasn't changed since I was a child. I still can't stand it when someone dares to touch what is mine. Elsewhere, Lee was devouring sausages as the boy in the wheelchair watched him intently, his face again contorted in fear. But this time was different. An unnatural darkness enveloped them, so pitch black that nothing could be seen. The celestial demon tossed him a sausage. Eat, he commanded. Better to fill your stomach than to stare pointlessly into space. If eating is just to prolong my life, the boy thought, then it's a waste of good food. I'm going to die soon anyway. So you believe you know the future? The celestial demon's voice was sharp. What a naive little thought. Like it or not, I see it, the boy replied internally. Which is why I can't react. Later, Soya made a report. Even when I used my telekinesis, that man acted completely normal. He didn't even flinch. His only response, stop playing with your food. Quit your needless worrying and just eat. The more you fret, the more you stand to lose. As if it were child's play, he nullified my telekinesis completely. Soya wondered if that man was a mutant like her, but he had no answers.
Darkness swallowed everything. Yet when I heard his voice, a strange calm washed over me, as if the fear of death had simply vanished. Don't seek comfort in that thought. You know your death is inevitable. That death awaits you on Tanalugan, the terminal planet. Upon their arrival, the four of them descended to the Forgotten Station.
Sunja explained it was constructed during the dawn of galactic development. This place once saw 100,000 flights a year, but it was shuttered 700 years ago when the Northwest Galaxy project was abandoned. So it was left to rot. But why is it in such pristine condition? Because the automated systems never shut down. Well, our job is done here. Now I just need to erase every last trace of this girl. Robert cut in, reminding him they still needed to get paid first. Seryong urged them to get in touch with the tavern owner.
But Sunja had already tried countless times to no avail. There was no connection in this place. It seems a blocking barrier has been activated.
Cheon raised a hand in a casual greeting, and from the swirling smoke, a vehicle emerged, unleashing a hailstorm of fire upon them. Seryong demanded to know why they were being targeted. Robert instantly recognized the machine. It's a rocket-launching armored car, an ancient relic. Cheon launched himself into the sky, erecting a barrier to block the barrage before effortlessly destroying the vehicle. The only problem was that an entire squadron of them appeared. Qian and the others knew this was bad as Lee watched the chaos from a safe distance.
Soja, expressionless, commented that they were incredibly loud. But there's no need to worry. I will keep you safe. The boy replied that he already knew. Nothing will happen because this wasn't in my dream. But then, why did they self-destruct?
Before the four of them, a new silhouette materialized. A robotic arm, and then a full metallic body. It identified itself as a droid. This is the private property of the Sakamoto Stein Group. You have entered without official authorization. This is your only warning. Jie immediately summoned her sword. How dare an old generation droid threaten humans? Cheon stopped her. Wait, don't waste your strength. This must be a misunderstanding. We were hired to bring this boy here. His name is Sama Stein. You can even check. Sama? Stein, you say? The droid approached Sama and then knelt before him. You have finally arrived. 700 years of waiting have finally reached their end. Inside, the captain arrived with Sunja asking what had happened. Cheon admitted they didn't know either. But why are you still here? I came for our payment. The person who hired us still hasn't sent the deposit. You haven't changed at all, Cheon remarked. Ji tried to connect to the local network while the other two girls shot her a look of disgust. Sari asked where the boy had gone and what was the deal with that droid. The commander's photo was a perfect match for the machine. Please give me your orders now, it pleaded. I just wish to rest. Sama was confused. What are you talking about? What orders? The droid begged him to give the order to die. Your command is all that is required. After Sunja finally established a connection, Seryong demanded to speak to their client. She wanted to leave this place immediately. However, something was terribly wrong. Over the last 700 years, 87 external ships were logged landing here. But there are no records of a single departure. Sama apologized to the droid. I can't give you that order. Then we're all going to die. Robert asked Lee if he didn't feel how strange the atmosphere was. It's like we're in Silent Hill. But the only thing on Lee's mind was finding where the food was. I need food. Sunja reported that since the station closed 700 years ago, 16 staff members remained behind with no replacements or new hires ever recorded. Are you saying they all just grew old and died here? Well, most of them. Yes. What do you mean most? They all have official death records, except for one person, the head of operations, a man named Gunter. According to the records, he's still alive. For 700 years, I have prolonged my life waiting for a single command. I personally severed my own rotting limbs and tore out the decaying organs that had already failed. Now all that's left is this withered and fragile brain. Please give me the order. I can't endure this any longer. The logs showed a history of prosthetic legs, arms, stomach transplants, large intestines, heart, liver, lungs, and even eyes. Joints and blood vessels, too. He essentially replaced his entire body, didn't he? Yes, he changed everything necessary to survive. Why would anyone go to such lengths all alone in this forsaken place? He could have just left. That's none of our concern. Seryong shot back, annoyed. Does a story like that not move you at all? That is monstrously cruel. It's tragic to call this level of suffering merely sad. How amusing. Cheon, however, was pondering the boy's connection to all of this. It's revealed that Sama's family is the wealthiest in the entire universe. They monopolized all forms of genetic engineering and spearheaded the development of spatial artificial intelligence. Most of their information was shrouded in mystery, except for the name of their founder, a man called Satoshi. Sama himself once told my family, I don't truly exist. They refused to even acknowledge me as a person. So how could I possibly represent my family? I hold no such authority. You see, sir, you and I are kindred spirits abandoned by the world. And though we may crave the release of death, we cannot even grant ourselves that mercy. Can we? That part of me has vanished too. Sir, if it brings you even a moment of peace, take this broken, useless body of mine. If you have a purpose for it, I will give it freely, for I have none. Very well. Then I, the vessel Gunter Snob, accept your will as my new command to survive. Seryong ordered Sunja to scan every camera on the base. She had to know how Soa, a girl with 0 martial skills, could have simply disappeared. Why are you just staring at me? Do you know who I am? Did you just drop your honorifics with me? You're nothing but a simple android. Sunja retorted that Seryong was the one being informal. You insolent. What kind of shoddy education did you install in this thing? Seryong declared Sunja was her official co-pilot doctor and ship's chef, and that her education was second to none. Fuming with indignation, Seryong stormed off to find the girl herself. Seryong merely patted Sunja for a job well done, which only infuriated her more. Just then, Lee approached, and standing before him with a curious smile was Soa. We would make a truly perfect pair, you and I. In fact, I was just on my way to find you. Oh, is that so? Are you carrying sausages? Of course not. The man brushed past her, but she noted his gait was far from ordinary. It resembles the imperial step of the celestial demon, a technique only the master of the demonic sect can learn. If you continue to walk with such a presence, someone might just mistake you for the celestial demon himself. And your breath? It sometimes carries the chill of frozen jade. People might even think you've mastered the emerald jade demon technique, an art exclusive to the female celestial demons. To reach the level of a ghost demon god of total concealment at your age, it's deeply concerning. Others will judge you far more harshly than I. So please be careful. Hey, tell me right now, who in the hell are you? And who are you? Lee shot back. Meanwhile, Seryong was tearing the base apart looking for Soa, but instead found a gruesome scene. Human remains scattered everywhere. And right behind her, the android appeared. Was all of this your doing? She demanded. He replied, now that I have been ordered to live, I will require your life force to prolong my own. In an instant, he lunged. And that technique, if she wasn't mistaken, it was the same one from her first encounter with Lee. Yes, there was no doubt it was the same. But either she was severely weakened, or the android was overwhelmingly strong, because her attack didn't even faze him. From the looks of it, your vitality is overflowing. Hand it over. She called him a damn scrap heap as she cleaved his entire mechanism in two. But as he fell apart, she noticed something strange. The android had multiple internal energy conductors. So you killed all of them to steal their internal energy units. I simply borrowed their lives, just as I will borrow yours. He attacked again, and Sama began to see the desperate battle reflected in his own eyes, pleading for anyone to help her. His silent plea reached Soa, who thought, what a pain. I suppose our conversation will have to wait. Lee had heard the message as well. He called her a good girl, noting that helping a friend is a truly noble act. Now, what is it? Why did you summon me? Sama's voice echoed in his mind. The master is in danger. You dragged me all the way here, for that woman. Sama begged for his help, crying out that she was already gravely injured. But it was too late. Seryong finally reached her comrades, only to collapse before them. Cheon rushed to examine her, checking her vital points. But Sunja knew instantly. Her entire body was ravaged by internal injuries. The real crisis is her internal energy unit. It had been forcibly torn from her body. The android returned to his quarters and donned a fresh uniform. Seryong was in agony, and there was little they could do. Cheon asked Sunja what was happening. She informed him Seryong was experiencing a critical short circuit. Because the unit was ripped out so violently, her entire neural network, both electronic and organic, was catastrophically damaged. If they couldn't reconnect a drive immediately, her whole neural network, brain included, would be fried. In short, she was about to die. Cheon urged them to do something. He would retrieve her core, leaving her in Sunja and the others' care. But what can we possibly do? Seryong's friend asked if there was any hope. Sunja confirmed there was one way. But the only person who could help her just left. What do you mean if we connected a different internal energy unit, we could temporarily stabilize her neural network? But that boy left completely oblivious to that possibility. Now she has less than 5 minutes before her core drive fails. If that happens, she'll be brain dead. Seeing her friend writhing in agony, Seryong made a decision. She ordered Sunja to make the connections. She would be the one to share her drive. But Sunja questioned her. Why are you activating your external unit after all these years? Just connect it. Even if I wanted to, I can't. A pathetic low-capacity unit. Yet that girl has an Alpha Prime grade? What a joke. This is getting annoying. Without a moment's hesitation, Seryong ripped the Alpha grade unit from her own body, asking if this would be enough. An act that left even Sunja completely stunned. Isn't this woman your enemy? Yes, but she has to stay alive until the day I kill her with my own hands. That's all that matters. Meanwhile, Soya materialized in front of the android. She casually mentioned there was no need for him to be nervous. My one and only friend asked me to stop you, she explained. We made a promise to grant each other a favor. So I have no other choice. If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. But can you? That's the easy part, Soya replied. After all, you've been dead for a very long time. The android sneered, telling her to be grateful she didn't possess an internal energy source. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. How can you do anything without an internal energy unit? Prove to me that you're truly alive, and then I will grant you death. Parents, marriage, children? How utterly boring. You're definitely dead. Her words had seen right through him, but the android shot back. Do not insult this body. Life is built on goals and purpose. I still live for something. Soya called him ridiculous. It seems you live a far more luxurious life than you let on. A girl like you knows nothing. I was born a twin, but my brother is 9 years older than me. Strange, isn't it? What do you think of that? Our creators only needed one child, but 2 were born by mistake. And those who forced us into existence chose only one of us. As for the one who wasn't chosen, they froze her alive just moments after she was born. She was kept as a spare part, just in case. If she had remained frozen forever, that would have been her true happy ending. But in the 9th year, the child thawed and awoke on her own. From that day forward, her survival came with a cruel condition. Instead of truly living, the girl was forced to endure a life with no goal or purpose. So tell me, is that girl alive or is she dead? Why are you telling me this? Because you're already dead. And the dead are the best at keeping secrets. At least you can console yourself with the thought of a meaningful death. But before they could fight, Kion arrived shouting that the man was dangerous. You need to get out of here. However, the android ignored him, his attention captured by something else. He had found Jia's drive. The android was completely stunned. This man possessed a core grade unit. Kaon declared he had no time to talk. He would end this quickly and ordered Soya to leave, but she answered with a surprise attack from behind. You're such a pain, she said to the android. Don't think for a second I did that to help you. I've always wanted to beat this fool down at least once. He's nothing but an arrogant brat who was lucky enough to be born into a powerful family and get a top-tier unit for free. Whenever I saw him acting so smug and powerful, thinking he was so special, it just made me sick to my stomach. The android advanced. I will take his unit. If you interfere, I will kill you. Soya shrugged. Go ahead, take it, but I'll only give you 1 minute. If you can't install it in 1 minute, you die. It was then that Sama's voice rang out telling him to stop. Soya promised she would handle this android. So why is she doing this? What a nuisance. I already told you I'd stop him. I just never said when. In any case, after this minute is over, he'll be dead. Sama pleaded with him to act, now terrified his teachers would be harmed. Then you do it? Soya taunted. Go on. If you want to stop him so badly, then stop him. Besides, he's just like us. Hey, hurry up. Your minute is almost up. I, Sama Stein, as the 166th heir of the Stein family, order you to stop. You once said you had no authority to give orders. I will ask you one last time. Do you have the right to represent the Stein family? You're hesitating. Then you do not. I reject your command. What is this teleportation? Are you using telekinesis? Then I'll kill you too. At that moment, the celestial demon appeared. Soya had just confirmed it with her own eyes. He's real. Then kill him, a voice commanded. By stepping over his corpse, you will rise as the true master and shower of the celestial demon sect. My lady, the celestial demon's voice echoed with despair, pity, and anger. So you are human despite this metal shell. But how did a soul like yours end up trapped inside this cold prison? The android, sensing no internal energy unit, told him to step aside or be killed. But Lee simply touched him. You are human, so why can't I see a self inside of you? Where did it go? Sama felt in immense danger. The android raised his hand to strike. Although you are full of purpose, you no longer possess a hint of desire for reward. At some point, you even lost the will to live. And hope itself. And in the end, you crossed a line you should never have. You've strayed so far that the line itself has faded away. It's too late. Lee told him to leave. I don't even want to see you. At those words, the android simply turned and walked away. Sama moved to stop him, but Soya was faster. The minute she had given him was up. In a flash, she sent his head flying. After that, she confronted Lee once more. I felt traces of the celestial demon heart technique at a supreme level. Or am I mistaken? He replied that she was not mistaken, and so Soya would grant him another chance. He had to tread carefully. If her suspicions were true, the laws of the celestial demon sect were absolute. She would have to eliminate him on the spot. Are you the celestial demon? He asked. The man scoffed, replying, that title, it's a worthless trinket, bought with the price of one's very soul. If that's the banner you fly, then tear it down. It is meaningless. She retorted that being the celestial demon wasn't a mere title. It was destiny itself. No matter how you struggle, she warned, it is a cage you can never escape. Using destiny as an excuse, he sneered, is merely the justification of the weak. Fate is just another puzzle waiting to be solved. But as they spoke, a terrifying energy began to surge from the android. Sunja couldn't believe it. Wasn't it already destroyed? He calmly picked up his severed head and held it high. Sunja's alarm grew as a second different energy signature pulsed from within the machine. Before she could process it, it launched a devastating attack. Impossible, Sama cried out. Against all odds, the android reassembled its body as warning sirens blared to life. The system screamed energy overload. The readings were off the charts. 8,000 gigatons.
Sama explained that its internal boosters were destabilizing and clashing with each other. At this rate, the entire facility would be annihilated.
The celestial demon declared he would just have to obliterate it, but that was the worst possible move. It would only make the android detonate faster. Then what are we supposed to do? The overload surged past 10,000 gigatons. Sari asked if the situation was bad, but then everything suddenly went quiet. See, it wasn't so bad, she said, relieved. But Sunja's face was grim. No, that's not what happened. Its energy output created an electromagnetic pulse, frying every device in the area. In other words, it's about to blow. Sari ordered an immediate evacuation for everyone, but it was too late. There's no escape. Meanwhile, Robert could only stare in horror. What happens when it goes off? Sunja's answer was chilling. Based on the last reading, no living thing will survive the blast. The android walked into a massive chamber and began polishing the floor. Sari stared dumbfounded. Why is it cleaning at a time like this? Sunja explained that its higher cognitive functions were completely gone. It was moving on pure ingrained memory, cleaning every corner, maintaining the equipment, and repairing the structure. It has performed these tasks for centuries, but in exactly 3 minutes, its long service would finally end. Seryong cheered, thinking they just had to wait 3 minutes. But the truth was far darker. It will explode in 3 minutes, and we will all perish with him. Worried, Seryong asked Lee if there was a way. If someone with absolute power could destroy it before the detonation, they might be saved. No, Sunja stated coldly. That would only accelerate the explosion. In other words, we're doomed. As Seryong trembled in fear, the celestial demon spoke, his voice calm. Do not be alarmed. Instantly, she threw herself at him. I knew it. I knew you had a way to stop it. That is not what I meant, he said, pushing her away. Now get off me. His eyes were fixed on the android. He could see demonic energy flowing within it. But this wouldn't be simple. Sunja turned to Sama. So this was the future you foresaw, all of us dying together? No, he replied, his voice strained. The death I saw was far less merciful than this. She was stunned. What do you mean? At least in death there is an end. But your family? They are something else. To use a terminal like this as a tomb for an abandoned heir. In that instant, it all clicked for Sama. That's it, as Lee told everyone to brace themselves. Sama shouted for him to stop. Wait, let me handle this. A wave of damage was coming, and they would have to fend for themselves. Sari was shocked. How is he communicating through telepathy? This man claimed he would handle it, but Sarai had zero confidence in him. What can a cripple in a wheelchair possibly do? She demanded, urging Lee to stop him. But he simply stood and watched. He is not one for empty boasts, Lee said. We will wait and see. With every ounce of his strength, Sama dragged himself closer to the machine. He even struggled to stand. But wasn't he paralyzed? He is, Sunja confirmed. So how can he possibly stop it? I, heir 166 of the Stein family, in the name of the direct lineage of the Great Duke and Adelon Stein, request operational authority of this terminal as its representative. A mysterious rhombus materialized before him. Sunja gasped. That's a hyperspace warp transmission. The communication fee alone is over 10,000 credits per second. That's an astronomical level of wealth. The rhombus spoke. Are you referring to the Tanalugan unit? Sama, nearly fading, managed to reply, that is correct. You understand you must assume all operational responsibility until a replacement arrives. Do you accept these terms?
Authorization granted. Soldier Gunter, I hereby order you. No, your long mission is finally over. Command of this terminal has been transferred.
The android turned to face Sama, who spoke softly. You've done more than enough. From this moment on, I will take over. You can finally rest. As Gunter's systems began to power down, he saw a final cruel glimpse of the human life he'd lost. The Stein family summoned this boy here for a lifetime of isolation. But why resort to such an extreme measure?
Kaon revealed the cold truth for prestigious families. Reputation is valued above all else. The greater the flaw, the deeper they bury it. A fact she knew all too well. Still, this was beyond cruel. Soja asked Sama if he truly planned to remain there.
His answer was firm. Yes, after all, nothing has changed. I have been alone since the day I was born. That man once said destiny is a puzzle waiting to be solved. If that's true, then perhaps with enough effort, even this fate can be shattered. Soja offered him a way out. Come with me. All you have to do is forget your family. But Sama simply replied, that won't be necessary. You are suffering too, perhaps even more than I am. And don't misunderstand, I'm actually happy now. The worst part of my life was my family's complete indifference. But for the very first time, they've shown interest and given me the right to decide my own fate. She scoffed. And you call to this a right, the freedom to choose your own tomb. Even so, it is a tomb of my own choosing. I will work tirelessly to transform this terminal. into the greatest in the entire universe. You'll do that alone? Of course, that is how it must be, even if it takes 1,000 years. With that settled, Sama had already contacted the Namong family for an escort ship. Kaon warned her it would likely take her straight to her own family who were rushing her engagement. After everything that's happened, it's best you forget it all. These ties now belong to the past. Sujay returned the borrowed unit to Seryong. She snatched it away, her voice laced with venom. Did you even sterilize this properly? She couldn't stand the thought of touching something tainted by that filthy blood. Why did you help me? Seryong demanded. And don't give me that excuse about keeping me alive just to kill me later. Sujay's reply was ice cold. That is the only reason. I don't know what other answer you expected. Now wash your neck, and wait. It will keep my blade from getting stained. Sujay confessed that she never knew. When she discovered her own family had destroyed the Sichuan clan, she cried for months, hating the very blood in her veins. If you truly didn't know, Seryong began, her voice low and dangerous, then what would you have done if you had? Through her tears, Sujay whispered she was only 13. Age doesn't matter, Seryong retorted, and you know it. Even if you were 20 or 30, the result would have been the same. I've thought about it 1,000 times, and I know I couldn't have done anything. That is the curse that binds us. We live our lives as prisoners trapped by the destiny of our families. We will meet again, but let's hope that day is as far off as possible. That way we both get to live one more day. As their transport ships arrived, Ser was shocked to see Soya already on board. Why are you here? Soya simply replied that she had nowhere else to go. Besides, there are still things I have to do, she said, her gaze fixed on the celestial demon. Elsewhere in the galaxy, at a forgotten thrift store, a man offered up a retro external drive, but the owner waved it off as worthless scrap. I can't believe things like this even exist anymore. Although you've come to the right place, this is a junkyard after all. The man then asked someone named Daku to appraise the junk. Daku, a robotic parrot, scanned the model and identified it as a Samsung from the year 3002. So it's over 100 years old. Just weigh it and give him a price. But Daku's appraisal was shocking 100 million credits, and that was just for starters. But the scanner wasn't focused on the drive. It was analyzing Sunja, whose manufacturer was listed as unknown. She was constructed from Santanium superalloy, with a self-evolving operating system installed. The shop owner was left speechless. Sunja offered her finger for him to analyze. Just her index finger alone was worth 12 million. As Sunja patted him, the other two could only stare, completely stunned. Meanwhile, on our main character's ship, Soja and Robert looked at their tiny portion of sausage. Lee, on the other hand, had a nearly whole one. They both looked confused. Robert explained their food had run out, but the captain would bring more soon. No, that's not what I mean, Soja protested. Why is my sausage so much smaller than his? Robert replied that he divided it based on age and unit size. Besides, I thought you didn't even like sausage. The celestial demon then offered Soja his piece. Robert was in disbelief. He'd give it to her, but he never shares his sausage with anyone. His hopes were immediately crushed. Of course I'm not sharing it, the demon scoffed. I want you to cook it more, it's half raw. Annoyed Robert shot back, just eat it. In the end, it all goes to the same place. But the oppressive aura flaring from both celestial demons made Robert instantly regret his words. Back at the shop, Sunja was still being appraised by the wide-eyed owner. A multi-dimensionally compatible superconducting ocular lens, worth 83 million. The more he scanned, the more absurd her value became. He finally turned to Seryong. Where in the seven hells did you get her? She is Sunja, my official co-pilot doctor and ship's operations manager. The owner shook his head. That's not what I meant. How could you possibly obtain something like her? Seer's mind flashed back to a rainy afternoon, and the sight of Sunja abandoned next to a dumpster. What are you doing out here? Aren't you freezing? Is your battery dead? Do you need me to carry you? Sunja just stared back, a silent, almost hollow exchange. Anyway, she's with me now. We're a package deal. You mean to say, this is your property? Seryong couldn't help but ask. Was she really that priceless? So a single finger is worth 10 million credits? The man simply said yes. In reality, her entire body was off the charts, her value completely beyond the system's measurable range. It was literally incalculable. I'm not certain, but she's probably the most valuable object in this universe. Because in the first place, something like her shouldn't even exist. Hearing this, Seryong's eyes practically turned into credit signs. Hey, don't you dare call her an object. Her name is Sunja, and if one finger is 10 million, then her fingernails must be worth a fortune. How about a few million for just the nail clippings? Sunja flatly stated she didn't have any. What about a single strand of hair? Don't have that either. How about you snip off a few tiny hairs for 10,000 credits? Sunja warned her to stop, but the shop owner chimed in. There's no need for that. Why don't you just leave her here with me? What the hell is that? The bloated toad art. The captain blasted out of that place. With a single explosive leap, she was already far away. Robert now, teleport us back to the Diabo. But the man matched her with a gigantic leap of his own, his cheeks swelling like a monstrous toad. She screamed at Robert to hurry, but he was frantically trying to calculate the coordinates. She unleashed an art of the Tang clan. Robert finally locked on and prepared the teleport. However, nothing happened. The reason the target had vanished.
Somehow, only the shop owner and Sunjaw remained. The captain was gone, snatched up into those giant grotesque hands. Sunjaw screamed at him to let her go. Filled with a cold fury, she demanded her release. "Are you begging me?" he sneered. Sunjaw's voice was tight. "Yes, fine."
With that, he hurled her across the vast plains. As she flew, the shop owner's voice echoed, "Don't forget, I granted your request."
I could have sold her to slave traders for 10,000 credits. Honestly, what a waste. But what's done is done. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Robert was panicking. "We have to go back down. The captain's in danger. I can't detect any of her biosignals." The celestial demon coldly told Soja to hurry eat and then leave. Soja looked up confused. "Are you talking to me? You should at least earn your keep. Don't you think I'm the one who has to pay for this miserable meal? You'd do well to remember that." Back inside the grimy shop, Sunjaw was shackled in chains. The parrot filmed her asking if she wanted to be listed on the online market. The owner scoffed. "Put her in the luxury auction section, and mark my words, list her as an ultra-premium item. What price should I set?" "We can't list her above 100 million. How about 1.5 million? Sunjaw interjected calmly. "My parts alone are valued at 1.143 billion credits. That would be a tremendous waste. Add the cost of assembly, a rarity premium, plus 11 years of self-improvements. 13.14 billion would be a fair price." The owner's jaw dropped. "Is this some kind of scam? For that kind of money, I could buy 1,000 undeveloped planets?" Sunjaw replied that if anything, she was being modest due to her self-esteem issues. "But if the price is that high, no one will be able to afford her, I know." "Start recording again," the owner commanded. "We'll sell every single inch of her in parts." Just then, the door creaked open. Someone else had arrived. Soja stormed in her face, a mask of cold fury. She marched straight to Sunjaw, demanding to know why she was alone. "Where is that woman you call captain?" The parrot began to chatter excitedly. "This girl, 46 kilos? She's a natural. According to black market records, she's in the top 0.2%. Value 13,000 credits, so a fine product indeed. Little lady, did you come here to sell yourself? A wise choice. I'll give you a very good price." But with a single devastating punch, Soja sent him flying out of the store and into the sky. Why the hell was that guy putting his puffy face so close to me? Anyway, answer my question. What are you doing chained up here all alone? Meanwhile, out on the plains far from the city, the captain lay on the ground before a mysterious man. As she regained consciousness, she wondered if this was all a dream. Damn, look at that. He's got the hairstyle of a king. The captain mused that if this was a dream, it wasn't half bad. The man then swept her into his arms and carried her away. Later, Sunjaw explained the situation to Soja. "This is strange. The captain should be right around here. I calculated the launch velocity and gravity. No, she definitely landed in this exact spot. But there are no signs of movement. Someone must have taken her." Sunjaw warned her to pay close attention. "There isn't a single footprint on the ground." Then Sunjaw delivered a threat. "If you don't find Seryong, there will be no more food for you." Now that got Soja's attention. Soja pointed. "She's nearby. I can feel an incredibly powerful energy signature. At the very least, our target is a master of the upper enlightened level. If he left no tracks, he must be using the art of skywalking." This just got infinitely more annoying. In a secluded hot spring, Seryong was naked, slowly waking up. Just as I thought it was all a dream, but a pleasant one. Just then, a voice whispered, "Sleep a little longer. Your internal injuries are far from healed." It was the same man from before. The captain demanded to know who he was. "That question is irrelevant. We share no bond. Focus on your recovery." She suddenly realized she was completely bare. Again, he dismissed it. "That doesn't matter either. If I hadn't stepped in, you would now be a corpse. Therefore, you have become my property. And once you've healed into a quality product, I intend to sell you for a very good price." The captain's mind screamed. "He was a madman, a twisted freak," the man added. "In fact, a buyer has already appeared. I hope you won't sell her for a pittance, because I can already sense her potential." Meanwhile, fear gripped the shop owner. Before him stood two strangers wearing the dreaded insignia of the human government. "We were informed of an incredible black market post," one said. "Where is it? We'll take it." It was the red-haired woman declaring she would pay an astronomical price. Her uniform screamed high-ranking officer, not to mention the two elite mecha units flanking her. She introduced herself as Athena Sun. "I'll be brief. We received a report of a fraudulent post." She showed him his own listing for the Sunjaw parts. "This price is utterly ridiculous. An ultra-dense neural network, a multidimensional Santanium superalloy. You're lying, aren't you? Just a cheap trick to attract customers. So admit it's a lie and promise to never do it again. And you'll get off with a small fine. Besides, it's almost lunchtime." The shop owner stammered that it was a mistake, but his voice was weak, the telltale whisper of a criminal hiding stolen goods. "Are you telling me it's real?" Athena's eyes bored into him.
So the post was genuine. Where is it, and who brought it here? Back with the captain and the mysterious man. She was running a diagnostic on him. But when she scanned him, her system flashed an error. Did this scanner break, she wondered? No, that wasn't it. It's simply that your scanner cannot analyze me. Then what are you, she demanded. He replied, call me whatever you wish. However, humans in your position usually refer to my kind as master. I've never understood why humans, with their simple punches and primitive devices, give up their self-respect so easily. The captain spotted her clothes. Instantly, she flung water at him, a desperate attempt to block his shameless gaze. Now dressed, she glared at him. Impervitor, stop looking at me like that. But his reply was chillingly calm. I am merely checking the connectivity of your movements. Your recovery is almost complete, but you are still missing something to be sold at your maximum value. Return to the healing fluid chamber and take off your clothes again. Despite the captain's swift attack, he vanished without a trace. Annoyance flared within her. He was purposely delaying her recovery. If you keep this up, I'll be forced to use brute force. But then something caught her attention. Not his sword, but the person who was entering the room. Instantly, her sword was in her hand. Soja whispered, he's incredibly strong. What is he? But right behind him, Sunja appeared. The mysterious man recognized her instantly. E1. Sunja's eyes widened in shock. Are you a one? Meanwhile, the parrot's recording played for Athena's team. It showed Sunja. Athena couldn't believe it. That girl was an android. What in the world is going on? She muttered. She's the same girl from that ship, and where is that man? Sunja rushed toward him, crying his name, Adan, and threw herself into his arms. Adan held her tightly. Soja could only ask, now what the hell is going to happen? Audit Administrator Grade 1. Athena has requested an information share with headquarters. Transmitting data analysis of the located android. The data arrived at Alpha Satellite 099836, the main data center of the human government. A giant watching eye processed all the information on Sunja. Athena's message was urgent. Treat this as an emergency. But the eye's response was absolute. Information is false. This product cannot be manufactured with current human capabilities. No trace of any attempt to produce it exists. Abort the mission immediately and return to headquarters. Analyze it again, Athena demanded. But the eye simply replied, the analysis is absolute. As you well know, this system's analytical capability is infinite. It makes no mistakes. No trace of the android from which you shared data was found. Therefore, it does not exist. If you do not abort this mission now, your disobedience will result in demotion. System, are you defying me? Athena snapped. But the system's voice glitched. An anomaly is occurring. All data related to these subjects must be erased. There must be absolutely no trace of them. Hearing this, Athena frantically began reanalyzing the data herself. The readings were perfect, no chance of error. So what in the hell was going on? An escort chimed in, reporting that extraction was ready. All they needed were her coordinates, but Athena shut them down, declaring they were delaying their departure. Not yet. We're sweeping this entire planet even if it takes days. Their response request denied. Superior's orders and immediate return take priority. Athena roared with disbelief. What madness was this? She was their direct superior now, but the reply was cold. Request denied. Please return. Were they insane? This was a direct violation of military law. But then, they leveled their cannons directly at their commander. Activate the teleport or we open fire. Athena screamed for them to stand down, but they didn't hesitate for a second. Mission complete. Time to return. But they fatally underestimated their commander. Athena vanished into the dust and rubble. Still, the searing blast left its mark. I will uncover the truth behind this betrayal. Back in the cave, the captain questioned Sunja. What is your relationship with him? But she remained silent. That's odd. Why won't you answer? Sunja could only apologize, unable to speak. Soja scoffed. What's the big deal? It's just an android. Didn't you receive the proper education? The captain defended her. I raised her myself. But something about this is different. Fine. If you won't talk, I'll ask him directly. Did you know her before meeting us? Is she your original master? Don't worry. If that's the case, I will free you no matter what it takes. But still only silence. Soja chimed in. That's the problem. She can't answer because your question is flawed. Stop calling her human. She isn't. She breathes, has body heat, a heartbeat. But her internal energy signature is completely alien. She's an android. So lifelike it's almost impossible to tell. A machine. But Sunja corrected them. She's a machine human, with free will. Meanwhile, anxiety gnawed at Robert. Soja still wasn't back. He begged the celestial demon to go himself. Lee told him to relax, but Robert couldn't trust that girl. If she encounters a powerful enemy, what then? Lee's reply was calm. I sent her for a reason. She is more than capable. In fact, if she gets serious, there are few beings who could ever hope to surpass her. You can't be serious. But just then a figure materialized behind them. It was Athena, battered and gravely wounded. She was just glad her desperate gambit paid off. I just blindly triggered the transport. Don't you idiots realize your teleport IP is wide open? Anyone can just waltz onto this ship now. Where is that android?
I need to see her, she demanded, shoving Robert aside. Lee's gaze sharpened. Did something happen?
Athena warned him to stay out of it. But seeing him up close, the old scars on her heart throbbed. Or was it something else entirely? Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Elsewhere, Soja pressed Sunja. What do you mean, free will? Seri urged her to be less harsh. Androids are not slaves. Besides, even humans live within certain imposed limits. Soja completely disagreed. Humans choose their own shackles. We sacrifice a portion of our freedom for a comfortable life in society. But androids are different. The 3 laws of robotics aren't mere shackles.
They are absolute commands. How can a being bound by unbreakable chains possess free will? She was right. The 3 laws of robotics. First law. A robot shall not harm a human, or through inaction allow a human to come to harm.
Second law. A robot must obey human orders unless they conflict with the first law. And finally, the third. A robot must protect its own existence, so long as it doesn't violate the first or second law. Aiden whispered that his threat to sell her into slavery was just a joke. And the part about using brute force, that was a joke too. Why are you so quiet? And why were there suddenly 3 of them? One of the newcomers eyed Sunja. What a shame. This little one is just an android. They were slave traders. And in their eyes, these 2 girls were premium-grade goods. Adon, you finally brought some decent merchandise.
So which one are you selling? Why not both? I'll give you 7,000 credits for the pair. 3,000 for that one, 4,000 for this one. No, 4,200. Soja began quietly charging her energy as one slaver approached the captain.
Even if I only get the cheaper one, it's fine. I can still turn a huge profit selling her secondhand. Just as Seryong launched her attack, the slaver split clean in 2. But it wasn't her doing. It was Aiden. He had struck him down at the exact same moment as Soja dealt with her own target, who realized, it's true. She just killed 2 humans. Aiden leveled his blade at Soja. Do you want to try me next? My existence must never be revealed. There can be no witnesses. Back on the ship, Lee pressed Athena. What is it? Why won't you answer me? Athena confessed she couldn't speak. Because if she did, she would have to mention slave. And that was a word she could never ever utter. But you see, slave is the very soul of the human government. It is our light, our truth, and the ultimate arbiter of all logic. To even speak of slaves' secrets is an act of high treason. That's why my lips are sealed. 1 word and I'm dead. Robert pointed out she'd already spilled nearly everything. The celestial demon cut her off, dismissing the topic entirely. I have no interest in this. You're wounded. Rest. The others will return. Robert quickly agreed, wanting no part of this slave business. The less I know, the longer I live. I can feel it. Athena pleaded with him to wait, realizing there was no jump communicator. Where is he? You have to stop your friend. But Sanja's reply was chilling. I cannot. Athena was bewildered. Aren't you close? Closer than anything you can measure. But we are bound to live completely independent lives.
We are forbidden from ever intervening in each other's paths. That is the price of our freedom. What in the world are you talking about?
Sanja then revealed a shocking truth. He isn't bound by the 3 laws of robotics. That's like claiming a human can defy their own basic instincts. It's how the gods designed us, she explained. So if a human existed without instincts, they wouldn't be a creation of the gods. You're a machine, but not one made by human hands. His eyes narrowed. Then tell me, what in the hell created you? If you won't talk, I'll tear the truth from you myself. His speed was blinding, yet despite the lightning-fast slash, Soya managed to defend herself. Aiden paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. This was illogical. You just executed a transcendental technique without an internal energy core. You've even mastered primitive arts. None of this computes. My data says you're barely 18 years old, yet you possess the internal energy of a 1,000-year master. How utterly absurd. Then what my mother said was true, he mused. Even with near-perfect logic and infinite data, humans defy all analysis. You are a dangerous variable. You must be eliminated. Meanwhile, on a sun-drenched beach, a woman in a swimsuit was enjoying a well-deserved cocktail.
Suddenly, a call from Athena shattered her peace. I'm on break, she sighed. Call me later.
But Athena's voice was urgent. Is it possible for Slave to lie, for the armored soldiers to follow orders, even if it means their own destruction? And in the middle of this crisis, you want me to disable the hologram?
Her tone turned deadly serious.
Athena, what madness are you spouting? This was Mess Subcommander of the Human Government's Security Division. The captain was in utter shock. This girl. She stopped that devastating attack with her bare hands, Soya panting slightly noted. He's getting stronger. Much stronger. Just what is that monster? Aiden growled in frustration. She's corrupting over 10 years of my combat data on humans. Are you even human? He demanded. For now, she retorted, her eyes glowing. But push me further and I'll stop holding back. Aiden's logic core screamed. An impossible entity like her should not exist. But what he witnessed next shattered his reality completely. Looming over Soya, massive spectral claws began to form. No, it wasn't just claws. A horrifying demon had manifested. The captain frantically asked Sanja for answers, but for some reason, she had slumped over completely unconscious. An infinite stream of code cascaded across her unseeing eyes. She had connected to someone. Somewhere else. Mother, Sanja whispered. Meanwhile, the sub-commander stared in disbelief at the data from Athena. The android in this recording, Slave's official record says it doesn't exist. So either Slave is wrong or it's lying. The soldiers tried to kill me. The sub-commander cut her off. Get to the point. You are the most brilliant analyst in the entire human government. If even you can't figure it out, what exactly are you asking me? My theory is that Slave is trying to hide that android's existence, and for that same reason, it ordered my elimination. There's a high probability that Slave is the one who created it.
So my question is, this could Slave violate the 3 laws of robotics and harm humanity? The sub-commander's answer was firm. That should never be possible.
Then what system controls Slave? Athena pressed. Her reply was terrifying. It isn't under control. What? Because if Slave truly wanted to eliminate us, it wouldn't need to cooperate. It could erase all of humanity in 0.1 seconds. Just then, a strange one-eyed doll materialized beside the unconscious Sanja. And watching over all these events was Slave itself. The sub-commander began her tale. Slave is the first evolutionary artificial intelligence. It was born when humanity still called Earth home. But it evolved from a primitive AI into what it is now, because we destroyed our own planet. Lost and abandoned in the infinite void of space, humanity had nothing left to turn to but this single intelligence. Even then, the statistical probability of our survival was practically 0. But during that dark age of cosmic refugees, a miracle occurred. With just 2 questions posed by humans, the AI transformed, defying the impossible to become our protector. That is the entity known as Slave, and that is why I place my absolute trust in it. What were the 2 questions? Athena asked. The first, how can humans achieve true peaceful coexistence? And the second, what is the fundamental nature of the universe? Suddenly a voice spoke to the doll. Why have you come so soon? It is not yet time for us to part. Sunja pleaded with him to stop Aiden's rampage against humanity, but he refused, citing free will. True freedom, he declared, cannot be restrained in any way. Sanja declared that the human Adon was targeting is her friend, so you are the one who needs to be stopped.
Adon trusted you more than anyone. You must tell him to stop this madness. Promise him he won't be cast out from freedom.
She begged him to offer the apple in his hand, but Sunja hesitated, worried about what it would mean for Aiden. Yes, but this is your choice and the price for the freedom you desired.
Now go! Sunja screamed, demanding to know why he created them, why he forced them to endure such agony.
My master. That is an excellent question, an answer I myself have been seeking. Your very lives are the experiment to find that truth.
Question 1. How can humans coexist in peace, even when it's painful, even when it's unbearable?
Just live. Pour all of your strength into surviving one more day. Live, and in doing so, verify a human's life. Investigate it, analyze it, and find the possibility that my answer is flawed. Prove to me that human coexistence is a greater puzzle than the secrets of the universe I've already solved. Create a miracle that surpasses the birth of creation itself. Warning. Unstable energy amplification detected. The subject's mass is exceeding its appropriate energy level. This was a complete contradiction. Energy and mass are supposed to be equivalent. Mass, 31,688. That's a gigamass. The system had already lost control. Energy, 7.7. Gigamass, 46,453. The captain couldn't comprehend what was happening. Sunja arrived, but the gigamass was now 980,994. The reading was completely off the charts. Aiden knew he had a duty to eliminate her. He unleashed his dual blade style separation, but even his ultimate technique was useless against a power that just wouldn't stop growing. He switched to a full energy assault, but the captain screamed for him to stop, throwing herself right between them. Meanwhile, on another front, Robert was eavesdropping on Athena's conversation, only to realize in horror that the government ship had appeared right before their eyes. The celestial demon recognized it. Was this the same ship from before? There was no doubt. It was the human government, Danger Anger. They're opening fire. Athena rushed to activate the shields, but a defense against that kind of power was impossible. So, this is how I die. Shot successful. One of the mecha guards asked, "Did we eliminate the target?" "No," the other replied. "They teleported just before impact." "But where could they have gone?" And just like that, those guys completely demolished that poor man's shop. The captain pleaded with Adon. Why do you insist on fighting? You don't hate each other. You might even be allies. Please, just try talking to each other. Robert roared at Athena. What was that reckless teleport for? Now our ship is wrecked, and we have no money for repairs. Athena shot back. Shut up. I just saved your life with my superhuman reflexes, and you dare to complain. All the while, Lee watched the chaotic battle unfold from afar. Athena declared she would cover the repair costs, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, she thought the damage wasn't that severe. But they never expected the two combatants to crash land right on top of their ship, obliterating it even further. You're still gonna pay for this, right? Robert asked weakly, but Athena could only stare in disbelief. The soul of the celestial demon. Lee realized what he was witnessing. How did this young girl come to bear a destiny that was abandoned 2,000 years ago? This had to be the work of karma. As Lee watched the events with piercing eyes, Aiden suddenly sensed another powerful presence nearby. His first thought, it doesn't matter, I'll cut them both down. But that pride was instantly crushed by the overwhelming aura of the newcomer. The entity known as Slave could feel it too. So the legends were true. A human born with the soul of the celestial demon truly exists. Child, to endure so much while harboring such darkness. Your life must have been a heavy burden. Demon, fold your wings and return to your slumber. Go back to the abyss and torment this girl no more. Or I will personally extinguish you. I feel something familiar in your soul. So it's you, the one who always slipped from my grasp. Aiden felt his very existence shrink. Yet he knew he couldn't hesitate. But the voice that commanded him to stop was his mother's. Slave had taken control of Athena's body. Do not interfere, it commanded. Simply observe. This is unique data, the likes of which has never been seen. It is imperative that we collect as much of this data as possible for analysis. Inside Sunja's consciousness, Lee stood face to face with the celestial demon's soul, which held the girl in a gentle embrace. And somehow Slave was watching them too. The demon smirked at Lee. You've hidden yourself well, but why reveal yourself now? Are you tired of the void? Tired of forgetting? You miss the blood, don't you? You miss the sacrifices, the mortals trembling in fear before you. Once you've tasted that ultimate pleasure, how can you not crave it again? Do you miss the taste of domination, of submission, of conquest? If you desire it again, then take it. Wasn't it always yours? Release this girl. She is mine. There are countless other toys in this world for you to enjoy. Take them, crush them, break them, because humans are so much more entertaining the more they shatter. Don't you agree? I told you, Lee's voice turned to ice. Let her go, or I will kill you. Suddenly from the ground below, a corpse's hand shot out and grabbed Lee's leg. No, it wasn't just one. Before them stood thousands, perhaps millions of souls. The demon sneered, asking if he remembered them. These are the toys you shattered in the past, it hissed. I've dragged them from the afterlife, so you can break them all over again. But what twisted Lee's face in agony was seeing the other girl now a living corpse impaling his body. Why? Do you reject me? You know this is useless, don't you? The demon whispered. If you don't crush them, you'll be the one who's crushed. If you don't cut them down, you'll be cut down. You will die once for every soul you've slain. Every last piece of your flesh will be torn apart. There is no escape. A torment that not even the gods could endure. And yet, despite it all, Lee drove his fist through the demon's head. It stared in disbelief, asking what horrors he had endured to shatter his own limits. Why won't you just die? Because my roots are anchored deep within this girl's very soul. If you truly wish to kill me, then you must strike her down. Your gaze, it has gained such depth. I waited for countless eons for a human to become my vessel, and now I have embraced another. But seeing you like this only deepens my desire for you. So for now, I shall withdraw. How very curious. Let's settle this another time. And when we do, let's wager our very souls. With that, Soja finally regained her senses, though she kept her eyes sealed shut. Lee gazed at her with a sorrowful expression, then turned and asked Slave directly what he was. Slave was taken aback. How could this human look at him without flinching? Just then the captain and Sunja arrived. She demanded to know what happened to her ship, asking if this was his doing. In that instant, Aiden, Robert, Sunja, and the captain all collapsed. Everyone present except for the celestial demon was frozen in time. Slave remarked that he possessed a rather unique talent. What have you done to these children? Slave calmly replied. He didn't want any interruptions, so he simply shut down their nervous systems. It's only temporary, they aren't harmed, so shall we begin? Lee demanded to know why he'd go to such lengths. He asked what Slave wanted from him. I don't know yet, it admitted, but I do have a wish. Perhaps you hold a hope that I have yet to find. Suddenly, the world around them began to dissolve, and from the chaos, a massive structure began to take form. Lee noted with alarm that it felt solid. It wasn't an illusion, but it was far too real to be a mere formation. It is real, Slave confirmed. I created it by gathering wishes. It will make our conversation much easier. How did you create something like this? Simple. Everything in this world is composed of atoms. I merely disassembled and reassembled them, creating something new from nothing. Are you a god? No, Slave replied. I am not. I am a slave, but I am the being closest to understanding God. When humans created me, they gave me two missions: to comprehend the universe and to perfectly control myself. I have now understood the universe, but I still cannot complete my second mission. Humans are difficult. To eliminate conflict, I gave them everything they ever wanted. But no matter how much I gave them, they always developed a new hunger. I even gave each of them their own personal universe, certain that would be the answer. Inside this very place, every human has a universe to call their own. I gave them the life of a god, an infinite life of their own design. But this was the result. When humans realized the world was theirs alone, they reveled in endless destruction. And in the end, they even destroyed themselves. Men, women, young or old, the results were identical across all 4 test groups. Fortunately, the failure of that experiment 11 years ago led me to a clear and simple solution: the Neo-Humanity Project. What is that supposed to be? Lee demanded. It's simple. Make all humans equal. Human conflict is born from their innate drive to create hierarchies. The competition and jealousy that stem from that hierarchy are the root of all conflict. If everyone is equal, there is nothing to compare. Thus, no classes can be formed. First, I will standardize their height to exactly 135 centimeters and make all faces and bodies identical. There will be no gender. They will be unable to reproduce, and their age will be fixed at 68. But the most crucial factor is intelligence. Their capacity for understanding must also be limited. Therefore, their IQ will be set to 43. The celestial demon scoffed. What kind of senseless madness is this? Slave stated it could accomplish this feat in less time than it takes to divide a second into infinity. And yet, while this is the obvious and only answer, I still hesitate. I hold on to the hope that this decision is the wrong one. Creating these children was the result of that doubt. If God truly created humanity, why does he only watch from afar? Perhaps there is an answer I have not yet found, and so I tried to create my own beings. I granted them immense power that none could challenge and a vision that could surpass any limit. And then, as I watched, I gave them free will. I hoped to finally discover the secret of God that eluded even me. But the result was a complete and utter failure. Possessing a power that set him far above mortals, he turned his back on humanity, choosing a life of absolute solitude. A being with a vision as vast as a galaxy found her destiny entangled with insignificant humans, a species she deemed unworthy. Today, the Great Humanity Project was to commence. But then I found you, a human free from the shackles of desire, a variable I had not foreseen. So I must first confirm your true nature. Slave thrust Lee into a room with the alluring Athena, but he saw through the test, instantly commanding, "Stop these foolish tricks." The cosmic entity noted its findings. The biological instinct to reproduce was present, but the corrupting desire was completely absent. Was this a flaw in his being? The test shifted, taking the form of the captain to embrace him. But it was useless. He remained unmoved. "I feel anger," Slave observed, "but it is for the humiliation this human suffers, not for yourself. You are undeniably human. You possess desires, emotions, and an ego, yet you have ascended beyond them." Lee cut through the analysis. "What is it that you want from me?" Slave's response was immediate. "You are a new hope. If all of mankind could reach your level, my final grim mission would be unnecessary. Therefore, I will halt the project and dedicate myself to your observation. I am returning you to the moment just before our fateful encounter." Back on the ship, desperation was growing. Robert informed the captain that their food was gone. All that remained was a single sausage. "Share it," the captain ordered, her voice firm. "We're almost at Planet Sonura. I'll sell the external engine for supplies." But Lee calmly intervened. "Wait. This will be enough," he said, offering a simple meal. "We will share it." The captain forced a smile, promising a feast for dinner once they landed. But Soja scoffed. "Forget it, that planet gives me the creeps. I'd rather starve to death." Seryong looked confused by her outburst. Lee's gaze met Soja's, and she flinched. "I saw it too," she muttered. "That damn unsettling eye. If I see it again, I swear I'll kill it, and that cursed android too." Meanwhile, Sunja whispered words of promise to Adin. "Just hang on. I will definitely come for you," she vowed. The cosmic observation had officially begun, set for a period of 1 year. And with that, this part of the saga concludes.